Chapter 121. An airport is a boundary line. The passage to another world is always crowded with people. The anticipation of those departing and the relief of those returning create the airport's unique, strange excitement. And since emotions are contagious, the moment you step into the airport, that strange excitement spreads. Suddenly, everything seems unfamiliar. Families hurrying with their luggage, flight attendants and pilots in distinctive uniforms catching everyone's attention, foreigners with different skin colors. While being mesmerized by such scenes, Lim Yong-wook tapped my shoulder, urging me to hurry. "Hey, we'll be late. Let's go." But seeing the smile on his face, it was clear that he, too, was captivated by the airport's magic. "You've been smiling non-stop since earlier. Being at the airport makes you excited, doesn't it?" "No, it's because money is being duplicated as we speak." Correction. Lim Yong-wook seemed happy because of a money duplication bug in the Japanese publishing industry. Lim Yong-wook's happiness from his fat wallet turned into kindness towards Ma Ki-hoon. "Eh, interma. No, employee ma." "Yes, department head. How's the car?" "Good to drive." "It's great. Drive carefully. That car is better than mine." "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." Ma Ki-hoon, eager to take his girlfriend to her university in the company car, responded earnestly. I found the situation comical and quietly smiled, then hastened my steps towards customs, pretending to know nothing. "Author Nim, shall I help you?" "No, it's fine." Kim Jae-ryung, the deputy manager who Lim Yong-wook praised as a perfect man except for his lack of loyalty, offered to help me, but I swiftly completed the procedures without his assistance. The airport staff watched me with pleased expressions, making me feel like I'd won first place in a children's essay contest. After checking in my luggage, I arrived at the crowded departure hall. Journalists were everywhere. Reporters with cameras surrounded the departure area. Next to them were excited fans, ready to rush out at any moment, but they were already being blocked by bodyguards. By the way, it wasn't because of me. "Benivis! Kaya dash. Please look over here dash." It was because of Min Hyo-min and the other 4 members. EP8 Dark Adaptation. There was a fascinating coincidence on this Tokyo book-selling business trip. Bike Hack Entertainment's new generation's flagship girl group, Benivis, was also active in Japan. We weren't on the same flight, but we were departing on the same day. Even though I didn't know Benivis, I knew Min Hyo-min, so I thought about saying hello, but seeing her at the airport, it didn't seem like the right moment. Bike Hack Arts Middle School's Min Hyo-min. The Pop Culture Arts Research Club's Min Hyo-min. The Min Hyo-min who clung to Gu Yuna as a comfort doll, and, after getting poked in the side, fell to the classroom floor, trembling like a caterpillar. That Min Hyo-min and Benivis Min Hyo-min were completely different people. "Hello, everyone." Even from a distance, Min Hyo-min continued her fan service as if it were nothing, amidst the crowd that seemed to drain my energy. Like the star of the stage, she lightly ignored the fatherly journalists shouting for her to look at the camera and maintained her composure. Even as excited fans lunged towards her, she gracefully kept her pace. It looked like an intricate skill. Thus, Min Hyo-min and her group made their way through the crowd and left the departure hall. Watching her back, I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Amazing!" But that was premature admiration. The real admiration should have come after arriving in Japan. At Tokyo's Haneda Airport, I faced an enormous crowd filling the vast airport. My goodness! I realized that when so many people murmur in small voices, it sounds like a huge roar in front of you. Lim Yong-wook, equally flustered, hurriedly grabbed an airport staff member to ask about the situation. After the conversation, he relayed the information to me. The Benivis members have already left the airport. These people are just dispersing now. Thankfully. It's really incredible how many people are here. Each and every one of these countless people was a being with their own life. But even thinking this, it was hard to truly grasp the reality. It felt like looking at the vast universe filled with innumerable galaxies. It was beyond what my brain could comprehend. What exactly brought so many people to this place? I already knew what that force was. By bringing together pretty young individuals, training them for years, assembling the best composers and producers to create songs, dressing them in the most beautiful clothes, and launching music videos with massive capital, the dance and song can cross borders and gather this many people. That is the power of culture. But what exactly is culture? This countless crowd gathered to see, from afar, those who are young, beautiful, dancing, singing, and unreachable in their lives. What drives this? It must be the obsession with beauty. Indeed, humans revere beauty. So what is that beauty? Is it merely the external appearance shown in the media? Or is there something shimmering beyond that? Does the fandom follow the idol's exterior or interior? Then what is the difference between exterior and interior? Is exceptional choreography closer to exterior or interior? What kind of beauty exists in certain body movements? Is the value of dance in acrobatics or expression? If dance is more than just seduction, why don't we get excited about the dance of someone ugly and fat? A fat dancer? Suddenly, a sudden inspiration struck. A dancer who had devoted his life to dance. A dancer who believed that there was more to dance than just glamour. But the public, looking only at the surface, ignored him. I came up with a decent concept, but my internal editor suddenly pointed out, isn't it just a message that the interior is more important than the exterior? It's overused. It's cliché. It was a valid point. Thus, a novel idea started to bloom and then withered. This happens often. But such ideas accumulate and eventually become a novel. So one must not stop thinking. But suddenly, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Moon-chan dash. What? Moon-chan? Who's that? It was too obvious to ask. Those who shouted Moon-chan were clearly staring at me, with extremely excited faces at that. No way. As I turned my head towards them, the group gathered on one side of the airport all smiled brightly. Wah dash. I awkwardly waved back at the people waving at me. The cheers grew louder. Camera shutters clicked, and cheers mixed with Japanese poured over me in a language I couldn't understand. Although they seemed like a small handful compared to the Benavis fandom that filled the airport, they were clearly cheering for me. And the Benavis fandom, who were about to leave the airport, thought Benavis had returned upon hearing the cheers, and headed this way. An immense crowd rushed over in an instant. Haneda Airport was once again paralyzed. When a celebrity visits, the airport security team is on high alert to maintain order. If the fandom rushes in and someone gets trampled, it would be a disaster. However, since this happens fairly often, it wasn't considered an extreme emergency, and thus Haneda Airport's security team managed Benavis's arrival in a reasonably smooth manner. Of course, no one anticipated a second wave. Due to a minor misunderstanding, the group that gave Haneda Airport's security team a taste of hell hurriedly exited the airport. Lim Yongwook sighed with relief, sweating. That was close. Is everyone okay? Everyone seemed fine except for Author Moon-in. Lim Yongwook shook the dazed Author Moon-in's shoulder. Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Did you get hit somewhere?
No.
Author Moon-in mumbled, turning his head slightly. It's a bit surprising to have fans abroad. What? There are people who came to the airport just to see me. It's kind of overwhelming. What's with this guy? Lim Yongwook was dumbfounded. Since when did Author Moon-in not have a fandom? Author Moon-in has fervent fans all over the world, especially in Korea. But he refused fans signing events himself. He never shows up at offline events. The location of his studio is strictly hidden. So, when fans visit the orphanage, he avoids them. When fans gather in front of the school, he doesn't attend classes. This is almost at the level of fan hatred. And now what? He's amazed to meet fans? Lim Yongwook held back the urge to smack him with superhuman patience. If it weren't for the fact that the animated movie Guitar was sweeping Japan, Author Moon-in's head would have had a bump. But unlike Lim Yongwook, who is petty, the true knight-errant of this era, Ma Ki-hoon, who is compassionate to the weak and fearless before the strong, could not tolerate injustice. Bullshit. You're amazed to see fans after running away from them like a plague. Hey, running away? I was just overwhelmed by the excessive attention. That's because you're always holed up at home. You need to get out and exercise. I'll kindly teach you how, okay? Ma Ki-hoon SSI. If you keep recommending the gym, the company might have to reconsider renewing your contract. Sure, go ahead and fire me. Hygiene already has a full scholarship dash. For socially disadvantaged children like orphans, tuition fees are covered by the state at any school. Because of this, orphans often face hatred. It's a reverse discrimination issue. However, living requires more money than you'd think. Eating, wearing clothes, sleeping, living all require money. There are many reasons why a significant number of orphans don't graduate from college. This is why Ma Ki-hoon works. Both Moon-in and Ma Ki-hoon knew this, but Moon-in pretended not to know, saying, "Then I guess it can't be helped," and let it pass. Seeing this, Ma Ki-hoon laughed heartily and threw his arm around Moon-in's shoulder. Moon-in shrieked and ran away. Watching this from a step behind, Lim Yong-wook observed the scene. Ma Ki-hoon could say things that Lim Yong-wook couldn't. This added another use to Ma Ki-hoon. Lim Yong-wook's cunning mind quickly spun. The plan was called using Ma Ki-hoon to get Moon-in to exercise. Lim Yong-wook quietly and slyly smiled. But that was a pleasure for the future. For now, there were tasks to be done today. What Lim Yong-wook had to keep in mind was simple. Author Moon-in is popular, and popularity translates to money. No need for more complicated thoughts. All right, let's go, everyone. Lim Yong-wook led the group, hastening their steps into the heart of Tokyo. The vast publishing industry, an ocean of countless books, awaited them. ******. Meanwhile, at Bikehack Publishing in downtown Seoul, left alone in the slightly desolate publishing management headquarters, Baek Seol was experiencing a peculiar emotion. Loneliness and emptiness poked at Baek Seol's empty side. The weight of the title of division head was too heavy for Baek Seol to bear alone. Unfortunately, having completed all translation tasks, Baek Seol had nothing to do. But an excellent employee must create work for themselves. So, Baek Seol decided to take on the arduous task of diligently standing pens upright on her desk. Just as Baek Seol was engrossed in this pen-standing endeavor, the office door burst open. Division head. Eek! Startled, Baek Seol flinched just as she was about to stand a pen on the desk. The pen plopped over with a thud, rolled, and dropped under the desk. Fortunately, the employee with the mystical power of the Bikehack lineage instantly forgot the scene that had just passed. Division head. There's something you need to check immediately. Knock. Please knock next time. Sorry. But quickly. Seeing the employee this urgent, Baek Seol also became urgent. She followed the employee out. What's the matter? Soon. On the monitor shown by the employee, there was a shocking news article. Each line felt like a hammer striking the back of Baek Seol's head. Exclusive, famous novelist Moon-in Seop, actually half Japanese. Yoshimura newspaper has released a shocking investigative report. It claims that novelist Moon-in Seop, 15, S mother is a Japanese residing in Korea. Shock and fear spread through the office. The employees were bewildered and voiced their doubts. Is this true? The details about author Moon-in's parents are confidential. Shouldn't we know that classified information? Who knows? Hurry up and tell us. Naturally, questions were also directed at Baek Seol. Division head. Do you know? But Baek Seol didn't know either. Of course, Baek Seol was aware of the confidential information regarding Moon-in's parents, names, addresses, occupations, etc., but whether they were of Japanese descent or not, she didn't know. How could she? Eventually, having retreated to her office, Baek Seol hastily made a phone call. She needed to ask Lim Yong-wook. Fortunately, the call connected quickly. How did this happen? It's not true. What? Yeah. In Seop said it's not true. Bexiol's shocked heart finally calmed down. She almost collapsed as her legs gave way. Oh my, that's a relief. Then, we should quickly draft a clarification and issue a statement through the PR team. But Lim Yongwook interrupted her. Huh? Clarification? What? Why clarify? What? It's urgent, what do you mean? Bexiol froze, and then she pondered deeply on what that meant. Chapter 122. The publishing industries of Korea and Japan are beyond comparison. Even without mentioning the revival and peak of the Japanese publishing industry after World War II or the government policies on reading culture and whatnot, there's a difference in scale from the start. Population of South Korea, 50 million. Population of Japan, 120 million. What does it matter that Japan has more than double the population? Japan has more than twice as many people as Korea. This is a fact that many Koreans overlook. Actually, it's the fault of the swollen pride of Koreans, who, despite being sandwiched between China, Japan, North Korea, and Russia, don't fear any of their neighboring countries. It's an inevitable ethnic hereditary disease. In any case, unlike Koreans who have an innate Chihuahua-like temperament, Yohei Iwamoto, who loves peace, though historically, this is slightly debatable, couldn't help but utter mataku whenever he witnessed the ignorant attitude that failed to recognize the superiority of the Japanese publishing industry. Mataku, really? Really, Koreans don't know their place. How could the Korean publishing industry be on the same level as the Japanese publishing industry? Yohei could cite numerous reasons beyond scale to explain the superiority of the Japanese publishing industry. But the most crucial reason would be this: authority. The Korean publishing industry is on the periphery of the cultural industry. Although bestsellers occasionally get adapted into movies, they remain on the sidelines and continue their insular battles within their own league. In contrast, the Japanese publishing industry is at the heart of the cultural industry. Every year, countless novels are turned into manga, dramas, animations, movies, and plays. One source multi-use, OSMU. It is the heart of media mix. So, to Yohei Iwamoto, the Korean publishing industry, which lost the initiative of media mix to the web novel industry, was merely a half-finished product. The reason why the literary circle grinds their teeth whenever they see web novels is not for any other reason. In any case, from Yohei Iwamoto's perspective, the Bike Hack Publishing's Lim Yongwook, or whatever his name was, couldn't be considered in the same class as himself. Their positions might be similar, but the industry levels are different. Moreover, Yohei Iwamoto is not only a senior editor at Kyosentia but also a translator. And among translators, he is one of the rare few who holds the esteemed title of Booker International nominee. So, it would have been appropriate for Bike Hack Publishing's division head Bexiol, who holds the same title, to personally come to Tokyo for the meeting. How could they send some bald guy named Lim or whatever his name is? Yohei Iwamoto was outraged and indignant at Bike Hack Publishing's serious breach of business manners. It was absolutely not because he had any ulterior motive to meet Bexiol again. Anyway, a thoroughly enraged Yohei Iwamoto decided to show the Korean editor who had come to visit what bitter taste really was. He would probably complain as soon as he arrived about why the distribution ratio of publishing profits was so low, right? He had initially planned to yield after a bit of a tussle, but now there would be no leniency. He was fully prepared for battle. However, it is often said that the first thing to collapse as soon as the battle starts is the battle plan. The fearsome plan of vengeance by Yohei Iwamoto crumbled like a sandcastle in front of the variable called Isaku Shidahara. Iwamoto-kun, may I join this meeting? In Yohei Iwamoto's office, as he was fervently preparing for the meeting, Isaku Shidahara suddenly barged in through the door and asked, Fail to respond within 3 seconds and you fail as a Japanese. Fortunately, Yohei Iwamoto passed the Japanese test. Of course, it would be an honor. Haha, honor is a bit much. EP8 Dark Adaptation. There are various types of honorifics in Japanese. Among them, the honorifics attached to someone's name are directly connected to speech level and generally signify hierarchy, making them quite important. And Isaku Shidahara did not call Iwamoto san, but kuin. In both Korea and Japan, kuin is an expression used for someone of lower status. That's right. Isaku Shitahara was in a position where he could casually call his editor in charge, Yohei Iwamoto, kuin. If he felt like it, he could even use chan. What could Iwamoto do if Shitahara started calling him Yohei-chan, as an act of disrespect? From that moment, Iwamoto would become Yohei-chan, and Yohei-chan would have no choice but to endure the pressure of hierarchy with teary eyes. Fortunately, Shitahara wasn't such an inconsiderate old man, so Iwamoto remained Iwamoto-kun instead of Yohei-chan. Still, Iwamoto didn't only feel resentment towards the kun honorific. The fact that Shitahara freely treated Iwamoto as a subordinate indicated a certain level of familiarity, didn't it? On the contrary, if Shitahara suddenly started calling him Iwamoto-san one day, Iwamoto would have to figure out what he did wrong from that day onwards. That's the way it is. But when he heard the following honorific, Yohei Iwamoto widened his eyes. Long time no see Inseop-kun. Author Shitahara-nim? How are you here? Haha. I just thought I'd drop by to see your face after a long time. If it startled you, I apologize. Iwamoto didn't notice the surprised look on Moon Inseop's face upon encountering author Shitahara at the meeting place. A specific word had caught Iwamoto's ear. Inseop-kun. The word was so shocking that Iwamoto felt a strange howling in his ears. The repeated sound gradually faded away. Inseop-kun. 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 Even though the same kun honorific was used, there was a vast difference between Iwamoto-kun and Inseop-kun. Iwamoto is a surname, and Inseop is a given name. Traditionally, calling someone by their given name signifies more familiarity. In other words, author Shitahara was addressing Moon Inseop more familiarly than himself, whom he'd known for years. Oh! Suddenly, he recalled an old lover from his university days. She had asked Iwamoto, who was kind to his female classmates, "Appa, why do you call her by her name so affectionately?" Iwamoto had considered it an insult. He was always kind to those around him, so why was this annoying woman interrogating him as if he had cheated on her? So the two had a big fight and eventually broke up. But now he understood. It wasn't an interrogation. It was a plea for him to pay more attention to her than to other women. She was embarrassed to say such a thing outright, so it came out harshly. Iwamoto now understood her feelings. "Chihiro, are you doing well?" Of course, Iwamoto couldn't ask Shitahara. "Why do you call that kid's name more familiarly than mine?" So he silently soothed his aching heart. However, whether fortunately or unfortunately, Iwamoto's question was soon answered by the following conversation between the two. Since Shitahara could speak Korean, Iwamoto could only watch their friendly conversation from the side. "Still, it doesn't seem like it's been a long time. It's my first time seeing you face to face since the Booker Prize, but it feels like we just parted yesterday." "Ah, does Inseop-kun feel that way too?" "So do I. It seems like I might have troubled you with too many emails." "Haha, not at all." Boom! It was as if lightning struck behind Iwamoto's head. The shock came like lightning. No way! Have these two been in close contact since the Booker Prize? It was true. Most of the exchanges were initiated by Isaku Shitahara's first email, but Moon-in also diligently replied with the feeling of being a fan. And in the midst of that, they became familiar with each other's names. Shitahara had started calling Moon-in by his first name. Yohei Iwamoto, being an experienced editor, could immediately infer the nuances of their relationship. That must have been it. Both were novelists, and Moon-in was not just any novelist but an unparalleled genius in the industry. He was certainly worthy of Shitahara's attention. How much literary exchange must have occurred outside of Iwamoto's view? Moon-in was definitely someone who could inspire Shitahara, and that was something Iwamoto could never offer, because he wasn't a novelist. The only thing Yohei Iwamoto could offer Isaku Shitahara was money. Like a man who could only offer money, desperate and vulgar in his attempt to hold on to the departing heart, Iwamoto opened his mouth. "Department Head Lim, Shall we start discussing business now? What? Oh yes, let's do that. I've prepared some materials in case you have questions about the publishing revenue ratio with Baikak Poo. At that moment, author Sitahara cleared his throat. Ahem. If it's not too much trouble, could we postpone the business talk a bit longer? I still have a few things to convey to Insiap-kun. What?
I'm sorry.
But it's really important. Iwamoto momentarily wore a blank expression. Then, with hollow eyes, he looked back and forth between Sitahara and Moon-in before finally nodding. That day, Yohei Iwamoto's sincere emotions were slightly trampled. ****. I didn't know author Sitahara had invested in the movie. Indeed, from what I've heard, the director is quite remarkable. He's going to introduce us, so we'll probably meet him soon. We might run into him by chance while following our schedule. You know we have a broadcast recording from early morning tomorrow, right? You need to go to bed early today. Got it. Yes. Lim Yongwook made a gesture indicating he would keep an eye on things until the end and then left. The hotel room door locked automatically. Only then did I erase the smile from my lips and jump onto the bed. The night sky had darkened, and Tokyo's night view was sparkling, but I didn't have the energy to admire it. The bed was really soft. It embraced me deeply as if it would devour me, trying to lull me to sleep with its fluffy texture. But I felt a small discomfort there. It was an unease residing not in my body but in my mind. People's spending habits don't change easily. No. How can one dare to generalize such a complex and multifaceted species as humans into one statement? To be more precise, my spending habits don't change easily. In that sense, I would never come to such a hotel with my own money. No matter how soft the bed, how bubbly the bathtub is, or how beautiful the night view of Tokyo beyond the window, it's the same. Ever since I learned the room rate for one night, a small discomfort had lodged in a corner of my heart. Of course, I knew the accommodation fee was covered by the company. And I knew that I had brought Baikak far more profit than this petty lodging fee. So there was no problem in receiving such treatment from the company. But the discomfort I felt stemmed from emotion, not reason. Isn't everything about how you set your mind to it? Even when looking at the same luxury bag, people have completely different thoughts. Some people see the value of the brand, observe the artisan's touch, and predict that its scarcity will increase its resale value in a few years. Thus, the actual expenditure isn't that significant. But some people feel hatred when looking at a luxury bag. Some people are evicted because they can't pay rent and go hungry because they can't afford food. They resent the existence of a single bag that they couldn't buy even if they saved up their entire salary for several months. The existence of that bag implies the existence of people who can easily afford to buy it, reminding them of the gap between themselves and the wealthy. That's why some people resent the bag. And I was clearly among the latter. I too resented the bag. But what about now? I can now buy those bags that I once resented, and the people who make money off me readily open their wallets to put me in the finest hotels. And that money hasn't just changed my standard of living. It's also changed my social status. I am now a genius writer, a celebrity, a role model, and an entertainer. People perceive me that way. But is that the real me? Have I truly become someone entirely different from my old self? No. So it's laughable. The way people see me is almost entirely based on preconceived notions. They just wanted a young genius writer who brought honor to South Korea. And so, I became that whether it was true or not. This is the reality of admiration and envy. I understand why Kim Bile is not mentally stable. Even with my brief involvement in the entertainment industry, I feel like I'm losing myself between the image seen on camera and the real me. How much worse must it be for Kim Bile? Those in the spotlight are given roles that people want them to play. The truth doesn't matter. People overlay their ideal image onto someone through admiration, expecting and then becoming disappointed. Around midnight that day, I had to face another demand people had for me. Insiap, are you in there? When I opened the door to my room at the urgent call of Lim Yongwook, he immediately thrust his phone screen in my face. Do you know what's going on here? Written there was the wish of the Japanese people. Exclusive coverage, novelist Moon In, actually a Japanese. They wanted me to be Japanese. Chapter 123. The purpose of Bikehack Publishing's book-selling expedition was simple and clear. Since the Japanese animated film Guitar was sweeping through theaters, they intended to hitch a ride and make some sweet money from it. In short, it was about making money. Making money would lead to promotion, making money would bring bonuses, and making money could make Beck Seol the CEO of Bikehack Publishing. However, suddenly hearing about Moon In's secret heritage left everyone in shock. The book-selling expedition was here to make money, not to fight. So, if this were to be likened to a war, this was an ambush that no one could have predicted. Therefore, much like in a war, once the commander acted calm, the chaos quickly subsided. Everyone quiet. And Lim Yong-wook wasn't exactly a bad commander. Don't act rashly over unverified rumors. First, I'll discuss it with author Moon and contact the headquarters to respond. Hopefully, none of you will carelessly stir things up on the internet or social media. That's all. With that, Lim Yong-wook charismatically calmed the staff and headed towards Moon In. And the moment he was alone with Moon In, he wailed like Nobita looking for Doraemon. Inseop, what on earth is going on here? Are you really Japanese? Huh? You're not, right? Unless you're a politician. No, actually even politicians aren't immune to sudden shock reports from the media. No one is free from the media and public opinion unless they are a hermit who distances themselves from worldly values. But here was one of those rare breeds. Why are you so agitated? Huh. If I'm Korean, I'm Korean. If I'm Japanese, I'm Japanese. What difference does bloodline and ethnicity make? And even if there is, what importance is there in the karma inherited from one's parents? Seeing Moon In's calm expression, Lim Yong-wook momentarily thought of a Tibetan fox picture that often circulates online, usually captioned with, "Oh wandering soul, where are you going?" Staring blankly at Moon In for a moment, Lim Yong-wook suddenly recalled the implication of those words and trembled. Nationality and bloodline don't matter? That means, could you possibly know something? Could it be that your mother is really Japanese? Lim Yong-wook was one of the few people who knew about Moon In's parents, but even he didn't know which country Moon In's parents were from. Common sense dictates that no one would approach someone who needs to keep their existence hidden and ask if they are Korean Japanese. So, Lim Yong-wook didn't expect a precise answer from Moon In either. This too was a common sense judgment. How could a child raised at New Light Spring Orphanage know the details about their biological parents? But that's not the case. Really? But Moon Inseop was a regressor. He knew the nationality of his biological parents, because in his past life, driven by desperation, he had desperately dug through the district office to stalk his biological parents. Inseop, I'm really sorry, but are you sure? Yes, I'm really sure. Both are from Seoul. Really? Since Moon In was so certain, Lim Yong-wook was relieved. He was the first to quickly recognize and acknowledge Moon In's adult-level intelligence. Adding to that the trust built over time, Lim Yong-wook regarded Moon In's testimony as about 98% likely to be true. A sigh of relief escaped naturally. Phew! How Moon In knew this is not important. This guy is a troublemaker with the guts, intelligence, and resources to secretly withdraw cash from the bank and hire an errand service. He must have figured it out on his own. So what's important is what he will do next. That's what it is. Lim Yong-wook smiled suspiciously and licked his lips. EP8 Dark Adaptation. Famous Korean novelist M, suspected to be half Japanese. Exclusive, Korea's genius boy. Actually Japanese. Why did Korea hide Moon In's nationality? These strange rumors didn't arise purely by coincidence. It's not that some evil organization plotted to trap Moon In. Rather, the emergence of such rumors was partly inevitable. First, the moment a Korean novelist becomes popular in Japan, there is naturally a suspicious gaze. It's because of historical context. That historical context still lingers and remains a political issue. Words written in blood don't disappear just by changing some textbook phrases. Therefore, when a Korean author's novel ranks first in Japanese bookstores, and the film adaptation of that book also tops the Japanese box office, isn't this too much? Why read the work of a Joseon guy? Such complaints arise. It's extreme right-wing nationalism. And the hardliners within the Liberal Democratic Party have been fanning such perspectives for decades, so the number of people who sympathize with these complaints is not small. Here, the logic of capitalism applies. Centered around the net right wing, people who are annoyed that Korean culture is doing well are in a state of extreme frustration. They become the exact target audience for the refreshment they desperately want. At this point, who sells them the refreshment they desperately want first? The reason why Korea's genius boy Moon In is Japanese makes the money. The first to jump into making money was a YouTuber. He knew Moon In was Korean. He also knew there was little chance he was Japanese. But making money is more important than fact-checking. He used the fact that Moon In was an orphan to craft a clever conspiracy theory and posted it as a video. And he got a huge number of views. However, as is often the case in the online patriotism indulgence service industry, there was a slight lack of respect towards fellow industry workers. It didn't take long for all kinds of similar videos to flood the market. You could call it Japanese National Pride TV. The countless fake news pieces gradually added more flesh to the story, sometimes creating very interesting conspiracy theories. And as is often the case these days, an internet newspaper picked it up first, and a somewhat gullible newspaper with a not-so-bright journalist got hooked. This is how the Moon In's Japanese origin theory became a mainstream opinion. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Say something that makes sense. Damn it. Bang. Yohei Iwamoto, the senior editor and translator at Kyosentia, slammed the desk as he stood up. His subordinates, trembling, bowed their heads. This was a stark contrast to the image he showed in front of Isaku Shidahara. But the fact is, the cold Tokyo man is icy to others but warm to his own author. While he showed an angelic face in front of Shidahara, Iwamoto was nothing short of a devil, a brute, and a demon to his subordinates. You could say he was a sort of Lucifer kind of figure. What the hell happened? What did you do to cause this mess? Well, damn it, I know. The subordinate, looking dejected and cowering, muttered to himself, "Bastard!" Meanwhile, Yohei Iwamoto quickly grasped the whole situation with his agile mind. However, the situation itself was incredibly frustrating. I mean, what kind of major media grabs onto YouTube fake news and makes a fuss about it? Of course, Japan is indeed a country of long-standing conspiracies and scandals. This is especially true in the entertainment industry. Adultery and daijizza, prostration, apologies are beautiful traditions of the Japanese entertainment world. But that's only fun when it's happening to the neighbors. When it's your house on fire, it's a different story altogether. Especially since Yohei Iwamoto had put a tremendous amount of effort into selling the novel Guitar. Although it began with the unexpected success of the animated film Guitar, and his rivalry with Bike Hack Publishing's Beck Seol fueled his motivation, Iwamoto was genuinely dedicated to selling Guitar. As a senior editor and translator at Kyosentia, he had done everything possible. Promotions, translations, commercials, marketing, binding, and so on. Though he might not know much about parenting, he certainly wouldn't have done this much for a child of his own. And everyone at the company knew it. But if the sales of Guitar plummeted, Iwamoto's career would be in jeopardy too. Excuses about bad luck wouldn't fly. Iwamoto had already suffered a political blow from the failure to win the Booker International Prize. Another failure here might really get him exiled from Tokyo to the Tsushima branch. Damn it! So, there's no room for rumors in his publishing business. Yohei Iwamoto roared in frustration. What is Bike Hack? What is Bike Hack Publishing doing right now? There's still no official comment from them. Why isn't there any news when they should be clarifying as quickly as possible? Go check directly at the hotel if you have to. Yes, sir. While the subordinate, who inherited the spirit of a ninja, dashed to the hotel. Iwamoto chewed his nails nervously, thinking of a way to handle this crisis. Responding by the book? That's not the answer. Those spreading conspiracy theories aren't doing it out of ignorance. They're doing it because it's entertaining. Try bringing a certificate proving Moon-in is a pure Korean. It would only become a new laughingstock. So desperate to prove he's not Japanese, they would say. Iwamoto sensed the familiar scent of ijime, bullying, wafting through this incident. In the Japanese entertainment industry, bullying is also a form of entertainment. How many shows are there where idols laugh and joke around as they handle earthworms? It's the same here. This is bullying directed at Moon-in, a punishment for daring to gain fame in Japan as a Korean. A public backlash for competing with Shitahara for the Booker International Prize as a mere Korean kid. An indiscriminate attack on an unpopular celebrity. How can he navigate through this? What about the film? How's the film doing? If the author's scandal shakes the film's success, it's no longer just a problem for Hitakawa Group, but a major issue involving the film distributor as well. Manager! Iwamoto snapped out of his thoughts at the sound of a subordinate's voice. The subordinate was holding out a smartphone with a trembling hand. "Tich, the official statement from Bikehack Publishing." "Let me see." Iwamoto practically snatched the phone. And as soon as he saw the screen, he frowned. He couldn't understand it from the first sentence. "We cannot disclose details about author Moon-in's family history due to privacy concerns." And there was no further explanation. Oh! Iwamoto's mind went blank. What are they trying to do here? If it's true, say it's true. If it's not, say it's not. They should clearly state. Masaka, no way. Iwamoto's brain, his career on the line, spun furiously. And soon he deduced the answer. These Koreans, are they pretending the rumor is true? Crazy bastards. The moment they started pretending it's true, Iwamoto realized the rumor was completely false. This was a lie and a scam targeting all of Japan. A cheap plot that even a low-quality light novel would avoid, trying to get people to buy into the idea that the Korean genius boy is actually Japanese. Yohei Iwamoto, as a Japanese, found this utterly unacceptable. Of course, he had to break through this vile lie and reveal the truth. But Yohei Iwamoto slowly closed his eyes. When he did, he saw the proud Hinomaru flag fluttering in the blue sky. The white flag with the red dot waved high like the sun. Yohei Iwamoto slowly lowered that flag, carefully folded it, and hid it somewhere in his heart. And he raised the flag composed of the Taeguk symbol and the 4 trigrams in its place. For a moment, the proud Taeguki fluttered in Yohei Iwamoto's heart. Damn it! Clenching his fists in self-reproach, Iwamoto couldn't help but envision Lim Yong-wook's kindly smiling face before his eyes. Just this once, I'll cooperate dash. With firm determination, Iwamoto donned his suit and burst out of the office, running somewhere. It wasn't long after that Japan's great literary figure, Isaku Shitahara, officially inquired about adopting Moon-in from New Light Spring Orphanage. Chapter 124. A hot bomb fell on the peaceful Japanese archipelago. Not that bomb made by Oppenheimer, but a bomb called Moon-in of unknown origin. The surprise box office hit of the animated movie Guitar, and the combination infused with the spirit of Bikehack Publishing and Kayasensha, shouting, "Damn it! We'll cooperate just this once." Actually, even setting all this aside, when viewing modern entertainment from a common-sense perspective, it's hard for a self-made genius boy novelist to not be popular. Although the Koreans, who quickly heat up and cool down just as fast, had grown tired of chewing, tearing apart, tasting, and enjoying Moon-in soup over time, to the Japanese, Moon-in soup was a piping hot new dish. Although there was the minor issue of being Korean-made, once the great chef Yohei Iwamoto gave his quality guarantee, the Japanese eagerly savored the delicacy with peace of mind. That quality guarantee, of course, was Isaku Shitahara's public announcement of his intention to adopt. Here, he's a verified pro-Japanese. Feel free to indulge in fandom. For some reason, the adoption news was announced through the media before Shitahara's own statement, and to the Japanese, It was literally received as status assurance. It was understood that instead of truly becoming parent and child, Isaku Shidahara intended to take Moonin Seop as his disciple and incorporate him into the Japanese literary world. This interpretation was partly due to Isaku Shidahara's fame as a social figure who had adopted many children, but also because of the traditional Japanese custom of adoptive registration. Japan, along with the United States, is one of the countries where adoption is most frequently practiced. However, while American adoptions are often based on multiculturalism, Japanese adoptions frequently occur under the pretext of succession of family business. Indeed, it's a spirit of succession. Whether making ramen, performing kabuki, or engaging in politics, Japanese people have a tradition of passing down family businesses through generations. This is especially true for specialized skills that are disconnected from the general public. When there is no heir or the heir refuses to take over the family business, adoption is a highly effective means of business succession. In this cultural context, Isaku Shidahara's adoption attempt was interpreted as follows. That is, as saying, "I will make Moon in my successor." What? So it was only natural that Isaku Shidahara was dumbfounded when he heard the news of him adopting Moon in through the media. Dark adaptation. Japanese people are different on the outside and inside. This was a common prejudice held by foreigners. But it's a misunderstanding. In fact, Japanese people are so shy that they cannot honestly reveal their true feelings. Thus, the bashful Japanese Imperial Army initiated the Manchurian Incident and occupied Manchuria without informing the emperor or the government. This is evident even from the manju pastries sold at rest stops. The soldiers who started the war and occupied Manchuria were not punished, because they succeeded anyway, leaving a very beautiful precedent in Japan. The idea is to just do it first and make up for it later. Although Renya Mutaguchi, who arbitrarily started the Marco Polo Bridge incident and triggered the Sino-Japanese War, is still cursed. It's because he failed to occupy China. Would he have been cursed if he had occupied China? Indeed, victory means a legitimate army, and defeat means a rebel. Thus, the just do it first, apologize later spirit wasn't wrong. So Yohei Iwamoto, a descendant of the samurai, did not hesitate to follow this very ancient tradition. He first leaked the news to the media that Isaku Shidahara is trying to adopt Moon in, and that news became very sensational, was received very positively, and greatly boosted this quarter's book sales. If one were to measure the success of the endeavor, it would undoubtedly be considered a success. Therefore, according to Japanese customary law, Yohei Iwamoto is clearly innocent. However, Yohei Iwamoto, being a very humble person, and the inherently shy nature of the Japanese people, made him bow his head humbly in front of author Shidahara. So humble, in fact, that his head touched the ground. It was a dejiza. "I am sorry. I truly have no face to show. I apologize from the bottom of my heart." At Shidahara Isaku's house, on a beautifully decorated Japanese-style wooden floor, an authentic dejiza with 100% fidelity was displayed. It was a traditional art performance worthy of being an intangible cultural heritage. Of course, Shidahara, seeing the beautiful dejiza, did not forgive Iwamoto out of admiration, but at least it alleviated his perplexed feelings. What on earth is this about? After this, the usual story unfolded. Yohei Iwamoto, knowing he wouldn't be believed, explained that everything happened due to the mistakes and misunderstandings of his subordinates, and Shidahara Isaku, knowing it was a lie, pretended to accept Yohei Iwamoto's explanation graciously. This was necessary for both to save face. In reality, the explanation and forgiveness between the two were not because Iwamoto performed a good dejiza, but because Iwamoto had already understood Shidahara's character accurately. Yohei Iwamoto had not crossed the line in Shidahara's heart, and the accumulated favors Iwamoto had built up were sufficient to cover this level of mistake. Both implicitly acknowledged this fact, so the performance was very smooth. They exchanged beautiful acts of apology and forgiveness. But as Iwamoto continuously bowed his head while leaving Shidahara's residence, Shidahara wore a bitter smile and revealed a small part of his inner thoughts. Is this really worth going this far? Yohei Iwamoto laughed awkwardly, as if it was only natural. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Do we really have to go this far? Of course. Lim Yongwook nodded without a moment's hesitation, and he exclaimed with a serious expression. We need to sell the books first, right? It's a bit rude to say, but it sounds a bit trashy. Even if the world were to end tomorrow, I would sell one more book before I die. Leaving behind the creepily muttering Lim Yongwook, I quietly responded to the incessantly ringing phone to silence it. Then Lim Yongwook peeked over at me. What are you doing? Replying to messages. People are going crazy asking if I'm really going to be adopted in Japan and become Japanese. Who? Professor Gu? Or Actor Kim? Why do you assume it's just one specific person? Right? Everyone must be freaking out. Starting from the, is your mother Japanese? Incident to the adoption turmoil now, being entangled in all sorts of incidents, Korea was already in chaos. Naturally, I was receiving all sorts of contacts from acquaintances, and just from that, I could guess the current state of Korea. But there is one clear fact. Whatever state Korea is in, it can't be worse than here. Gently lifting the hotel room curtain, I saw the crowd gathered at the hotel entrance. A mix of fans, journalists, and onlookers. Surprisingly, all these people had come to see me. Why? The answer is too obvious to ask. The collaboration between Baikak Publishing and Kyosentia that I saw was oriented in a specific direction, which was to make me familiar and acceptable to Japanese society. The promotion was already sufficient. In fact, the anime movie Guitar alone had reached the maximum level of publicity. So the only thing left was to make people open their wallets, and the collaboration between Baikak and Kyosentia was focused on this. And both publishing houses were companies well-versed in extracting money from readers. When reporters asked Baikak Publishing, they received the following answers. Who are Moon In-seop's parents? We cannot disclose this for privacy protection. Is it true that Moon In-seop's mother is Japanese? It is a personal privacy matter. When reporters asked Kyosentia, they received the following answers. Is the rumor that Moon In-seop is Japanese true? Our goal is to introduce good books to readers regardless of the author's nationality, so we kindly ask for your continued support. So, Moon In-seop's nationality is? Does it matter if it's Japan or Korea, as long as the book is good? In the midst of all this, the icing on the cake was the rumor of author Isaku Shidahara adopting me, and so, I became the genius boy who was abandoned in Korea but succeeded on his own in the barren land of literature. Returning to his homeland to uncover the secret of his lineage and becoming the successor of a great literary figure. Lim Yongwook said that no Japanese person's heart could fail to be moved by this storyline. As evidence, the books were sold out in bookstores as soon as they were put on shelves. Indeed, popularity seems to translate into money. But as a result, I had to stay practically confined in a hotel in the heart of Tokyo, because the changing situation also altered my activity strategy. You are now the mysterious genius boy beyond conspiracy theories and rumors. At least this time, it's not about being cool, fun, and sexy. I'm glad it's not cool, fun, cute, or whatever it was this time. It was cool, chic, and cutely cute, you know? Lim Yongwook was a salesman who knew how to flexibly change sales strategies according to the situation. And he aimed to turn Moon In-seop into a luxury brand to sell. I've cancelled all the broadcasts for now. You can't speak Japanese, and even if you go out with an interpreter, you wouldn't be able to maintain the perfect genius boy concept that people expect. Well, that's a relief. And we no longer have to beg on broadcasts for people to buy the book. Lim Yongwook was currently managing the cooperation between the Baikak Publishing headquarters and Kyosentia, directing additional staff dispatched from Korea. Even in a situation where it was clear he was extremely busy, he would come and go from my hotel room to brief me on the progress. His tone was somewhat frivolous, but if you listened to the content, it was like a report to a workplace superior. I was confident in writing books but clueless about selling them, so even when I told him there was no need to explain everything, Lim Yongwook stuck to his principles. But you still need to know. Come on. What's the point of me knowing? It's not like I have the ability to meddle even if I knew. That's how you learn. Do you think farmers never visit the agricultural companies? Producers must clearly understand the distribution process to avoid being swindled. Thus, my daily routine became extremely simple. Eat at the hotel, listen to Lim Yong-wook talk about business. Then read books, write books, listen to talks about selling books, and then fall asleep. In truth, it wasn't much different from when I lived alone in my studio. The bed was just a bit softer, and the food tasted better. Honestly, I didn't really feel like a celebrity writer who came to Japan to work, and it didn't even feel like sightseeing. I never had a reason to go outside due to the reporters, and the hotel staff could speak Korean. As I was gradually adapting to this peculiar life in Japan, in Siop, we definitely need to attend this event. I received an invitation to the mansion of my prospective adoptive parent. The residence of Japan's great writer, Isaku Shidahara, was located not far from the heart of Tokyo's urban area. However, the distinctive feature was its highly traditional architectural style, to the extent that it was hard to distinguish it from the numerous temples and shrines scattered throughout the city. In Siop. Over here. Hello, author Nim. Welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you. And you too, editor. Lim Yong-wook greeted author Isaku Shidahara in fluent Japanese. Judging by the length of the conversation, it was a very formal greeting. Isaku Shidahara, impressed by Lim Yong-wook's Japanese skills, engaged in a prolonged conversation, giving me the chance to look around the house. It feels like a hanok. Having no particular interest in traditional architecture, I couldn't distinguish between a hanok and a traditional Japanese house. However, I could sense the Japanese style of this house, thanks to the distinct Japanese atmosphere emanating from the garden. Oh!
Drip, top. Drip, top.
A decorative object, like something out of an anime, was placed between the mini waterfalls in the garden. It was a bamboo decoration that tipped like a seesaw, letting the water flow into a stream and making a clunking sound as it hit the ground. That's a shirshiro-doshi. It's also called a sozu. Interesting, isn't it? Yes, it's impressive. Really? Isaku Shidahara guided us through the garden with a gentle smile. Whenever I see that shirshiro-doshi, I think to myself, what exactly is style? Actually, the shirshiro-doshi is just a tool to scare away deer and birds, like a scarecrow. But people look at it and find the most Japanese aesthetic in it. It's probably because Western movies most typically use the shirshiro-doshi to represent Japan. So where does the style of the shirshiro-doshi come from? The inherent beauty of the object? Or the very tip of the finger pointing at it, saying it's stylish? It's a mystery. Following behind author Shidahara, we came upon a middle-aged man sitting on the wooden floor. He had a sharp, sensitive look. The moment he saw us, he swallowed nervously and stood up. Author Shidahara smiled and introduced him to us. This is director Kenji Matsumoto. He was the director of the animated movie Guitar. Chapter 125. Anyone working in the Korean publishing industry sometimes suffer from mental agony. Ugh. Why don't Koreans read books? Muttering such nonsense. However, the real reason for the suffering of Korean publishing industry workers is not because of the industry recession. If that were the case, all Koreans should have been suffering. Since 1997, the devastated economy of the common people has become a tradition in Korea. Therefore, the real reason Korean publishing industry workers are suffering is not because the industry is struggling, but because we're on the brink of death, while the neighboring country's publishing industry is thriving. And unfortunately, it's those damn Japanese. And this feeling is exactly the same for people in the Japanese film industry. Many Japanese filmmakers felt like their guts wrenching when they saw So Tae-woong bringing home something like the Berlin Golden Bear from the neighboring country while they were barely surviving. Film director Kenji Matsumoto was no exception. The Japanese film industry, especially the live-action sector, is going through a terrible dark age. The pain is doubled because the past golden age of Japanese cinema was so brilliant. The production committee system entrenched in the industry, and the monopoly of distributors reduced directors' authority and increased the influence of sponsors, further lowering the treatment of all filmmakers. And with only the past being glorious, an industry where the present is tough and there's no future does not attract talent. Kenji Matsumoto, who dreamed of becoming the savior of the Japanese film industry, saw his vision darken. Fortunately, however, the wise predecessors left numerous famous sayings to save the suffering people. The sayings they left behind still remain by our side, shining like the North Star, guiding our lives. If you don't like the temple, you should leave the temple. If you're frustrated, you should do it yourself. If you're pissed off, get out. So Kenji Matsumoto quit being a film director. And then he transitioned to being an animation film director, the last bastion of the Japanese film industry. However, the gonzo attitude he had developed while sticking to live-action films didn't disappear easily, and that twisted stubbornness stuck to his heart like a sticky gum was, in a word, close to an artistic obsession. That's right, he was a man with a disease. Kenji Matsumoto was a man who, even knowing that the heroine's bouncing breasts bring in money, stubbornly poured his heart into elements of social criticism. And he was a man with a strange disease that made him feel uneasy unless he crammed mise-en-scene and metaphors into movies even for 7-year-olds. That bizarre persistence was the most crucial reason that would later make him a master of Japanese animated films. But that's a story from a different time. The present Kenji Matsumoto was a rookie director who had succeeded in turning a Korean novel into a film against everyone's opposition, and that film swept through Japanese theaters, instantly changing his world. Thus, the current director Kenji Matsumoto was a rookie who couldn't believe in his talent and believed that the success of the film was driven by the original author's ability. Therefore, his gratitude for the unbelievable success was directed towards a young boy. Author Moon-in. Director Matsumoto, who was sitting on the floor of writer Sitahara's house, ran out to the garden barefoot as soon as he saw Moon-in. "I really wanted to meet you." Director Matsumoto grabbed Moon-in's hand. It was closer to capturing than shaking hands. At an age where one would normally be startled and run away if a middle-aged man with an impatient impression and bloodshot eyes suddenly grabbed their hand, fortunately Moon-in, having been through thick and thin, was no longer at a level to be surprised by this much. Moon-in maintained a serene expression akin to a Tibetan fox, while director Matsumoto, unable to contain his excitement, babbled away. "Author Moon-in. No, should I call you Author Fumihito instead? No, it doesn't matter what I call you, that's not important right now. I am truly grateful. I am humbled to have gained such undeserved fame through this wonderful work. It's all thanks to you. Thank you. How can I ever repay this grace?" To this, Moon-in replied. Director Matsumoto didn't understand. It was in Korean, so Isaku Sitahara laughed and translated. "He says he doesn't understand Japanese." Ah. EP8 Dark Adaptation. Wandering around Bikehack Entertainment, one encounters all sorts of people. Actors, singers, idols, comedians, and so on. Since Bikehack Entertainment is an octopus-like company that would be hit with antitrust laws and explode if it were in the US, the types of people wandering around the company were countless. But among them, So Tae-woong was an exception. He was a person who came all the way to Bikehack Entertainment just to secure the film adaptation of my work, lurking around sneakily. So, film director So Tae-woong was, in my opinion, the Park Ji-sung, Kim Yoona, and Yoo Jae-suk of Stalker World. Of course, So Tae-woong is So Tae-woong in the world of film directors. However, the director Matsumoto I met in Japan also showed a level of madness comparable to So Tae-woong. Starting with grabbing the hand of a kid he met for the first time and pouring out everything he wanted to say, he seemed a bit crazy. I don't know if all film directors' personalities are like this, or if director Matsumoto is the So Tae-woong of Japan. Moreover, I don't speak Japanese, so it was even scarier. Experiencing a middle-aged man with an impatient impression and bloodshot eyes staring at me and spewing out words I couldn't understand like a machine gun isn't something anyone can easily go through. However, our conversation proceeded more smoothly than expected, thanks to the presence of two people who could translate between Korean and Japanese. With the help of Lim Yong-wook and writer Sitahara, the meeting with director Matsumoto was quite fruitful and deep. That day, Many conversations took place at writer Sitahara's house. The most interesting conversation was about why director Matsumoto was so fixated on guitar. It's like the darkness of society. Darkness. Yes. From the moment of setting the protagonist as a girl who escaped from a group of runaway teenagers, something went ping-dash for me. If I were to describe director Matsumoto's inclination in literary terms, it seemed closer to participatory literature rather than pure literature. This was clearly revealed in the topics of conversation he discussed. Modern society, especially life in rural areas, looks very sophisticated and modern, but sometimes I wonder, is the term modern synonymous with sophisticated? I don't think so. In fact, the life of modern people is a repetition of labor, struggling to survive while being burdened by gas bills, electricity bills, water bills, and insurance premiums. Urban life is not advanced at all. No, the word advanced itself commonly used implies that humans are beings tied to labor and wages. According to research on the distribution of the truly poor, a significant proportion of them live in cities, not rural areas. Yet, mass media depict cities as sleek spaces filled with grand skyscrapers and neatly dressed office workers. The people struggling in the shadows within those spaces receive no attention at all. They certainly exist. They are not so few as to be ignored, and they are suffering serious pain, yet they are overlooked. In that sense, I find the lifestyle of runaway teenagers dealt with in Guitar to be a very meaningful setting in literary terms. The fact that this work was ahead of its time can be seen in the issue of Toyoko Kids problem that's recently emerging in Japan. Ahem. Director Matsumoto's seemingly endless artistic discourse came to a halt with the mention of the term Toyoko Kids. It seemed he thought it was a somewhat inappropriate topic to discuss in front of a child. Indeed, the issue of runaway teenagers earning money through underage prostitution near subway stations is not a social issue to be discussed in front of someone under 19. Especially since the recent incident in which the Toyoko children were exploited, abandoned, and committed suicide together, has cast a cold shadow over Japanese society. Director Matsumoto, realizing his misstep, awkwardly cleared his throat, and writer Sitahara sipped his tea with an equally awkward smile. To ease the discomfort of the adults, I shifted the topic to something more comfortable. The issue of runaway teenagers is serious in Korea as well. Especially recently with the spread of drugs, runaway families have been distributing drugs. These organizations, connected to smuggling black market dealers, use children who face relatively lighter legal punishment as distribution networks. Inevitably, many kids with no future, like those from orphanages, get sucked into this. There are no adults around to hold them back, right? For some reason, Lim Yong-wook seemed to be having a hard time translating my words. In the end, writer Sitahara changed the subject. I also calmed down and wrapped up the dark talk. That's right. Isn't it also the role of us artists to find parts that society doesn't see and persistently shine a light on them? So I had no choice either. Director Matsumoto here suddenly came to me, lecturing about an artist's duty and demanding money. Writer Nim. When did I ever do that? Then what do you call it when you demand money and tell me not to interfere with the production? In the end, director Matsumoto was teased by writer Sitahara, weighed down by his past deeds. As a result, the specific amount of money writer Sitahara had invested in director Matsumoto was revealed. It was over 3 billion Korean won. My goodness! Even Lim Yong-wook, who was busy translating, was so shocked by the amount that he let out an exclamation. I was just as surprised, my mouth hanging open, while director Matsumoto, overwhelmed with gratitude, kept bowing repeatedly. Though I can't say it enough, I am sincerely grateful to writer Sitahara. That's enough. You've already said it over 1,000 times. A man who can shell out 3 billion won with just one request, Isuka Sitahara, sipped his tea leisurely with a relaxed smile. And I too felt grateful to him. It meant he highly valued the writing of a child he briefly met at the Booker International Prize reading. When I belatedly expressed my gratitude to writer Sitahara, an unexpected answer came back. It was also the reason for Sitahara's aggressive investment. As he savored the scent of tea, Isaka Sitahara spoke calmly with a serene smile. I recently went to the hospital. They said it's colorectal cancer. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was something even director Kenji Matsumoto didn't know. His tears were proof of that. Death is a subject that, no matter how calmly spoken, can never be taken lightly, so that day's meeting ended under a heavy weight. But writer Sitahara tried his best to make us feel comfortable, and the many stories he shared still linger in my mind. 3 billion won. Lying in bed at the hotel, I thought about 3 billion won. It's enough to buy a house in Seoul. And a pretty good house at that. But Isaka Sitahara used that money for a single film director and a novel by a boy from the neighboring country. It was closer to charity than an investment, an act of goodwill extended by a veteran of the arts to his juniors. And that goodwill, rolling down the hill like a snowball, ended up turning the entire country of Japan upside down. And it birthed a masterpiece. That masterpiece would remain forever, even after writer Sitahara passed away. Perhaps, this is the final work left behind by novelist Isaka Sitahara without picking up a pen. My mind is a mess. Money, art, film, capital, popularity, the public, death. Various words tumble around, tangled like a ball of thread. They aren't clear questions, nor clear answers, just a series of thoughts that persistently linger in my head. At times like this, I turn to literature. Fortunately, I have some talent for it. I got out of bed and sat in front of the manuscript paper. Director Kenji Matsumoto described Guitar like this: a novel dealing with the darkness of society. But that's not right. Guitar is a novel about me, not society. When I was writing Guitar, everything was chaotic. I traveled back in time, faced success for the first time, and that initial taste of success was unpleasant. The public that had ignored my writing now raved about the same work. Because I was a young orphan. So what was the meaning of my efforts? What was the meaning of a life begging for success, begging for awards, begging for popularity? All of it seemed meaningless in the face of the birth of a young genius. That's right. The moment I was born, too many things had already been decided. Guitar was a novel conceived from this realization. Therefore, Guitar was about my identity. What is the meaning of a life born without purpose, meaning, or name? How does one fully own their life? What is the meaning of a journey without a destination? What completes a human being? It is about giving oneself a name, deciding by one's own will what kind of person to become, what kind of life to lead. So humans who dream are beautiful. I wrote such a piece. Of course, this interpretation is not the only correct one. The authority of creation lies with the author, but the authority of interpretation lies with the reader. So, it's up to the reader's free mind how to interpret it. But the fact remains that I wrote Guitar because of me. Looking back, all my novels were like that. Cause of Death determined the reason for my death, and Guitar pondered the meaning of my life.
Demon Sword Nim.
Please Control Me taught me, who hated readers, how to entertain them, and a love story washed away the hatred in Red Hunter. And The Show Must Go On told me that time is neither linear nor flat, but made up solely of memories. So, I was able to let go of what I had lost by coming back in time, and finally faced Gu Yuna in Isomer. Therefore, my life progresses through literature. This is my life. I've staked my life on writing. But in the end, is my literature progressing? Ha! It's a night of deep contemplation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Korea and Japan are neighboring countries. There's almost no time difference. When it's night in Japan, it's also night in Korea. Therefore, when Moon In-seop in Japan, under the spell of dawn emotions, sent a text to Korea, the unfortunate victim had to wake up at dawn to check the message. Today's victim was Gu Hak-jun. Writers are, by nature, sensitive people. It means they can be a bit prickly. Park Chang-woon is a walking example of that. However, Gu Hak-jun, with his gentle character, had been correcting his innate prickliness, cultivating a profound and pure internal strength befitting a great literary figure. But just as one born under a cursed star cannot escape their fate, humans cannot completely escape their inherent nature. Gu Hakjun, too, could not escape the curse of sensitivity, the fate of an artist, especially his hearing. Gu Hakjun was so sensitive to noise that Min Chai-won, who was accustomed to apartment living, moved to a detached house for her husband, who suffered from noise between floors. Therefore, he woke up from a single text that arrived at dawn. Damn! Gu Hakjun's refined internal strength prevented the word damn from escaping his lips. But he couldn't help what he felt inside. While inwardly cursing, Gu Hakjun checked his phone. And then he sheepishly smiled and took back the curse. The text was from a beloved, soon-to-be student, who was as dear to him as the apple of his eye. Ah! It's our In-sip. Half asleep, Gu Hakjun smiled warmly and read the text. He squinted slightly because he wasn't wearing his glasses. Let's see. What is literature? Haha. It seemed that author Moon was once again under the magical spell of dawn. At that age, it can happen. After agonizing over literature for a long time while intoxicated by night and sleep, he finally throws a desperate question to his most trusted mentor, despite the rudeness. Gu Hakjun, understanding this sentiment, sent a sincere reply. After a short consultation, sacrificing some of his sleep, he went back to bed. Of course, it would take quite some time for the sensitive Gu Hakjun to fall back asleep, but his face on the pillow was full of satisfaction from teaching his junior. However, if he had known about the terrible disaster that was to come, he would not have been able to smile so peacefully. That disaster began when the same text message arrived the next dawn. And the day after that, and the day after that, too. Chapter 126. There were a few heinous crimes in this world that could shock the heavens, the earth, and even a passing cat, and one of them is sending a text at dawn. It wasn't the malicious notification sound that woke one from sleep. It was the curiosity trigger of wanting to know what the dawn text is about that is truly heinous. But Gu Hakjun, instead of being angry at this heinous act, rather enjoyed it. This was not only because he was a man of virtue, but because Gu Hakjun himself also slightly enjoyed this dawn messaging. That's right, Gu Hakjun enjoyed it too. EP8 Dark Adaptation. Recently, he has been misunderstood as Moon in Stalker, but Gu Hakjun's main occupation is actually a university professor. He is a person who takes teaching others as his profession. Such an educator would not refuse questions from a student, especially if that student was an S-class genius who was dear to his heart. And Gu Hakjun is also a novelist. He still has the sensibilities of a youth. The secret literary Q&A exchanged at dawn. Doesn't it make one's heart tingle in some way? On a rainy day, in the deep dawn, a message sent by a young genius exhausted from pondering literature. The rich fragrance of literature blooming from worries and discussions. Doesn't it evoke a classic romance? Like the philosophers, musicians, and writers of the Renaissance in Europe exchanging their thoughts and ideas through letters? Although Min Chai-won said it sounded like the opening of a BL novel, that was just the opinion of an uneducated, unprofessional person. What would a cold-hearted capitalist, whose cultural interests were limited to mass media filled with nonsense? No? Gu Hakjun had no mercy, not even towards his wife. Of course, only in terms of literature. But separate from his own interest, the discussions with Moon In at dawn somehow felt like they lacked substance. It's not that they didn't communicate well. Rather, they communicated too well. It was like a drinking party between like-minded friends. Even with cheap drinks and snacks, as long as there was a close friend to talk to, one could repeat the same story for hours and still enjoy the gathering. And as with such gatherings, upon reflection the next day, the conversations were usually about nothing in particular. The discussions between Gu Hakjun and Moon In were like that. Almost every conversation was right, exactly. Because they understood each other so well, there was no new topic to discuss. Gu Hakjun discovered something interesting here. Moon In's literary perspective was strangely similar to his own. Thus, Gu Hakjun was surprised twice. First, he was surprised that someone who wasn't his student was so similar to him, and second, he was surprised that a mere middle school writer could keep up with the knowledge of a university professor. Since Gu Hakjun also taught literature, he had his own curriculum. It's not about finding the right answer in literature, but since university professors' classes can't change every year, there are established patterns and inertia. So, when Moon-in asked, "What is literature exactly?" Gu Hakjun began to unravel the repertoire he first teaches to freshmen. But Moon-in already knew that, so they skipped the basics and moved on to advanced stages. And yet, Moon-in kept up with the progress. At first, he wondered, what is this kid? But it became interesting. Unable to contain his overflowing intellectual impulses, he started discussing topics beyond the undergraduate level. He got so excited that he even mixed in terms he used in France. And yet, they still understood each other. From then on, it was obvious. It didn't take long for Gu Hakjun, who was perfectly gaslighted by the perpetrator, to look forward to dawn. Although the conversations were pretty much the same every day, Gu Hakjun found it extremely enjoyable to gradually understand Moon-in's intellectual level. He knew Moon-in was a genius, and he already knew he had been influenced by his own literature, but he hadn't realized just how exceptionally high Moon-in's level was. Moon-in was like a hedgehog who rarely revealed his inner thoughts, so it was natural. Whether by his actions or his literature, it was clear that he kept his quills up against the world and others. On the other hand, it meant that this boy, who had tightly locked up his heart, was gradually opening up, which made Gu Hakjun feel slightly pleased and proud. Park Chong-woon summed up those feelings in a few words. So, it's like a late-blooming disciple who had been hiding 30% of his skills is gradually revealing his true strength to his master. And as a martial artist, you feel proud, right? What did you say? Since Gu Hakjun wasn't a martial arts fanatic, he didn't understand Park Chong-woon's analogy. But Park Chong-woon wasn't the type to care whether others understood his analogies or not. Park Chong-woon continued, reciting the analogy like an old tale sung by a pansori singer. A swordsman whose talent is coveted but whose martial arts are too high to dare take as a disciple has come seeking teachings, setting aside even his resentment towards the world. As the grandmaster of a prestigious sect, your feeling of pride is beyond expression. Unlike Park Chong-woon, Gu Hakjun had never written martial arts novels for fun. It was Park Chong-woon who, despite being a pure literature writer, had hidden his name and published several martial arts novels under a pseudonym. But roughly understanding the gist, Gu Hakjun couldn't deny he felt very proud. However, acknowledging this outright seemed a bit improper. So Gu Hakjun cleared his throat and changed the subject. Anyway, it's been a while since we last met. What do you mean, a while? We see each other every day in the game world. Park Chong-woon used games as a means to keep in touch with friends who lived far away, had no time, and were too old and tired to meet up in person. Thanks to smacking the backs of his peers who couldn't even properly use a smartphone and teaching them the game, they all noisily walked around the world of battlegrounds, carrying guns and frying pans. Gu Hakjun, who was the only one playing while shooting, felt like he was about to get a heart attack amidst the atmosphere of old folks on an outing. But as the youngest, he had no choice. Since the older Park Chong-woon treated Gu Hakjun with respect as a senior in the literary world, Gu Hakjun also had to treat his elders well in private to maintain the balance of the world. So, he held back the urge to say, "Aim your shots properly," and smiled amicably. That's true. Since we meet online all the time, it doesn't feel like it's been that long since we last met. I'm glad I finally agreed to play Battlegrounds after rejecting it a few times. Oh, really? Today you're holding back from telling me to play seriously? Ha ha ha. Gu Hakjun, a man who's gentle in reality but becomes a fierce competitor in the game world. To maintain his friendships, he gritted his teeth and endured the teasing. However, when he glanced at Park Chong-woon's face, he noticed he looked noticeably haggard. Gu Hakjun's kind heart outweighed any petty grudges. "Hyung, you look really tired. Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm not sick, but I am tired." "Is there a problem at school?" "There's no major issue with teaching. I'm not a university professor. I just teach middle school kids." What problems could there be? Then why? After hesitating for a moment, Park Chang-woon confessed. Actually, I got caught by that bastard too. That bastard? Gu Hak-jun pondered who that bastard might be. And after a moment, his eyes widened in shock. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Until just before he was attacked by that bastard. Park Chang-woon's daily life was as usual. Park Chang-woon, the part-time teacher's daily life was on easy mode. For the teachers at Baikak Arts Middle School, life in a private school was a daily survival battle. But for a former minister teaching as a hobby, it was like a beginner's hunting ground. The fact that the chairman of the private school foundation was his former student said it all. So, he would go to work as he pleased or not, and if the weather was nice, he would toss the class to Teacher Kim and go for a walk. After work, he would take care of his wife, meet friends in the game world. Then one early morning, a text arrived from that bastard. Unlike Gu Hak-jun, who acted gentlemanly even upon hearing the notification sound, Park Chang-woon was honest with his emotions. Ah, shit, what is this? Which bastard? It was from Moon In. The content of the text was as follows. What is literature? Park Chang-woon wrote a reply starting with, Hey, you bastard, who taught you to send texts at dawn dash, but hastily erased it. A streak of reason fiercely warned him that mentioning manners to Moon In could make things quite serious. TL. Asking the above would be like asking who in your family taught you to send texts at dawn. Since Moon In is an orphan, it would be inappropriate. Though he might never know, Moon In succeeded in drawing out Park Chang-woon's self-restraint, which not even the president or members of parliament could obtain. Considering that Park Chang-woon had once been fired as the Minister of Culture for including the word "yuksirial" in a sentence in front of a member of parliament, it would have been a bit unfair if that parliament member knew this. TL. Yuksirial doesn't have a direct translation but roughly means executing/beheading someone like a traitor, even after digging their grave. It implies that even if they are dead, they cannot escape justice. It is used in a derogatory sense. And if the president, who had trusted Park Chang-woon with the minister position, found out, he might beat his chest and cry, "Why didn't you act like this back then?" Anyway, thanks to the chilling warning of his cool-headed reason, Park Chang-woon, who was now awake, immediately replied, "Va." It was a quick reply but contained the essence of his thoughts. And Moon In responded with a text that seemed to understand this. Feeling good about it and a bit sorry for almost saying something harsh earlier, Park Chang-woon, despite it being early morning, had a heartfelt discussion about literature with Moon In. He then fell asleep feeling proud and content, just like Gu Hak-jun, thinking it wasn't such a bad happening. Of course, that was until the next morning when another text came in at dawn. This rascal. Still, despite living a somewhat reckless life, Park Chang-woon was a writer. So, instead of feeling annoyed, he felt more empathy toward Moon In. How desperate must he be to text an old man at dawn? So, Park Chang-woon made a call instead of a text. Hey, do you have time? Yes? I'll send you the address, come there. Park Chang-woon called Moon In out to his favorite restaurant that served good food and was open early in the morning and started getting ready to go out. If the worry was this deep, they needed to meet face-to-face to talk, not just through texts. However, Moon In said he was in Japan. Sorry, I'm currently in Japan. Japan? Where in Japan? Tokyo. Got it. Park Chang-woon then hung up and went back to sleep. The next day, he went to the airport instead of school as soon as he woke up. Moon In had to face Park Chang-woon's surprise attack before even having breakfast at his hotel. Teacher? Got you, you rascal. Ouch. The moment he encountered the text-bombing terrorist, Park Chang-woon smacked him on the top of his head. Moon In recoiled, hiding his head under the blanket like a startled turtle. Seeing this, Park Chang-woon chuckled and asked, "So, what's going on exactly?" Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Moon In's worries were extremely complicated. Not because he was a time traveler, but because he was a novelist with a deeply twisted mind. A novelist who uses pain as the driving force of creation. A monster created by the world, and a typical example of an artist with a shattered personality. And since novelists usually have terrible temperaments, this type is surprisingly common. However, novelists who use pain as their creative fuel often have unhappy endings, and Moon In was no exception. But Moon In was given one more chance, no, a miracle, and that miracle literally changed everything. To resolve the deepest injustices from the bottom, the novelist who wrote stories of deprivation and suffering gained wealth and fame. Once he had obtained the things he had long desired, he realized too late that the most precious treasures had all been left behind in the past. All that remained was emptiness. Tormented by that emptiness, he finally stood up, and he picked up his pen. Then where should his literature head? In the first place, what is literature? Thus, this unexplainable anguish surfaced as a text bombing saying, "What is literature?" So even when he met and talked with Park Chang-woon, he couldn't reveal the truth and could only engage in lofty, abstract discussions. But Park Chang-woon, a man who teaches as a hobby, his main job is literature. The eyes of the old master, who had studied literature all his life, sharply pierced through the young boy's heart. Are you saying it seems like there is no progress in your literature? That's not it. Moon In too had reached a level where he could look into hearts as a novelist. So he realized that the words, "That's not it," he spoke were born from a self-protective instinct. No, I think that's right. No, it is right. There is no progress in his literature. Literature that takes pain as its driving force, but there is no more pain. So he collapsed. Although he stood up again thanks to the warm encouragement received on the beach of an island, he couldn't figure out where to go. Finally, the awakened soul asked, "Where should my literature head?" Then the master replied, "How should I know that?" The boy, with the blanket draped over his shoulders, glared at Park Chang-woon. Seeing a madman who is serious about literature glare with emotion, it felt a bit chilling. So Park Chang-woon didn't drag it out and revealed his core thoughts. To me, literature is war. What kind of war? A war against the new military regime, a war against North Korea, a war against Japan, a war against labor conditions, a war against poverty, a war against the IMF, a war against the world. In that context, literature was not art but a weapon. The pen is mightier than the sword. Therefore, those who hold the pen must step up and fight. Do you understand what I'm saying? To you kids, it's just stories of old geezers in textbooks, but that's how it was in our time. You kids can't even say things like this now, right? Political topics are blocked. Park Chang-woon chuckled, mentioning the phrase commonly seen on internet communities as a joke. A novelist from the older generation who mastered the latest trends, he immediately brought up a phrase synonymous with old people. In my days, literature had power. Not the cultural power but political power. The opposition political agenda was usually led by student activists demonstrating in universities, and they were all college students, right? They were the new intellectuals. And among those who read books, writers were highly regarded. And in political struggles, novels and poetry were very effective weapons. The soft power of culture was stronger than politicians blabbering, "Do this, do that." So, literary figures didn't have explicit power, but they held power by being close to those in power. Clap. Park Chang-woon clapped his hands. And like a teacher, he posed a quiz. All right, here's a question. The democratization movement that the literary world shouted for was successful. But what now? You don't know, do you? We didn't know either. That's why the Korean literary world collapsed. The old soldier who had been on the front line of the struggle recalled the moment right after the war ended. Until yesterday, we were all comrades. But once it succeeded, paths diverged. Some searched for a new enemy. Some said let's focus on art now and withdrew from politics. Some said Roh Tae-woo is okay and defected. Yes, I'm talking about that bastard Seo Woon-pil. Meanwhile, politicians no longer needed literature, so they cut ties, and we, trying to act like before, were sneered at. That's how it ended. There was a brief silence. The silence was broken by a question from the junior. What was your answer, teacher? Then Park Chang-woon spoke with self-deprecation. Me? I was just a bat. I wandered because I didn't know the answer. So I tried everything. I looked for new enemies, tried to focus purely on art, even wrote poetry despite being a novelist, and talked a bit with the people I'd fought my whole life like Woonpill that bastard. I even dipped my toes into politics for a bit, which was crazy, and I don't know why I did that. Anyway, after wandering aimlessly, I ended up following Hak Jun around and learning a lot. There's nothing much to it. He didn't mention that he had aged without finding any answers, worrying only about the future of the literary world, until Moon-in appeared. Yongnam people have a genetic syndrome where their whole body cringes when they talk about sentimental topics. So Park Chang-woon moved on to the next story. Why am I telling you this? It's because I can't teach you literature. That's right, I don't think it's possible to teach someone how to write. Moon-in, who had been quietly listening for a long time, had to ask this question. What do you mean you can't teach? It's a bit funny for a school teacher to say this, but passing on literature to someone? I see this as an impossible task. If Chairman Baek Ih-hyun heard this, he would scold him for not resigning immediately. But Park Chang-woon had his reasons. I realized this while teaching literature in the past. First of all, people who do literature have no manners. Agreed? I agree. I don't agree. See? No manners. Talking back to an elder. Park Chang-woon, having quickly proven his theory, continued speaking. So I thought about why this is. At first, I figured today's kids must be rude, but then I realized I was rude too. Conclusion: people who do literature have no manners. Why? Because they want to talk about themselves so much that they write about it. Park Chang-woon's argument was as follows. So, you need a somewhat bloated ego to do literature. Literature is essentially about expressing the inner world through language and print. But that inner world is the human ego, and since everyone is different, how can you pass your ego onto someone else? This was directly opposed to the philosophy of Gu Hak-jun that Moon-in knew. Interestingly, Park Chang-woon mentioned this right away. Of course, Hak-jun thinks differently. You can ask Professor Gu about that and learn from him. Moon-in already knew this, so he just nodded quietly. Soon, Park Chang-woon smiled contentedly and wrapped up his story. So, no one can tell you where your literature should go. All I can do is show you what my literature was, giving you one more example to reference. That's all. If you're a novelist, you have to manage your literature yourself. Since it's the literature you chose, you have to endure it with grit and determination. Don't you think? Moon-in asked. So you're saying there's no particularly helpful advice, right? Park Chang-woon nodded cheerfully. Yep. And then he returned to Korea. That was Park Chang-woon. Chapter 127. You went all the way to Japan and came back after saying just that? Hearing Park Chang-woon's account of his trip to Japan, Gu Hak-jun was stunned. Telling a young junior struggling with anguish to just endure with sheer willpower? Even a devil wouldn't give such advice. But Park Chang-woon responded shamelessly. Then what should I have done? Still, you should have at least helped him think it through. Oh, do you think he'd listen to me if I did? As I've repeatedly said, it's impossible for one person to teach another how to write. The way and virtue are found within one's own heart, not in the eyes of society. Park Chang-woon, who acted according to his convictions, wasn't ashamed at all. When writing, you can teach what not to do. But teaching how to write is fundamentally impossible. Every person has their own literature. This was Park Chang-woon's philosophy. And this philosophy was a kind of button that triggered Gu Hak-jun's rage. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Hak-jun's philosophy was the exact opposite. There is no unique literature. There is no unique creation. Thus, all literature must be a form of imitation. Because every human is the sum of their relationships. Therefore, Gu Hak-jun believed that learning and exchange were essential for improving literary qualities, which is why group projects were never absent from his classes. This difference in belief stems from seeing humans as either social beings or independent entities. It's a complex topic that can go on endlessly once started. And frankly, it's not that interesting. But Gu Hak-jun and Park Chong-woon were seasoned, professional, and somewhat eccentric individuals who could carry on such conversations at length. So once their voices were raised, they didn't easily quiet down. Meanwhile, the issue of Moon In-seop's text bomb naturally got pushed to the back. And if there was one fact that the two would never know here, was that Seo Woon-pil also fell victim. EP8 Dark Adaptation. Park Chong-woon, a participatory writer of the past, couldn't help a novelist in a post-war era. To him, literature was a tool for war. Gu Hak-jun, a renowned pure literature writer, couldn't help Moon In either. Thanks to the whims of time, Moon In had already internalized most of his teachings. Moreover, Gu Hak-jun's literature, akin to comparative literature traversing between European philosophy and Korean literature, didn't quite align with Moon In's slightly dark, unorthodox style. Then what about Seo Woon-pil? Unfortunately, Seo Woon-pil couldn't lift Moon In out of his quagmire of anguish either. It wasn't because the old monster's demonic arts, who still held both political and literary power, couldn't blend with Moon In's pure inner strength, but simply because their acquaintance wasn't deep enough. Honestly, Seo Woon-pil and Moon In didn't have a great start, and it was hard to say they were close. Sending a serious text to a somewhat awkward acquaintance at dawn? It was a disaster waiting to happen. Moon In, intoxicated by the dawn's emotions, sent a text to someone he wasn't very close to, and Seo Woon-pil, waking up, awkwardly tapped on his smartphone with his unfamiliar typing. What they talked about quietly faded into the darkness of history, because neither of them would ever blab about it to others. In fact, they probably wanted to erase it from their memories. It was truly incredibly awkward. Moon In regretted it immediately, banging his head on the desk after finishing the texts with Seo Woon-pil. Did it really have to come to this? But what could he do? The desperate have to put in the effort. Moon In knew well how cruel and horrible a crime it was to send texts at dawn. But he ignored this because of a rather Gu Yuna-like reason. Surprisingly, contrary to popular belief, Gu Yuna wasn't that ignorant of social norms. Although there are some gaps, like holes in a slice of cheese, thanks to her parents' efforts and her exceptional intelligence, she knows social norms and human relationship etiquette. However, her own literature is just more important. She is the complete opposite of Kim Bile, who loses her sense of self while trying to fit in with the director, her mother, the script, her role, and the atmosphere on set. And Moon In-seop's personality was closer to Gu Yuna's than Kim Bile's. From the start, Moon In-seop's personality was formed by interacting with Gu Yuna. Literally, it's like staring into the abyss for too long and losing one's mind a bit. But contamination is just contamination. It doesn't overpower the original source. Unlike Gu Yuna, Moon In-seop felt ashamed when he caused trouble. Therefore, even though he committed all sorts of eccentricities for literature, he carried the burden of shame for both himself and Gu Yuna. There was a time when something like this happened. "Hey, you passing couple. Would you like to try a duet song?" I've always wanted to experience singing on stage. What are you doing? Let's go up quickly. Wait a minute. Don't hesitate. It's all for literature. Suddenly like this? Besides, you don't even know many songs. It doesn't matter. Gu Yuna then went on to sing a random song she didn't know at a street concert for 2 minutes and 20 seconds before stepping down. Initially, the crowd clapped out of politeness, but eventually, they grew tired, and the cold stares were directed at the poor boyfriend who was dragged along. However, from that day's experience, Gu Yuna could vividly depict all professions that get on stage in her novels. How surprised was he, marveling at her genius. So, he couldn't help but join in her next eccentric acts and later regret it, thinking, "Why did I do that?" This had become a routine, and thinking this far, Moon In-seop chuckled. Life. Moon In-seop took that emotion as a brief solace and continued with his painful literary contemplation. It was a very lonely task. There was no muse grabbing him by the scruff of the neck, dragging him through literature and inspiration like in the old days. But soon after, a strangely familiar inspiration came to him. ****. To the students in Baikak Arts Middle School's creative writing department, Moon In-seop was a truly complex figure. While they were trying to become novelists someday, there was already an internationally successful novelist in their class. It was strange not to feel complicated. What happened when the boy first transferred to this class? Inferiority complex, admiration, envy, jealousy, rivalry, longing, affection. The sensitive teenagers had to manage these tumultuous emotions, losing sleep over them. But 2 years have passed. Unlike other departments, in creative writing department there was only one class. The students in the department spent 2 years with Moon In-seop. Admiration is a quickly cooling emotion, and jealousy is exhausting to maintain for long. Now, his classmates in the creative writing department could look at Moon In-seop with a cool-headed perspective. No, they were seeing not the writer Moon In-seop, but the person Moon In-seop. Even if they were not conscious of it, it happened. Humans are socially very sensitive creatures. Thus, Moon In-seop began to be left out in class. On the contrary, Gu Yuna, who was ostracized at the beginning of school life, was now well accepted in the class. Everyone realized that Gu Yuna wasn't maliciously looking down on others. She just had a somewhat eccentric personality. So now, no matter how aggressively Gu Yuna criticized, the students in the creative writing department didn't get hurt. They seriously took her advice to heart. Moon In-seop was the exact opposite. Of course, Moon In-seop wasn't being bullied in the creative writing department. How could they do that to someone in a different social position? It's not like the kids wouldn't talk to Moon In-seop. You could easily find the creative writing department kids praising Moon In-seop as he wandered around. And then you could see Moon In-seop running away in embarrassment. But that's about it. Is there anyone in this class who knows Moon In-seop's hobbies? His favorite food? His type? His favorite book? Even his birthday? No one knew anything beneath Moon In-seop's surface. At that point, everyone naturally came to realize it. Moon In-seop was an alien existence. At this age, teenagers' primary interest is their peer group. They suffer through performance assessments and are desperate about their final exam scores. In contrast, Moon In-seop's primary interest was literature. Seeing him skip school and give up on exams to write made the creative writing department kids feel complicated. The complexity was more like, how can someone spend every moment, except for eating and sleeping, writing? Rather than he doesn't have to take exams. There was even a kid who, following Moon In-seop's example, skipped school to write, causing their homeroom teacher to struggle between problem children and Park Chong-woon's antics. Rumor has it there was such a problem child in the 3rd year of Baikak Arts High School's creative writing department too. Anyway, just as the students were getting used to Moon In-seop's cold demeanor, which would have earned him the nickname Ice Princess if only his gender were different. Hey guys, what do you think literature is? Moon In-seop went crazy. What is literature? What on earth is literature? What did you say? The Moon In-seop who had returned from Japan had become some kind of strange person. Moon In-seop's success in Japan wasn't particularly surprising. Guitar was #1 at the Korean box office too, and it wasn't the first time Moon In-seop had turned the world upside down. But this was surprising. Moon In-seop, who kept a distance from the kids to the point where jokes like, "That guy definitely doesn't know my name," were made, had begun to actually talk to his classmates. And the topic of conversation was strange. What is literature? It's hard to answer something like that out of the blue. In the end, the unfortunate student caught by Moon In-seop spouted whatever came to mind. Literature is literature, what else could it be? Moon In-seop stayed silent. He just stared without a word. The student was terrified. Eventually, Moon In-seop nodded and let the student go. I see, is that so? Oh, that was a good answer. The student caught by Moon In-seop had a dazed expression even as he was being pulled away by his friends. Soon, Moon In-seop stood up to find his next victim. The students in the creative writing department did their best to avoid Moon In-seop's gaze, but another unfortunate victim was eventually caught. No, stop. Don't do this. What do you think literature is? With things getting to this point, the guardian of the creative writing department finally stepped in. It wasn't Park Chang-woon. He skipped school again today. It wasn't the homeroom teacher either. The scarecrow homeroom teacher had no real authority. Then who was it? Naturally, it was Gu Yuna, the longtime boss, street leader, great white shark, inquisitor, and adorable mascot of the third-year creative writing department at Bikehack Arts Middle School. Your question. Troublesome. With just one word, Gu Yuna stopped Moon In-seop, who had been bombarding the students with indiscriminate questions. Then, with a flick of her finger, she isolated this problematic criminal from the class. To the club room, Moon In-seop, as if bewitched, followed Gu Yuna. *****. Of course, Gu Yuna didn't take Moon In-seop to the club room to beat him up out of sight. Gu Yuna considered herself Moon In-seop's first disciple, so how could she dare commit such a rebellious act against her mentor? However, as the guardian of the third-year creative writing department, she was willing to pinch his side with the pinch of justice if Moon In-seop caused a bit more trouble. Fortunately, Moon In-seop followed Gu Yuna willingly, and Gu Yuna didn't have to resort to any excessive measures. So, for everyone involved, it was a good outcome. Even someone like Gu Yuna, who was quicker with actions than words, started with a question. What on earth is going on? Well, Moon In-seop didn't have the knack for explaining difficult matters easily, so he laid out his complicated worries in a complicated manner. However, thanks to this, Gu Yuna was able to understand precisely what kind of agony Moon In-seop was going through. He had lost his literary direction and was staggering. This was the gist. Gu Yuna's sharp mind saw through the turmoil in Moon In-seop's heart. But Moon In-seop didn't have high expectations for Gu Yuna. The Gu Yuna before him lacked the experience of those days when she and Moon In-seop faced various literary challenges together. To Moon In-seop, the current Gu Yuna was more like a level 1 chick. A fledgling like that couldn't possibly solve a dilemma that even Gu Hak-jun, Park Chang-woon, and Seo Woon-pil couldn't address. But Moon In-seop overlooked one thing. Gu Yuna was both his disciple and his reader, then and now. Writers like Gu Hak-jun viewed Moon In-seop's books from a producer's perspective, but Gu Yuna saw them from a consumer's viewpoint. And while industry insiders nitpick and demand this and that, consumers enjoy it with a clear mind, laughing and liking it. In this way, the still young Gu Yuna, who hadn't formed preconceived notions, opened her heart without bias and accepted Moon In-seop's literature as it was. And unlike Moon In-seop, who was caught up in delusions, Gu Yuna's clear perspective and sharp intuition allowed her to understand Moon In-seop's literature more accurately than he did in some ways. Through Gu Yuna's eyes, a certain flow became apparent. It seemed like Moon In-seop's literature was heading in a specific direction. Therefore, she couldn't understand Moon In-seop's distress. With such a clear path visible, why did he claim not to know where to go? Instead of giving a clear answer, Gu Yuna asked back with a puzzled expression. Wasn't your next work supposed to be about the world? What? That's what I was expecting. *****. In Moon In-seop's mind, all his novels were stories about me. They were confessional novels, narrow in scope, a kind of cathartic act of discharging pain onto paper in a gloomy way. Gu Yuna agreed with this. Moon In-seop's novels, much like modern Japanese literature, focused more on lyricism than narrative. They had a relentless quality of digging into the human psyche. For someone like Gu Yuna, who was curious about humans, there were no better novels. That was true in the past and still is now. However, as an acknowledged Moon In-seop fanatic, Gu Yuna could detect a trend in his literature that even the author wasn't aware of, a trend that directly contradicted Moon In-seop's assertions. Moon In-seop's writing wasn't confined within the existence of me. It began from the deepest part of me and extended infinitely outward. Can you explain a bit more? Sure. It's not a difficult thing. Renowned authors in history often have dedicated fields of study solely focused on them.
Shakespeare, Tolkien, Arthur Conan Doyle, Cao Suekin, Yin Yong.
But Moon In had not left a name in history, and even more so for Moon In-seop, who would study an obscure author from an orphanage. However, Gu Yuna did. She gladly did. She loved and studied Moon Inseop's writings as passionately as if placing them among the greats in history. And this wasn't because of his life's trajectory, but because of an inherent imperfection they both shared. Defective items recognize each other. So, both then and now, Gu Yuna recognized Moon Inseop's writing. The 16 novels you wrote before your debut were, how should I put it, a bit all over the place. I liked them because they had a raw feel to them, but you can't see them as a cohesive collection. That was only natural. Each story was written whenever a distressing event occurred in his life, and suffering didn't arrive in a sequential order. Eventually, Gu Yuna, who only spoke at length when discussing literature, began to showcase her expertise in Moon Inseop studies. It turned out that Moon Inseop wasn't the only expert on Gu Yuna. The specific flow started to become noticeable from Cause of Death. Cause of Death was a story about death, while Guitar was a story about life. Death and life are things beyond human control, determined the moment one is born. These are stories about existence. I still don't know why death came before life. Muttering a hypothesis that briefly made Moon Inseop's heart sink, Gu Yuna moved on to the next piece of literature. Demonic Sword dealt with independence and dependence. A love story dealt with love. The show must go on dealt with dreams. These are things that humans can decide by their own will. In other words, they are stories about actions. And after that, Isomer, right? Isomer. That's where I became certain. In Gu Yuna's view, Moon Inseop's literature started from the deepest part of a person and extended infinitely outward. The evidence of this was Isomer. Isomer was a story not about me, but about you. For the first time, Moon Inseop, who always wrote literature about himself, wrote about someone else. That's why I hold Isomer in the highest regard. It's a monumental work, isn't it? Though I didn't quite like the ending. Gu Yuna didn't mention that part of the reason she liked Isomer the most was because she had a hand in its creation. But if Moon Inseop had looked at Gu Yuna's face, he might have seen her slightly twitching lips revealing her inner thoughts. But he wasn't in the right mind to notice. He was mesmerized by Gu Yuna's teaching, something he thought he would never experience again, both before and after going back in time. So, what happens next? Moon Inseop asked Gu Yuna with a desperate expression. Gu Yuna, surprised and somewhat delighted that she had caused such an expression on Moon Inseop's face, concluded the lesson. I told you earlier, didn't I? You've written about yourself and then about others. Now you should write about the world. It might seem a bit forced, but isn't that what criticism is about? The right to interpret lies with the reader, after all. Moon Inseop couldn't respond. He didn't have the mental energy to even think of a reply. His mind was reeling as if a firecracker had exploded in his brain. It felt like all the teachings he had received over the past years, no, decades, were finally connecting. Moon In. There is no such thing as pure creation. Just as all people influence and change each other, literature too changes by influencing and being influenced by other literature. It's not only influenced by literature, but also by philosophy, music, and the life of the writer. It's like a living organism. That's why writers need to study the world. Back in my day, literature was a weapon. Nobody listened to those noisy kids protesting, but everyone loved it when a beautifully written poem came along. Seeing that, I realized that literature changes people and people change the world. Literature had the power to change the world, although it eventually became a curse for the literary world. All teachings ultimately spoke about the world. Of course, not all those teachings were correct. Gu Yuna's words were the same. In her study of Moon Inseop, there were interpretations that could be seen as excessive distortions, and even interpretations that Moon Inseop could never accept. But that conclusion clearly pinpointed Moon Inseop's greatest agony. Throughout his life, he had written about his pain and his suffering. It started with him and ended with him. His literature had always remained within the shell of me. But what if he wrote about the world? Writing about the world instead of writing about me. Maybe that was the direction his literature needed to go. Who knows? But it was certainly something he had never tried before, and it was worth trying. So what needed to be done was clear. Thank you, Yuna. It was time to break out of the shell. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Looking down at the blank manuscript paper felt like being in the middle of an empty desert. It's overwhelming. The saying, starting is half the battle, is used to mean that starting anything is important in any task. But when it comes to writing a novel, it's different. Writing the first sentence is more difficult than writing half of the novel. Moreover, this time I decided to write about the world instead of a novel about me. There were no emotions stirring within, no pain I wanted to pour out onto the paper. So the sense of vagueness was doubled. This was a challenge toward something new. So, after briefly staring silently at the blank manuscript paper, I decided not to wait for inspiration but to draw it out. When you've accumulated experience, you often resort to tricks, and there's always a way in situations like this. It's like when playing a game of finding a specific number between 1 and 100, you first ask if it's above or below 50. So, let's gauge the literary imagery with a simple question. I ask myself, is the world I have experienced white or black? The answer was obvious. Without hesitation, I wrote a single character in the first box of the manuscript paper. It was the character for Dark. Chapter 128. From a young age, I liked animals. More precisely, I liked animals that weren't humans. The word beasts is more appropriate. I liked beasts. Unlike humans, beasts do not bully others. How peaceful their world is. They graze peacefully without harming others and frolic in dreamlands. At least that's what I learned from cartoons as a child. I still vividly remember the day that illusion was shattered. Whenever I went to the big supermarket with my mother, I always visited the pet corner. There, I would beg her to buy me a turtle, beg her to buy me a rabbit, beg her to buy me a hamster. Fortunately, my wise mother never bought me a beast, and my foolish self would pout and just look around before leaving every time. Even just looking wasn't so bad. Really? Then one day, as I was observing the pretty fish, I saw a rather peculiar fish. It was floating upside down, motionless on the water's surface. As a child, many thoughts crossed my mind. That fish swims in such a strange way. How can it float so effortlessly on the water? I kept watching to see when that fish would move, and it wasn't until another fish came and started eating that identical-looking kin that I realized it was a corpse. And I saw it. That the bits and pieces floating abundantly on the water's surface weren't seaweed or anything, but all fish bones. EP8 Dark Adaptation. There are not many people who know where Moon in Studio is at Bikehack Publishing. However, there are even fewer who know the door lock code to the studio. Lim Yong-wook was naturally one of those few, so he easily unlocked the door. He opened the door as carefully as possible, because Moon-in might be asleep. Sure enough, in the studio's bedroom, there wasn't a person but rather a caterpillar. A long caterpillar, wrapped tightly in a blanket, sound asleep as if dead. This unique species' scientific name was Moon-in. This guy, his day and night have reversed again. The pros and cons of being a novelist are clear. Pro, you don't have to go to work. Con, you also don't get off work. For a novelist, home is the workplace. Therefore, since they don't commute, work hours are at their own discretion. This often leads to reverse day and night cycles, because there's no company threatening to fire them if they don't show up for work on time in the morning. Even though Lim Yong-wook understood the unavoidable reasons for the reverse day and night, he couldn't simply accept it. After all, it's not good for health. Sigh. Still, it was fortunate that unlike before, Moon-in was not squatting on the floor but lying properly on a bed. It was worth the effort of dragging him to IKEA to buy a bed. Of course, he charged it to the company card, but Lim Yong-wook, being loyal, considered the company as his home. Spending more time at the company than at home was proof of that. So, doesn't that mean he bought it himself? Convincing himself with this plausible nonsense, Lim Yong-wook looked around the empty studio. It always felt desolate whenever he came. In this large room, there was only a bed and a desk. Since Lim Yong-wook was the one who put the bed there, the only thing Moon-in had placed in the room was the desk. Even if you generously counted the chair, there were only 2 pieces of furniture. He really had only what was necessary for writing. Lim Yong-wook shook his head with a tired expression. Even so, he stealthily headed towards the desk. Ahem! As a devoted reader and editor of Moon In, the temptation to sneak a peek at his next work was irresistible. Thus, Lim Yong-wook looked at the manuscript filled with Moon In's writing, and the vivid imagination of a veteran reader conjured up a vivid vision before his eyes. A beautiful striped fish gnaws at its friend's flesh. Beyond the flesh, fish bones appear, and the view expands, highlighting the fragments of bones floating densely on the water's surface. A shiver of horror ran down his spine. Lim Yong-wook unconsciously put down the manuscript he was holding. This, grotesque, Gu Hak-jun's writing style blossomed in the hands of his protégé. The cruelty isn't in the red droplets of blood. The fear resides not in the visuals but in the emotions. Cannibalism, fierce competition, suspense, and even a small twist. Moon In had perfectly digested Gu Hak-jun's teachings. And for Lim Yong-wook, who didn't know where such skills originated, he could only marvel at the boundless talent of Moon In. Really? So he can write things like this too. Lim Yong-wook was impressed, and his admiration didn't stop there. Because Lim Yong-wook was a very well-trained reader. He reads more than others. To the protagonist, the world of beasts is a sanctuary, because he fears humans, the animal that torments other beings. Thus, he finds solace in beasts. In cartoons, animals don't hurt each other and all live as good friends. But nature is cruel. Seeing a fish eating its own kind, the protagonist realizes the laws of the world. Thus, even the animal world, his last sanctuary, crumbles, filling the whole world with fear. That is the worldview of this novel. And also the world as seen by Moon In. A word that slipped unintentionally from Lim Yong-wook's mouth captured the essence of this novel. It's dark. At that moment, a dark shadow slowly rose from behind.
Lim Yong-wook recoiled in surprise.
Ah! You scared me. You're here. Moon In, who had woken up with a blanket wrapped around him, greeted Lim Yong-wook while still half asleep. But Lim Yong-wook was not happy at all. Anyone who saw him in this state would feel the same. What's wrong with your eyes? What about them? Moon In's face, with dark circles extending to his cheeks, resembled a bamboo-loving mountain beast over which the Chinese Communist Party claims exclusive ownership. Lim Yong-wook barely held back the urge to ask, "Are you by any chance Fu Bao?" TL. Fu Bao is the name of the first panda born via natural breeding in South Korea. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. How should I put it? Lately, I've not been feeling well. Surprisingly, it's because of the novel. I've written many dark-feeling novels before, but this time it felt a little different. Is it because this darkness didn't come from inside me, but was found outside? For the first time, I was experiencing the feeling of being slowly tainted by darkness while writing a novel. Are you really okay? Because of that, everyone who sees me says this. I waved my hand, insisting I was fine. I'm fine. I've just been losing some sleep lately. In truth, I'm not okay. Originally, writing novels was a way to release my emotions. So, no matter how dark the novel, I felt my hatred, depression, and jealousy being flowing out. But this time, it's the opposite. Writing about dark themes is causing my clear mind to be tainted by darkness. My thoughts are getting complicated, and I can't sleep well. On one hand, it was also an interesting experience. Do other novelists usually go through such hardships? Thinking that this might be proof of my gradual improvement, I also felt it wasn't entirely bad. So I responded without hesitation to Gu Yubin's concern. Are you really okay? Yes, I really am fine. Even so, the worry didn't disappear from Gu Yubin's face, so I changed the subject first. Naturally, I began by mentioning the reason I met her today. By the way, congratulations on the success of your novel. I had to suddenly go to Japan, so my congratulations are quite late. Oh, thank you. Gu Yubin, having received so many congratulatory messages, sipped her coffee with a familiar smile. Then, with a playful expression, she asked me back. But shouldn't I be the one congratulating you? Dongsing. Me? Your guitar swept both Korea and Japan. It's on a whole different level than my brief moment in the sun with this year's annual spring literary contest. Isn't it? Gu Yubin's popularity was not at the level of a brief moment in the sun at this year's annual spring literary contest. She had now become a real celebrity, not just a quasi-celebrity. So, I modestly declined her congratulations. That's not my success, but the success of the director who made a great movie. I was just lucky. This was not only a humble expression but also my true feelings. Success in the market is a matter of luck. The luck of being born beautiful, the luck of having talent shine at a young age, the luck of people's attention turning your way. Aren't too many things determined the moment you're born? So there's no need to be too happy, nor too sad. But Gu Yubin had achieved success twice on two different timelines. Her success was more due to her abilities than luck, whether it was her appearance or her skills. Since I was the only one who knew about such achievements, I did my best to congratulate Gu Yubin on her success. She deserved the congratulations. Unlike me. Such is life. No, there's no need to have such negative thoughts. It seems that the depression that seeped in while writing the novel hasn't left my head. Or maybe my head is a bit sensitive from having my day and night reversed. Just then, Gu Yubin questioned my muttering. Why? What's wrong? No, it's just talking to myself. I was about to brush it off but then decided there was no need to hide it. She is a novelist too. Actually, lately, I've been writing a novel, and since the content is so dark, I've been feeling pretty gloomy too. What? And I can't sleep well either. It's like that. Hearing my words, Gu Yubin's expression turned serious. Has it always been like this? No, I used to be fine before. You might have depression. Writing while chipping away at your emotions is really harmful. Really? I tried changing my writing method this time. As expected of Gu Yubin, she stopped worrying and showed curiosity as soon as literature was mentioned. I shared with her the insights I'd recently gained, and also the lessons that Gu Yuna had taught me. Gu Yubin, who had been listening quietly for a long time, murmured her sister's name in a small voice. I see. Yuna did. So I decided to look for the motif of the novel outside. It didn't seem like a wrong idea. Gu Yubin nodded as if she understood. Certainly, Red Hunter also contained personal content rather than taking motifs from history. That's right. Then this writing must be a significant literary challenge. How does it feel? Gloomy and sleepy. Not that. Listening to Gu Yubin, I looked inside my heart again, and there I found a small thrill. It feels a bit like writing my debut work. Debut? Yes, because for the first time I'm writing about the world, not about myself. In a way, it feels like I'm taking my first step as a novelist. Oh, the world of literature is indeed vast. Debut? Rookie? You? From Gu Yubin's bewildered expression, I read the emotion of, what the hell is he talking about? Come on, can't I feel like a rookie for a bit? What? No, nothing. ****. The place where I met Gu Yubin was a cafe in the city center. Of course, it wasn't like we set up an appointment to meet there. That would seem too much like a date. Although Gu Yubin hasn't done anything wrong to me recently, there remains a slight feeling of unease about her, like a baby Hitler. This is because I've been subjected to so many verbal abuses from Gu Yubin that I can't help it. Especially now that she's starting to show her old self more frequently since she started frequenting the broadcasting scene after graduating high school. My trauma switch keeps getting triggered. So our meeting was purely coincidental. We were both invited to the same literary award ceremony, and we decided to meet at the cafe beforehand to chat for a bit. When the scheduled time approached, we moved together to the venue where the literary award ceremony was being held. There, Lim Yongwook was waiting for us. Lim Yongwook didn't greet us with his usual sly remarks. The writers are here. It's our here, not your here. He's notifying someone of our arrival. I quickly scanned the surroundings. He looked extremely kind-hearted. His neat suit made him look like a gentleman, and his upright posture made him seem middle-aged. At the same time, his well-groomed beard and white hair enhanced his authority, giving him an overall impression of being very dignified and affluent, like someone from the upper class. But his face was somehow eerily familiar, and I couldn't figure out who he was for a while. "Ah, our Moon-in is here." It was when I heard his voice that I realized it was Park Chang-woon. Then my brain, like a robot that heard the phrase "this sentence is false," experienced a gestalt collapse. Park Chang-woon without his hanbok and his danso flute? Isn't it common sense that such a Park Chang-woon couldn't exist in this world? The mysterious elderly man spoke to me. "So, I hear you're working on a new work these days. When will you show it to me? Who are you?" Chapter 129. When you work as a special cleaner, you end up thinking a lot about the job. What exactly is a special cleaner? Someone who cleans special things. That something is people. So if you clean trash, you're a cleaner, and if you clean special trash, you're a special cleaner. This leads to the conclusion that people are special trash. You might wonder who twists words like this, but for me it was an interesting dilemma. The truth is, I graduated with a degree in philosophy. Studying philosophy made me think a lot, and studying philosophy led me to become a special cleaner. After learning how to think, I ended up doing a job that requires a lot of thinking, so in a way I'm utilizing my major. To get back to the main point, my conclusion about the validity of the term special cleaner is this: people are indeed trash, but they're not special. In summary, it's a common pessimism. There's no dignity in the corpse of someone who died alone in a single room. Similarly, there's no dignity in the relatives who neglected him all his life and then barge into the deceased's home looking for anything valuable. Whether alive or dead, people are just trash. And it's hard to say they're special trash distinguished from other trash. Of course, in front of others, I speak humbly. I always say I work with respect for the deceased, carefully sending them off on their final journey. But that's just because society expects me to say so, not my true feelings. My humanity has worn out in the grueling work. Maybe that's why I can't appear on TV. The biggest success for a special cleaner is to be on TV or write a book. Only then do people start to respect you. So, I've also tried to appear on TV and write a book, but it didn't go well. Perhaps the story of a liar is too obvious. But around that time, a thought suddenly occurred to me. Isn't my behavior of going around lying and proclaiming I respect the deceased actually a longing for dignity? After saying humans have no dignity whether alive or dead and are just unremarkable trash, I'm going around lying to become dignified myself. What a clownish act this was. While being deeply troubled by such thoughts, I happened to read a book. I found it during my work. It was the home of a young woman who had hanged herself at a young age. Strangely, this book was written in the form of a handwritten note. It was placed in such a perfect spot in the middle of the room that I wondered if it was a suicide note. But the writer was a man, not the woman. So why did this woman leave another person's writing in front of her before she died? I couldn't resist my curiosity and turned to the first page. EP8, Dark Adaptation. Ah, is it a frame narrative? Yes. It feels like looking at the protagonist's life from an observer's perspective. Park Chang-woon is considered by the academic community to be a being composed of sugar, spice, and everything nice, with a bamboo flute and a modernized hanbok. However, perhaps as retribution for someone from the liberal arts using a scientific term like the academic community's consensus, Mother Nature decided to utterly destroy my common sense. Just as countless physics students' papers become kindling every time a particle accelerator runs, Park Chang-woon appeared wearing clothes other than a modernized hanbok. And to my surprise, he looked quite dashing. A special cleaner. It's a job that's become quite famous these days. It's often on TV. A lot of people know about it. Wasn't there a drama about it recently? I'm not sure about that. It probably aired. Anyway, it feels interesting. The literary awards ceremony, where I met Park Chang-woon, was held at the convention center of a hotel in downtown Seoul. The venue exuded a banquet hall vibe. It was a place that didn't quite suit me. Journalists, writers, high-ranking officials from literary magazines, and people who looked like senior media personnel were wandering around the banquet hall in splendid attire. But Park Chong-woon stood out among them. This was because these distinguished people bowed their heads to him. "Ah, Minister. Oh, it's been a while. Haha. It's been a long time since we last met. Minister, why haven't you shown your face around? Minister, my foot. I was dismissed after a week. So calling me Minister repeatedly is just bullying." Even while sitting and talking with Park Chong-woon, numerous people interrupted to show their faces to him. The titles they used to address Park Chong-woon constantly reminded me that our school's eccentric teacher had once been quite famous. "Oh, is this person that? Hello. Oh, you're author Moon-in. Nice to meet you. You look really young in person." I couldn't escape that influence either. It was karma for sitting next to Park Chong-woon. Anyway, Park Chong-woon's acquaintances generally followed a similar pattern. They eavesdropped on our conversation, waited for the right moment to interrupt, greeted Park Chong-woon, and then, pretending to only just realize who I was, acted surprised and introduced themselves to me. Once I got used to this, I developed a knack for slowing down the pace of my conversation with Park Chong-woon whenever someone suspiciously lingered nearby, making it easier for them to join in. When I mentioned this, Park Chong-woon burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Were you actually paying attention to that? It just seemed interesting." Well, such small observations are indeed a novelist's virtue. You've got a good eye for people. Park Chong-woon continued after sipping some high-quality mineral water that a hotel staff member had just poured into his wine glass. "Still, all this nonsense is a form of etiquette, isn't it? What do people usually say about educated and wealthy individuals? They have manners, don't they? By behaving according to the set framework, others can predict their next actions, and that's all connected to etiquette." Ah! I didn't bother to point out that the common sense Park Chong-woon was talking about was not the same as manner, but rather decency. People make verbal mistakes sometimes. Instead, I scanned the hotel convention center with my eyes. The chandeliers and crystals glittering all around made it dazzling just to stand there. In fact, literary award ceremonies aren't usually held in hotels. They are often held in upscale restaurants like Korean traditional dining houses or at the headquarters of media companies. These venues are generally smaller than hotels. Of course, abroad, literary award ceremonies are quite grand. It's not just because they have more money. There needs to be physical space to accommodate the numerous reporters and audience members attending. But in Korea, there are neither many attendees nor many reporters, and certainly not much money. Therefore, literary award ceremonies are often held in cozy yet dignified restaurants, or at the headquarters of media companies to promote their sponsorship of the awards. So, the fact that this grand literary award ceremony was being held in a hotel implied one thing. This event was attracting media attention and audience and money. Because of Gu Yubin. "Oh my, Yubin. It's been so long. Ah. Hello, author Jung. I saw you when you were just a child, and now you've grown up." Truly, Gu Yubin was already surrounded by people. Writers, journalists, and publishers alike swarmed around her like bees. That was because Gu Yubin was expected to win the grand prize at this award ceremony. I had already been briefed on the political context surrounding the ceremony by Lim Yong-wook. Gu Yubin, a rising star who appeared like a comet to the literary magazines suffering from the question, "Why don't they give the award to Moon-in?" provided a convenient excuse. An excuse to maintain the prestige of the literary award while avoiding the criticism from readers for not awarding the whistleblower who exposed the debut fee practice. Well, that was the adult backstory. So, although it was an event I didn't really need to attend, there was a sincere request for my presence. It was none other than a request from Seo Woon-pil, the Dark Lord of the Korean literary world. It wasn't a direct request. It was a highly political solicitation. Seo Woon-pil, who embodies the consensus of the literary magazine industry, met Lim Yong-wook through Gu Hak-jun over a meal, and there he made his move through all sorts of metaphors and implications. Fortunately, I didn't have to deal with that dreadful task, and Lim Yong-wook, who suffered in my place, gave me a brief summary. If I just say, We didn't fight at this literary award ceremony. The karma from exposing the debut fee practice would be completely cleared. In other words, they wanted to preemptively block the inevitable criticism of, why didn't Moonin get the award? When Gu Yubin won the literary award, that was why I was playing the unexpected role of a guest attendee. Of course, I had already given up on literary awards. Once I was obsessed with winning trophies, but now I was devoted to literature itself. However, I thought Lim Yongwook couldn't ignore the literary magazine industry. While I could just brush it off, Lim Yongwook would suffer continuous retaliation. So, thinking of it as saving a person, I dragged my tired body out here, but an unexpected incident occurred. It wasn't that the literary magazine side was trying to screw me over. Since we had talked beforehand, they approached me with embarrassed smiles. They had the professional attitude of giving what they should and taking what they could. They probably also intended to make some money off of me. Though their intentions were obvious, I didn't particularly feel unpleasant. After all, Gu Yubin wasn't getting the award for free. She deserved it. To be honest, if it were someone else, I might have felt a bit bitter. That feeling of bitterness was the starting point of the incident. While setting aside the award ceremony and chatting leisurely with Park Chang-woon, someone approached and joined our conversation. But why did you use a frame narrative? Since the novel's theme is quite dark, I thought it might be too exhausting for readers. So, I tried to create some narrative distance. Wow! You write novels more methodically than I thought? Actually, it also has a bit of homage to No Longer Human. Do you like Osamu Dazai? The owner of the unfamiliar voice was another candidate at the ceremony. In other words, like me, a novelist destined to be overshadowed by Gu Yubin. The smiling novelist asked for permission after joining us. Oh, writer Park Chang-woon. May I sit at this table? Do as you please. I'm not the owner of this place. Thank you. Without any self-introduction, the conversation continued straight away. Honestly, I don't understand what's so great about Osamu Dazai's novels, especially No Longer Human, which college kids always say is their favorite. It's so strange. It feels like people who try to imitate popular characters from dramas. Everyone seems to relate themselves to Osamu Dazai too much. Haha. The criticism of Osamu Dazai continued after that. Somehow, I felt that this was a criticism of my attempt to pay homage to No Longer Human. But as someone who had developed a certain degree of paranoia from a troubled childhood, I tried to continue the conversation cautiously to avoid bearing a grudge against an innocent person. And it gradually became clear that it was not a misunderstanding. The distorted psychology directed at me became more and more apparent. By the way, I guess Gu Yubin will win the grand prize, right? It seems everything was settled before the ceremony. Well, it's easier for them too. She's pretty, popular, and easy to sell. It can't be helped, I suppose. People making money off novels have to allocate resources to the well-selling ones. This time, that was Gu Yubin, and well, though he spoke vaguely, he implied that Gu Yubin was winning the award for her looks and popularity. And that was also directed at me. Whenever I criticized myself or others criticized me, it was always said that I gained the image of a genius boy because of my age. And this became even clearer with his subsequent meaningful words. It's good to be young, isn't it? As I reflected back, the most crucial realization I had was that selfhood was more important than worldly matters. Things that exist outside of me are illusions that can disappear at any time, and in the unknown world, the only certainty is myself. This aligns with why I don't accumulate wealth. And it also means that I don't have to be bound by social reputation. So I didn't hold back. I think I became famous because I write better than you. What? One surprising, or perhaps inevitable thing was that Park Chang-woon didn't hold back either. Bastard. Have you gone crazy? Chapter 130. In the light, you cannot see the darkness. Only in the darkness can you look into the darkness. EP8, Dark Adaptation. Novelists are not a particularly pleasant breed. They are sensitive, irritable, and filled with pride. It is a stereotype often summarized as picky artist, depicted in dramas. Park Chang-woon knew that this stereotype wasn't entirely unfounded. Being sensitive was necessary to sharply employ literary imagination. Being irritable was inevitable when working alone without a boss, colleagues, or workplace, and being filled with pride was essential because one had to believe in their own world. In fact, without these traits, it was easy to fall apart. How could someone without a keen literary sense write novels? Someone who couldn't even furrow their brow irritably endure harsh criticism from critics and the public, and someone who didn't believe in their own writing love literature. Thus, if you look at novelists who have had long careers, many of them generally had rather nasty personalities. Talking about this would make you an easy target for criticism, but at least that's how Park Chang-woon saw it. And this was also Park Chang-woon's excuse for justifying his own behavior, and the reason why he feared Gu Hak-jun, who acted like a saint despite being a top novelist. Isn't the one who looks sane among the crazy ones the most dangerous? Anyway, for this reason, Park Chang-woon didn't dislike novelists with somewhat abrasive personalities. It was hard to see his own personality as gentle, and he appreciated the grit a novelist needed. But, "This isn't right, you bastard." Just as a sense of justice turns into malice when it harms an innocent person, a novelist's pride shouldn't be brandished like a weapon at someone. Moreover, what was an adult doing to a kid? Thus, Park Chang-woon couldn't contain his righteous anger and stood up firmly. "Hey, you bastard! Have you really gone mad just because you haven't won a literary award for a few years?" And just when he was about to punish this literary miscreant disturbing the order, "It's fine. Don't be too angry." At Moonin's words, who stood up with an enlightened expression, Park Chang-woon calmed his anger. But enlightenment? Is that how a kid of that age reacts in such a situation? After being frozen for a moment, Park Chang-woon hurriedly asked as he saw Moon-in walking away somewhere, "Hey, where are you going?" Then Moon-in replied indifferently, "There's someone here who hates seeing me, so I'm going to disappear." With those words, Moon-in disappeared somewhere, attracting everyone's attention. Lim Yong-wook, who had been talking on the phone in a corner of the banquet hall, hurriedly hung up and followed Moon-in. "Oh boy!" Park Chang-woon sighed deeply and looked around. At the banquet hall, or rather, the literary award ceremony hall, there were now two types of people. The foolish beings who froze, realizing what consequences a moment's impulse had brought, and the crowd coldly watching him. The look in the eyes of that crowd, as Park Chang-woon saw it, was somewhat like the eyes of mischievous children who had just received a toy they could break as much as they wanted. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As soon as I stepped out of the hotel, I felt like I was thrown into the heart of Seoul. It's natural since the hotel where the literary award ceremony was held is in the heart of Seoul. However, the hotel banquet hall is a space detached from daily life, while the heart of Seoul, even the crosswalks, is an intersection full of everyday life. So, with just a few steps, it felt like I had entered a completely different world. Thanks to that, my mood was refreshed. My pounding heart also settled down calmly. Ha! With a sigh, I shook off the last bit of tension and hurried my steps again. The forest made up of countless people welcomed me. I instantly became part of the human wave. I decided to ignore Lim Yong-wook's incessant text messages, which were chiming katok katok dash instead of trang trang dash, for a while. After all, I seemed to be a sensitive and self-centered novelist as well. I needed time to think. Let's put the awards ceremony on the back burner for now. First, I need mental stability. A novel is written by the mind, not by reputation. So, I hid among people, and I walked the streets of Seoul. The first thing that came to mind was the echo of the story I had just heard. Since the mind is closer to essence than language, the recollection was even more vivid than before. "I hate you. I hate you. I hate you for monopolizing all the attention just because you're young. I hate the public that is crazy about age, looks, and popularity, and I hate the literary world that pushes literature aside. Your success should have been mine." It wasn't hard to infer such dark emotions. After all, it was the same thoughts I once had about Gu Yubin. At one time, I was so jealous of Gu Yubin. because she truly had everything. Born as Gu Hakjun's daughter, she debuted as a writer through a poetry book when she was young, gained fame as a beautiful female novelist, and even had her novel turned into a drama, though it flopped. Of course, Gu Yubin is not an heiress to a conglomerate. Her father isn't the president, she doesn't belong to an oil tycoon family, and she hasn't even won a multi-million-dollar American lottery. But above all, the reason I was most jealous of Gu Yubin was because she was also a writer. Writing is like that. Deep down, you write hoping for someone's recognition. But if you repeatedly fail to win literary awards, hear nothing from publishers, and live in such indifference for several years, you go insane. Poverty is an additional suffering. What really torments you is the voice in your heart saying, "It's all because I'm not good enough." Unable to accept that voice, you look for someone to blame. For me, that person was Gu Yubin, and for that person, it was me. It's that kind of self-consolation that I'm not wrong. It's the world that cheers for people who succeed through unfair means that is wrong. Borrowing Park Chang-woon's words, it aligns with the line, often appearing in martial arts novels. Suddenly, the image of Park Chang-woon shouting loudly came to mind. It's dark magic dash. Ah! The thought made me laugh a little. Feeling a bit better, I replied to Lim Yong-wook. I said I'd be resting in the studio today. Even while taking a taxi back, my thoughts didn't stop. My eyes saw the world beyond the car window swaying slightly with the vehicle's movement. But my mind was elsewhere. Jealousy. Hatred is a self-destructive emotion. But sometimes, to survive, you have to hate someone. I understood the feelings of the person who hated me. How much self-loathing did he endure before he spoke those words? It was probably a hatred that festered and festered until it burst. But didn't he know what situation he would face once he said it? He must have known. Even so, he probably couldn't endure without saying it. If I succeeded because I was young, and Gu Yubin succeeded because she was pretty, then it meant he hadn't succeeded because they were lacking. But from my perspective, success is determined not by people but by the heavens. It's one of the few realizations of a foolish time traveler. But why is it that humans cannot bear it without hating each other? Why do they ignore the truth in front of them and lie to themselves to the point of hating others? Looking back, this was my first question about the world. Let me give an example. This example was also a familiar question to me. Why do people despise orphans even though it's not their choice to be one? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After my parents passed away, life in the orphanage was a series of incomprehensible events. I felt as if I had been thrown into another world. Why wasn't I allowed to have a cell phone? Why did I have to get hit if I talked back? Why couldn't I rebel against irrational things? Why? But the strangest thing was that a wall had formed between me and the kids I used to be close with not too long ago. It was only when I saw the orphanage teacher bowing helplessly in front of the other kids' parents that I realized the hidden power dynamics behind the lies of human rights and equality. So, I end up remembering those beautiful fish I saw in the aquarium when I was a child. In the end, humans too just prey on the weak. Gu Yuna doesn't discriminate in making friends. There's people who discriminate against Gu Yuna. But as she read this manuscript, Gu Yuna had a rare thought. It was that, if you become close with your favorite, it makes your fan activities better. Inseop. What? Why? Let's stay friends from now on. Moon In, who was hit by the 1-2 combo of Gu Yuna calling him Inseop, and then saying, "Let's stay friends from now on," was completely sunk. Gu Yuna felt that transferring to the same school as Moon In to become friends was worth it. Getting the next work from her favorite author in advance? There was no greater heaven. Gu Yuna paused her reading and savored it as if she was enjoying a fine delicacy. Min Hyo-chan and Min Hyo-min, who had witnessed the shocking remarks earlier and now the strange behavior, widened their eyes in disbelief, but Gu Yuna remained engrossed in her own world. It has a stable taste. Moon In had finally done something notable. That's how Gu Yuna felt. Moon In, who had been writing only commercial, non-literary, fairy tale-like, vulgar, and convenience-oriented works as if he had conformed to the trends, had finally written something that suited her taste. Lim Yong-wook described it as obscure, bizarre, and dark. But Gu Yuna liked this piece, because it starkly revealed the bizarre nature of humans that was beyond understanding. In Gu Yuna's view, humans were hypocritical beings full of contradictions. From that perspective, this novel was realistic from the start. A corpse cleaner who rejects the concept of human dignity but wants to be dignified finds a book in the house of a woman who committed suicide. The book is the memoir of a man. When he was young, he followed his mother to a large mart and witnessed fish being eaten by their own kind, leaving him traumatized. He loses his parents and goes to an orphanage. There, he experiences the life of the lower class that he didn't know while his parents were alive. He experiences the class that exists in modern society, experiences unfairness, receives hatred, and finally realizes that humans, in the end, are no different from the fish that prey on their kind. Ah! Gu Yuna Logid. She laughed brightly and out loud. The club room was engulfed in shock and horror. Not only Min Hyo-chan and Min Hyo-min, but even author Moon-in had his eyes quivering. However, Gu Yuna, wiping away tears mixed with laughter, as if she had just watched a comedy show, prioritized literature over others' feelings. So she said to Moon-in, "I really enjoyed reading it. The depiction of falling into hell the moment you become an orphan was excellent. The fear, anxiety, and contempt in the absence of a social safety net. As expected from Moon-in. It could be interpreted as you describe orphans well, because you are one," causing Min Hyo-chan and Min Hyo-min to gasp and glance at Moon-in. The siblings, being siblings, even rolled their eyes in the same way as they watched. Fortunately, Moon-in was someone who could correctly interpret Gu Yuna's language, so there was no misunderstanding. "Thanks." Just as Min Hyo-chan and Min Hyo-min breathed sighs of relief and clutched their chests in comfort. "But how did you know the difference between living with parents and living without them?" With a remark that bluntly implied, "You don't have a mom." Min Hyo-chan and Min Hyo-min were terrified. They trembled nervously, anxiously waiting for Moon-in's anger to explode. But Moon-in understood that the concept of malice in Gu Yuna's comment was as minimal as the shrimp in a shrimp cracker. So he thoroughly addressed Gu Yuna's pure literary curiosity. I had a helper." "Who?" Kim Bile trembled. "Do I really have to do this?" "Yes, you do." Kim Bile anxiously looked around like a meerkat, worried that someone might be watching her. Considering this was Bike Hack Entertainment's practice room, it was natural there wouldn't be any audience. Nevertheless, the request Moon-in made to Kim Bile was something that defied social norms. Thus, Kim Bile was trembling out of fear that someone might see. Seeing Kim Bile like that, Moon-in, with interview papers in front of him, mercilessly asked the question. "Please describe what it feels like to live with your parents. In detail." Chapter 131. Moon-in. With these two characters, Kim Bile could recall a lot of information. A genius writer who appeared like a comet one day, the author of numerous masterpieces, Seop who hates his real name, the boy who walks around with a blanket draped over him, Booker International nominee, a maverick in the entertainment industry, a cocky kid, a pretty decent friend, and so on. The list is endless. It was natural since he was a boy with a distinctive presence even in the entertainment industry, which is full of eccentricities. But it was precisely because of this that Kim Bile couldn't easily associate the word orphan with Moon-in. Of course, she knew. But watching the boy who roamed the entertainment world with a fearless attitude, she would quickly forget that this boy was an orphan. The stereotype of an orphan as depicted by the media is as follows. Timid, pitiful, prickly, despised, poor, craving affection, such weaklings. It's an extremely narrow-minded view, but humans are inherently narrow-minded. We're too busy surviving to meticulously consider others' circumstances. Kim Bile, having a job where she plays different characters, had a somewhat broader perspective, but as a human being, she was no exception. Her perception of orphans was just the typical image depicted by the media. But surprisingly, it seemed Moon-in was no exception either. "I'm the same. I have some preconceptions about kids from families with parents. Privileged, ignorant of the world, dumb, arrogant, incapable of handling themselves, spoiled by their parents, liking to bully others. Oh, that is. I know. The world isn't like that. There's a term called Tallulah. It's from a famous sports movie. When a player tries to name a bobsleigh vehicle Tallulah, his teammates laugh. Tallulah? What a stupid name. Where did you get it? My mom. It's a really pretty name. Just like this well-known humor, Kim Bile thought Moon In's request to tell him what it feels like to have parents was a kind of joke. Isn't he a cheeky and arrogant junior who enjoys teasing his seniors? But as the conversation continued, Kim Bile could read sincerity from Moon In. I'm writing my next work. It's about the world. Why do humans torment others? Why do they indulge in hatred and pain even at the expense of truth? Of course, I could just make a rough guess and write it. This is a creative work, after all. That's why a novel is called fiction in English. But since this novel is not about me, but about the world, I want to depict it as accurately as possible. For that, I need to study other people's perspectives, which is why I'm bothering you, Sunbae. I know you're busy with your drama schedule, but can you help me? From the moment Kim Bile's popularity that sustained her pride collapsed like an illusion. The only thing that maintained her pride was her professional spirit towards her job. It was the only thing left in her hands until the very end. And now, Kim Bile felt like she had discovered a veteran actor obsessively researching their role in Moon In. So there was no need to say more. The answer was obviously yes. Thus, Kim Bile smiled brightly and, instead of answering, asked another question. Why me? Why did you ask me? Then Moon In smiled faintly and answered. Just as Kim Bile thought Moon In had transcended the stereotype of a parentless child, Moon In also thought that Kim Bile had transcended the stereotype of a child with parents. Because you're not on good terms with your parents. EP8 Dark Adaptation. Looking back, it was a very indulgent thought, but there was a time when I deeply resented my parents. In Anna Karenina, it is said that all happy families are alike, but each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. I think differently. Our family was unhappy for very common and mundane reasons. Money. Of course, we were not so poor that we couldn't find food to eat, but we were poor enough that we couldn't buy clothes to show off. We tormented each other because of money. They tormented each other because my father couldn't earn enough, making my mom work too, and for not respecting the breadwinner who brought in the money. It was routine to be tormented by friends because they had game consoles that I didn't. Reading this, it might seem like my home was a hell where devils killed each other, but it was a very common and everyday conflict. After fights, there were reconciliations, and after reconciliations, there were more fights. Isn't love always a series of discord? But what tormented me the most was something else. It was the pressure from my parents that I should someday become a high earner. This pressure was always packaged as, for your own good. But the more I was urged to study and achieve good grades, the more I kept wondering why I had to give up my current happiness for someone else's sake. As a child, I didn't know what I would become when I grew up, like all other children, and I was in a state of wandering after losing my unrealistic dreams from even younger days, like becoming a president, for example. At that time, I naturally needed some rest and a period of self-exploration to think about my dreams. So, the adult's response is like, none of that matters, just study. And what do you know, we've been through it all, we're not going to sound good to me. Why don't children have the right to decide their own dreams? I constantly felt uncomfortable with my parents' coercion, which felt like it mortgaged not only my present life but also my future. Moreover, all the jobs that adults favored were those that earned a lot of money. So wasn't their message essentially telling me to become someone who earns a lot of money? Of course, there was a rational part to my parents' words. I relied on the money they earned for my food, clothing, and shelter. So as a dependent being, a virtue of obedience to their commands was required. This is what society demanded of me. But is that all there is to the parent-child relationship? Obedience or rebellion against commands, is that all a child can do? I once pondered deeply about these concerns. However, These concerns became meaningless when I was left alone after losing my parents. Not because there was no one to proudly share the results of my worries with, but because the answer to my worries became glaringly obvious. The answer is this: money is power. Without power, you get eaten. My parents didn't want me to become someone who earns a lot of money, but they wanted me to survive in this wild world. However, since they didn't have a fortune themselves, I was thrown into the wild with nothing, having to struggle to survive. When is that idiot going to drop out? The predator who treated me as prey was a kid whose mother was the president of the PDA. I heard his father was a doctor too. But that kid seemed more interested in killing rather than saving people, probably to draw respect from his peers who looked up to him. Around this time, through several experiences, I realized that I was someone who would not be protected by parents, teachers, or anyone else. So, even amidst the relentless bullying, I could only smile foolishly. Don't laugh. I'm talking about you.
Sorry.
While apologizing, I didn't even know what I was apologizing for. If I had to pinpoint it, perhaps it was an apology for my weakness. But regardless of the reason, the person who receives an apology feels their dignity elevated. For one person to trample another brings immense pleasure. Even as the prey, I could fully imagine that pleasure. Because I was human, that base and cruel primal instinct existed within me. I despised that. Understanding the feelings of the person who tormented me was a dreadful experience, because it reminded me that I was the same kind of human as they were. So I mostly hung out with animals, mainly with the rabbits, chickens, and squirrels kept behind the school. These animals, purchased with tax money, didn't exist for themselves but for the mental health and education of the students. Fortunately, the kids at this school were relatively kind to the animals. Occasionally, during special class sessions, they would even line up to feed the rabbits carrots. However, I, who watched these animals more frequently than the barn cleaning duty students, knew that their mortality rate was quite high. The reason was probably stress. How could they endure being confined in a small space, listening to the noise from the playground, and being touched by hundreds of humans? So, when I looked after the animals, I walked quietly. I never stimulated them, never made noise, and never touched them. Sometimes, this led to the animals opening up and approaching me first. Although it was surely because they recognized me as the person who fed them, this warm affection greatly helped me endure my arduous survival. However, my efforts alone couldn't change the world. Eventually, the animals, dying one by one, all perished except for one. The last remaining animal was a single bluebird in a cage. Only one budgerigar remained, spared the rough handling thanks to its confinement. I shed tears as I looked at my last remaining friend. Tears for my friends, who, after being tormented by the hands of children, couldn't even be buried in the ground but were thrown into the trash. At that moment, my hand cautiously reached for the budgerigar. The hand that had never touched an animal reached for the small bluebird. Though I was sure this touch would wound the bluebird, I needed to caress something to endure this sadness. Fortunately, my fingertips did not touch the bluebird, because I heard a voice behind me. "Hey, are you the one who's been taking care of the animals all this time?" A girl was looking at me, smiling softly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Classic. Lim Yong-wook smiled with satisfaction. The boy meets girl plot is unbeatable. The boy must meet the girl. That's how romance begins, and that's how books sell well. The story that followed didn't stray much from Lim Yong-wook's expectations. A boy who, after losing his parents and becoming disillusioned with humans, relies on animals, and a girl who simply likes animals. Their story continued. Both liked animals, but their motivations were slightly different. The girl's affection was pure, while the boy's affection was darker and more obsessive. This was because, while the girl simply liked animals, the boy liked animals because he hated humans. As the two grew closer, this difference became more pronounced. It became the seed of conflict and eventually the nutrient for mutual understanding. Moon In-seop expressed this seamlessly. A contented smile never left Lim Yong-wook's lips. Salvation in the darkness, sweet friendship. The appeal of this work lies in its artistic quality as well as its extrinsic elements. It has a youth literature feel. The setting is simple and modern. This comment came not from reader Lim Yong-wook, but from editor Lim Yong-wook. In other words, in Korea, young adult literature sells much better than pure literature. Parents buy it for their children, and schools purchase it for libraries with taxpayer money. Moreover, a simple and modern setting makes it easier to adapt into a drama. With no need for extravagant CGI, the budget can be kept low, relying instead on the actors' performances. It's akin to how a modern romance script suddenly needing a gumiho, nine-tailed fox, or goblin would require the involvement of a CGI team. In summary, it's a profitable novel. Lim Yong-wook cleared his throat awkwardly and looked around. Even he thought his inner thoughts were a bit too mercenary. Originally, Lim Yong-wook did not read novels purely for commercial reasons, especially not the works of Moon In-seop, which perfectly aligned with his tastes. It was roughly a 50-50 split. It's similar to a Cherokee Indian fable. Inside every human heart, two wolves reside. A wolf of goodness and a wolf of evil. The two wolves engage in an eternal struggle. Which wolf wins? The one that the owner feeds. Similarly, two wolves lived within Lim Yong-wook's heart. One was the wolf of commercialism, and the other was the wolf of literary value. The two wolves continuously fought an eternal battle, neither yielding an inch. But Lim Yong-wook had tasted the allure of money. Since experiencing the taste of money in Japan, the wolf of commercialism has been winning victory after victory over the wolf of literary value. Even if the wolf of literary value protested that it was a rigged fight, Lim Yong-wook remained silent. He was a referee thoroughly bribed by money. Thus, when Deputy Manager Kim Ji-ryung asked, "Department Head, what do you think of Moon In-seop's new work?" "Oh, it feels good. Really good. I can see potential for media mix." However, what Lim Yong-wook overlooked was the fact that Moon In-seop was a walking embodiment of the wolf of literary value, a fearsome beast bearing its fangs and drooling. Lim Yong-wook realized this as soon as he turned a few pages of the manuscript. The wolf had bitten the bluebird to death. As a child, I saw the white bones of a fish floating in the aquarium. Bones hidden within the flesh gnawed by its kind. I saw white more brutal than red. I saw white in the remnants of a bluebird crushed under sneakers. Delicate bones, broken bones, murdered bones. The terror of white, more brutal than red, returned to me. The child, whose parents had a profession that saved lives, spoke to me. "How is it? Are you still not angry?" It was then I realized. He had crushed the bluebird to see the child, who usually smiled foolishly, get angry. Just to torment another, he had killed a living being. At that moment, something dark, a mix of pain, despair, and hatred, filled my heart. I grabbed a brick from the corner of the flower bed and charged at the murderer who had trampled the bluebird's bones into the dirt. Then a girl shouted, "Stop! That's right. I shouldn't. You shouldn't hit someone with a brick. That's not what a pure animal would do, but what a wicked human would do." I lowered the brick, which I had raised high into the air with a weak motion. Though I still held it in my hand, the girl's desperate plea had drained all the strength from my arm. Then the frightened boy, wanting to erase his earlier display of cowardice, spoke to me. It seemed he wanted to make his pathetic, cowering figure disappear. As if urged by the gaze of numerous spectators, he roughly pushed my shoulder and shouted in anger, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to hit me? Hit me. Come on, hit me." The criminal who killed the bluebird stuck his head out toward me as if offering his neck. I was holding the brick, and had become the executioner qualified to pass judgment. But the girl's eyes were telling me one thing until the end. It meant that the moment I struck this criminal with the brick, I would no longer be human. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind, "To be or not to be, that is the question." Two choices approached me. To kill or to spare, to remain human or not, to suppress my impulse and anger or not, to avenge the bluebird or not. With clear-minded determination, I answered resolutely. I would not remain a vile human being. One swing, one impact, one fall, and a scream. I struck the criminal with the brick and killed him. That was my first murder. Chapter 132. The sudden success of the animated film Guitar was truly an unexpected event. However, the fame of the original author, Moon In, was even more unpredictable. Who would have guessed that the rumor Korea's genius literary boy is actually Japanese would set Japan abuzz? Of course, the rumors about Moon In being Korean or Japanese were nothing more than cheap jokes mentioned in light-hearted drinking parties. If it weren't for the unique variety show atmosphere of Japanese broadcasting, this issue would never have made the news. In Korean terms, it would be more suitable as a morning show topic rather than a news item. But even though the rumors were playful, the effect was not. There are no jokes in business. The rumor that Moon In might be a Korean of Japanese descent is not a fact. However, the fact that this news was broadcasted is a fact. This cheap joke-like rumor caught the interest of the Japanese, spread through the internet, YouTube, and new media, and behind it lies the undeniable truth that there are major publishing companies from both Korea and Japan involved. As a result, the noise marketing surrounding Moon In and Guitar captured all of Japan's attention, even if just for a brief moment. It wasn't a case where some unprepared amateur got lucky one day. Two giant publishing companies put all their effort into it so that buzz directly translated into money. Books were printed non-stop at the printing presses. Bookstores were crowded with people, and numerous trucks loaded with books roamed the country. In this way, Guitar became the most commercially successful novel in recent years. And the publishing management department also prospered alongside. EP8 Dark Adaptation. Of course, it's all thanks to director Baek Seol. Kim Jae-ryung, and deputy manager at the publishing management department, is a steam game enthusiast, a lover of Japanese light novels, an art history major from Seoul National University, a cat lover, and a dirty trader who moved from the publishing planning department to the publishing management department after contributing to Lim Yong-wook's crackdown on Yang Sung-joon. Moreover, when Lim Yong-wook was demoted, Deputy Kim Jae-ryung was quick to cut ties, making his burning loyalty now proof that the prosperity of the publishing management department was unquestionable. To overcome the dark period of the publishing industry, she actively promoted Media Mix, devised a new business model of transforming novelists into celebrities, and opened the era of global business through active partnerships with Japanese publishers. Write the press release roughly like this. The details can be well handled by the PR team, right? The reason for the success of the publishing management department? There is only one. Under the noble leadership of Baekak lineage, there is nothing but victory and more victory. However, there was a heretic who doubted this evident truth. Team leader Lee Eun-bai of the Baekak Publishing House PR marketing team. Sunbae, is it really okay to write it like this? It seems a bit different from the truth. What? I heard rumors that there was a minor mistake when contracting the copyright. Toot toot. Don't you know that the director's failures are intentional? Huh? What? Deputy Kim Jae-ryung, standing behind, put his hand on team leader Lee Eun-bai's shoulder. Then, with a menacing expression, he whispered in her ear. Why does Comrade Lee Eun-bai doubt the artistic leadership of Baekak lineage? Are you perhaps a spy planted by Kyobo Bookstore or Youngpung Bookstore?
I'm sorry.
Comrade, I'll be watching you. Other employees, watching the two's antics, grumbled internally, thinking those bastards really believe their office romance hasn't been caught. Anyway, while Deputy Kim Jae-ryung was at the forefront of crushing the despicable and vile scheming of factional elements, the beloved director Baek Seol couldn't help but sigh. Ha! Is his condition that bad? From the moment she was promoted to director, Baek Seol's company life became very hard. Even parachute appointments come with their own set of duties. For a woman in her late 20s to join the grandfathers on the board for golf sessions consumed more mental energy than expected. Especially since this was a preliminary step to ousting the current CEO of Baekak Publishing, and that individual occasionally showed up, making it even more taxing. While familiarizing herself with the duties of a director, meeting her uncle's friends, and learning about the political dynamics at Baekak Group headquarters, size naturally increased. Lim Yongwook's report added another sigh to the mix. Really? Is INSIP's condition that bad? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The two schools run by the Bikehack Arts Foundation are adjacent to each other. And since Bikehack Arts middle school students mostly advance to Bikehack Arts high school, for them, advancing simply means moving to the neighboring school. But does that mean the graduation ceremony can be passed over lightly? On graduation day, Bikehack Arts Middle School was filled with parents who came from all directions. A flower stall was set up in front of the school gate, and the parking lot was full of foreign cars. This is because mainly wealthy families teach their children the arts. Looking at the dazzling foreign cars stirred complicated feelings. The label non-arts high school graduate, which once clung to me like a tag, was finally removed. Should this be a moment of joy or embarrassment? Should I rejoice in entering the inner circle of the art world, or feel ashamed for joining the perpetuation of an artistic class inherited through school ties and financial power? As these thoughts continued, I shook my head to dispel the worries. Anyway, since my condition wasn't good, negative things caught my eye first. Should I be having such thoughts on this joyous day? Children celebrating graduation, the gentle fragrance of flowers, parents' smiles as they looked at their children, a shining moment of youth. Putting these aside to mutter about the inheritance of an artistic class through school ties and financial power could be considered a disease. However, this disease is incurable. It's because I couldn't sympathize with their joy. Wealthy fortune, harmonious family. These were things never given to me from the start. So, the color of the world seen through my eyes was bound to be black. I'm writing with such a twisted heart full of these feelings. To show the whole world the way I see the world. Hee. Oh no, I almost turned evil for a moment. Suppressing the dark dragon stirring inside me, I wandered around the graduation ceremony venue. Fortunately, in the noisy crowd, no one approached me. Well, at the brightest moment, only the most beloved people catch your eye. I safely arrived at my destination. The person with pink hair was easy to spot. Congratulations on your graduation, Min Hyochan Sunbae. Min Hyochan, holding the diploma, looked at me in surprise, then smiled. What? You finally remembered my name. It got pretty confusing when there suddenly were two Mints in the clubroom. Oh, I see. I'll quickly disappear so our great author won't be inconvenienced. Tisk. Min Hyomin, who was near Min Hyochan, approached with curious eyes. Min Hyomin asked, Min whatever? What does that mean? Little sister. From now on, that's your name. What the F dash? Fortunately, Min Hyomin noticed my gaze and refrained from saying damn, as expected of a top idol's self-restraint. Min Hyomin awkwardly rolled her eyes, then brightened up when she spotted Gu Yuna behind me and ran over. I smiled for a moment watching this cheerful sibling pair. Eventually, after briefly greeting Min Hyochan and Min Hyomin's parents and turning down their offer to treat me to a meal, I returned to my studio. Being alone in the quiet studio after the noisy graduation ceremony made the presence of the serene silence feel all the more striking. However, the warmth from the graduation ceremony lingered in my heart, brightening my mood. It made me reflect on how I had grown close to the pink-haired idol who played Chinese otaku games in the corner of the clubroom, and I felt a bit regretful that I wouldn't see that sight this year. Come to think of it, if I advance to Bikehack Arts High School next year, I'll meet Min Hyochan again, and I'll also get to see Kim Bile at school after a long time. It seems like it will be quite an enjoyable time. That thought lifted my spirits. But that's not how it should be. What I need now is darkness. I pulled out the dark things hidden deep in my heart. Hey, you orphan bastard. Why do you always carry that blanket around? To lessen the pain when you get hit? Moron, it must be true. Hilarious. Huh? What are you looking at, you bastard? Are you pissed? Hey, Sip is pissed. So scary, what should we do? I heard this bastard got a girlfriend? Don't tell me that blanket is a gift from her? Let's use it together, you son of a bitch. Hand it over. No, not the blanket, you're... Good. My heart was stained with darkness. I was ready to write. Why do humans torment other humans? Why do they stab and kill, kill with complaints, kill with terrorism, kill with their tongues, and even kill by typing on a keyboard, knowing that only ruin awaits at the end. The world is nothing but darkness, and we are walking through that darkness. It was time to write about the second murder. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The weight of the sin of killing a person was not as heavy as expected. Perhaps it was because a child had committed the murder. Some say that since the bullied killed the bully, it was the fault of the society that allowed the bullying. Thus, they defended how painful it would be for an innocent child who made a momentary mistake to suffer for a lifetime. I do not think so. My murder was not a mistake but a decision made by reason. Therefore, I am a beast that should not be forgiven. But the world gave me the name poor child despite my confession. Thus, my time in the juvenile detention center was not long. No, it wasn't confinement but a measure of protection. It is a strange thing. What are they protecting whom from? Me from the world from me? Regardless of the outcome, those who defended me became famous, and the judge who sentenced me was recognized as a kind-hearted righteous man. They are neither the ones who committed the crime nor the ones who suffered from it. They are just third parties who studied a bit better in their school days. Yet, watching them arbitrarily evaluate, forgive, and gain honor from another's crime was something I could not understand. Anyway, I was thrown back into the world. With the label of a criminal, amid looks of sympathy and disdain, wandering the world like Jean Valjean. No one cared for me, looked after me, or gave me a job. Ironically, it was thanks to the sibling of the one I killed that I managed to escape a life of wandering the streets. The sibling of the one I killed sought me out, gave me money, provided me with shelter, and offered me a job. Thanks to them, I gained food, clothing, and a place to live. He was like Jonathan helping David. He was someone who loved and assisted the family enemy. I have already forgiven this person. Isn't it a sin committed during childhood? Jesus said to love your enemies, and this person is not even my enemy, so there is no reason to hate. The slight difference between him and Jonathan was that he bragged about this. As expected of our CEO. I couldn't even think of doing that. You are truly merciful. Amen. I killed the son of the doctor who had murdered the bluebird. Upon hearing of their son's death, the doctor and his wife were furious. However, I did not receive the punishment fitting my crime, and the enraged doctor and his wife soon died from a broken heart. Then the younger brother inherited all the family's wealth. This is why he didn't hate me. He was grateful that I had removed the thorn in his side, so I thought once again that the human world was close to hell on earth. But since I lived off Jonathan's money, I bowed my head and offered false gratitude, thanking him for his forgiveness like a true weakling. I endured being dragged around and displayed like a trophy by him because that was the reason for the money I received. However, this was also a torment for me because the brother's actions were essentially no different from those of his sibling. The brother who killed the bluebird wanted to become someone above me by tormenting me, gaining the admiration of everyone. The brother who bragged about forgiving the one who killed his sibling sought admiration by treating me well, elevating himself above me. Why do humans want to trample on other humans to rise above them? At times, I wept late into the night, yearning to escape this pain. There was a glimmer of salvation that soothed my pain, and she was Jonathan's younger sister. You disgust me. She entirely hated me. That was the fitting price for my sin, so it was a welcome sentiment for me. Chapter 133. One day, Jonathan's sister handed me a brown envelope. I took the envelope politely and asked, "What is this, miss? I told you not to call me that." In response to her cold correction, I lowered my eyes but still had no intention of changing the way I addressed her. It was a title I was expected to use as someone who served Jonathan, and she was the only one who treated me the way I deserved. Knowing this, she continued the conversation rather than trying harder to correct me. "It's the address of the woman you raised birds with. That damn bluebird that was so precious it made my brother willing to die for it." A shock that felt like my heart had stopped washed over me. Bluebird, my friend, my love, the purity of my childhood. Something I longed for every day in the juvenile detention center where I ended up instead of prison. the angel that would save me from the filthy world and lead me to the blue sky. The bluebird I missed every time I saw the blue sky through the bars. My friend crushed into a cruel white more brutal than red, now forever out of reach. As I heard about her, it felt like a stream of blue water flowed into my blackened heart, which had dried up like sticky tar. Jonathan's sister handed me the envelope with an expectant look, like a child about to open a well-wrapped gift box. Go. Meet her. EP8 Dark Adaptation. The atmosphere on the set of a drama confirmed to be a hit is like a festive celebration. The emotions of joy and happiness, which should not be visible, float around like soap bubbles. If you're wondering how they can already confirm a hit while still filming the drama, it's because you don't understand the Korean drama industry. The reason K-dramas lead the world is because of their freshness. The cliched Western writers who resort to undressing characters when they hit a story block can never match the freshness of K-dramas. The secret to K-dramas' leading edge lies in the fresh, lively scripts the writer finishes and sends straight to the set for filming, which are then broadcast a few days later, like a direct delivery of fresh goods. Therefore, the trinity of writing, filming, and broadcasting happening simultaneously is nothing out of the ordinary. Naturally, the set of the much-talked-about drama, Rosarium. In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, Amen, was proudly upholding this Korean tradition. They were currently airing episode 11 on TV while filming episode 14. By the way, the writer had not yet completed the script for episode 14 yet. So how was the filming progressing? As each page of the script was completed, it was sent to the set, and the actors had to perform impromptu without any time to study their roles. This is referred to as page-by-page filming, where they shoot as each page is completed. The current situation was just like this. Indeed. Shit. When things reach this stage, usually the director and the writer become as cold as a couple in a marital slump, and the actors start biting their nails in anxiety, caught between them like children. Then the actors, who tremble like obedient children in front of the director and writer, vent their stress through childish violence on the staff and managers, who are considered below them. This makes the staff feel like crap, leads to several minor accidents, and the filming process starts to unravel, quickly ruining the drama. However, the set of Rosarium was an exception. I'm so sorry about this. Oh, take your time, writer Nim. Your health is much more important than the shoot being delayed. You can just send the script via KakaoTalk Dash. The producer and the writer were still dripping with sweetness. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. No, it's okay. The notoriously ill-tempered actress smiled sweetly even when someone spilled coffee on her clothes. Hyung, are you okay? You're not hurt. Ah, I'm fine, Dongsing. It's nothing to worry about, haha. The two lead actors, who had made everyone tired with their power struggles since the drama script reading, had somehow become good brothers. The reason was obvious. The ratings for the drama they were filming were skyrocketing, heading not just through the clouds but beyond the stratosphere into Andromeda. Such trivial human emotions like resentment and envy couldn't take hold in their hearts. The drama, Rosarium, had already established itself as the most successful drama in recent years. With the gates of paradise shimmering before them, everyone had already attained a state of nirvana, free from worldly worries. Living Buddhas walked around the set. This was not the principle of having nothing, but of having everything. They had already obtained everything. Rosarium wasn't just a drama with good ratings, but one that has swept across Korea. Following the principle of the internationalization of K-content, it soon dominated Japan and China, and was expected to conquer the Western world through Netflix. Naturally, the value of the key players who hit this kind of home run increased. The PD and writer would be elevated from A grade to S grade, and the actors, too, would rise an invisible rank higher. Additionally, they couldn't leave out CFs. It was almost certain that every actor in this drama would earn additional income ranging from tens of millions to tens of billions of won. Everyone was happy, except for the Korean Catholic Central Association, who shed tears of blood over the unholy and lustful priest costume fetish craze stirred up by the drama. Therefore, actress Choi Yurim, not her real name, who used to grumble to her manager, What year is this to still be using page-by-page scripts? God damn it, this is bullshit. Had a change in her attitude towards life. No matter how shitty her agency's CEO acted, she would look in the mirror in the morning and tell herself, "Who am I? I'm the main female lead of Rosarium." This self-question and answer left her no time to feel bad. These days, she would find herself smiling for no reason. It was clear why people say that positions make people. Thus, Choi Yu-rim greeted her uncomfortable junior, who was younger but had a much longer career, with a bright smile.
Kim był Sanbeinim.
Hello? Oh, Uni, you're here? Kim Bile, in her nun's outfit, didn't close the book she was reading or get up from her seat to greet her. Oh, calling me Sunbae now, huh? However, Choi Yu-rim, whose life was full of joy these days, exuded a friendly atmosphere as she sat next to Kim Bile. Kim Bile held a somewhat unique position among actors. A typical rising star would receive a "So you're that one? Let's see how good you are" look from veteran actors, writers, and directors. But with Kim Bile, it was more like, "Ah, our baby? When did you get so big?" It could be said to be an extremely unequal and biased treatment. Choi Yu-rim had subtly avoided Kim Bile because she didn't like this, but lately, feeling good and secretly acknowledging Kim Bile's acting skills during the ongoing drama shoot, she wanted to get to know her a bit more. "What are you reading, Bile?" "A book." "What book?" Instead of answering, Kim Bile showed her the cover of the book she was reading. In the middle of the white cover, there were black letters. Dark Adaptation. *****. Choi Yu-rim, who had said she would read the book alongside Kim Bile, ran away in less than 30 seconds. It wasn't because the content was dark, but simply because literature was boring. This was the most common attitude modern people had towards books. In an age full of things more interesting than books, literature had no place. There's a reason for the publishing industry's screams of agony. However, if you spend a few years as friends with a popular star writer, you can't help but experience some change in perspective. Kim Bile had come to embrace literature. It started as reading homework to study the movies, Cause of Death, and Red Hunter, but now she had gained enough expertise to be called someone who reads books. In terms of interest rather than expertise, it can be said that Kim Bile had reached the point where, in the absence of a script to study due to page-by-page shooting, she would take out a book instead of blankly staring at her smartphone. Such a Kim Bile could now read much more from a book. She had become a trained reader. Some people say that literature is the art of eternity. As long as books, paper, and internet files remain, it is the art of continuous records. But Moon In's thoughts seemed a bit different. Moon In's novels aim for the art of the moment. As the saying goes, the only word to describe a book is its title. He creates art that can only be explained by the title of the book itself. Kim Bile continued her arduous reading to savor the aesthetics of that moment. Go meet her. The sinner longing for the bluebird heads towards the girl from his childhood. His heart is not confident. He worries that the girl, who tried to keep him human until the end, might fear the murderer he has become. But that worry is short-lived. The moment he sees the girl from afar, the sinner experiences extreme joy as if he were forgiven. The girl, who loved animals, had become a teacher who taught people. Hesitating briefly, fearing he might taint her eyes that still held the purity of childhood, the girl recognized the boy fatefully. That reunion was not fateful. The two who met again after more than a decade were too different. It was impossible to face each other with open hearts like in their childhood. But it was the same even in childhood. The reason they bonded was because they acknowledged each other's differences, not because they were alike from the beginning. Walking the path they once walked again was not difficult. They opened their hearts to each other once more. But the boy agonizes over whether he, a sinner, deserves such happiness. So one day the boy pleads with the girl to please forgive him. Of course, the girl has no right to forgive the boy. Both of them know that. But the girl willingly forgives the boy. The boy feels the joy of true salvation. And the two bodies intertwine. Wait, what? Kim Bile's concentration was momentarily broken due to an overly detailed description. Like a meerkat, she looked around cautiously, then covered her slightly reddened face with the book and continued reading. It didn't take long for her expression to turn serious again, because the fact that the girl was dating a murderer was revealed by someone. The girl, who was teaching children, lost everything in an instant. The highly emotional judgment of strangers, who sent the poor boy to a juvenile detention center instead of prison, came rushing back. People in reality trying to protect their children from a teacher who's involved with a murderer, people in the system where sacrificing one makes things easier, people behind anonymity who have found a toy they can break. In the bullying of a scale that individuals could not bear, the sinner wandered. His past sin, like a shackle, tied him up and sealed his mouth. No matter where he went, no one forgave him. Thus, the girl hanged herself, and the boy lost his second bluebird. And then Jonathan's sister approached and confessed. Behind all these incidents was me, and this is my rightful revenge and ... This is the fair punishment you deserve. Her words were like a sentence. But what could that sentence mean? How is it, are you still grateful? Salvation was gone. The bluebird was trampled again, and a pain whiter and more cruel than red washed over me once more. The blue stream of salvation that the girl had given me drained out through my eyes, leaving only darkness within them. I closed my eyes and looked up at the sky. But there was no one to blame there. Only darkness and more darkness. But in the darkness, I could see through the darkness, and things that were invisible outside the darkness finally came into my view. There is no sin. There was none from the beginning. Sin and judgment are false illusions created arbitrarily by those who rule this world. They absolve the child who killed to become righteous themselves and judge the innocent who didn't commit murder as if they were murderers to feign justice. Bullying is like fish in a tank eating their own kind in an aquarium. There was never any need to attach ridiculous excuses like sin or judgment to it. It is our instinct to torment others simply because we are hungry, bored, want to trample others and rise above them, or want peace of mind. There was never a standard to distinguish humans from animals from the beginning. I finally realized this. So, there is no need to talk about ridiculous reasons like judgment, forgiveness, or revenge. I decided to bully someone to relieve this pain, because this is our true nature. I lifted one of the decorative statues lining the mansion's hallway and struck Jonathan's sister, who sneered at me with cold eyes until the very end. I struck her down, struck her again, and struck her once more. I struck her until it was impossible to tell if she was human or animal. She and I smiled at each other until the very end. This was my second murder. Kim Bile, who was in a corner of the filming set, quietly closed the book. Perhaps it was because she was wearing a nun's outfit that suddenly she felt like praying to someone. Chapter 134. Bikehack Publishing has a special thing that other publishers don't have. This is what made Bikehack Publishing the largest publisher in Korea. This special thing is their offline bookstores scattered nationwide. Other publishers only make books, but Bikehack Publishing not only makes their own books but also sells them in their own stores. Even other publishers have to supply their books to Bikehack Publishing stores. So who would dare to challenge Bikehack Publishing's stronghold? In fact, it's clearly unfair competition, but since Bikehack Media Group, the parent company, controls the Korean press, no one dares to point fingers. Anyhow, the reason Bikehack Publishing can dominate the publishing industry is not because of the publishing business division that makes books, but because of the book distribution division that manages bookstores. Oddly enough, the captain of the Bikehack Publishing ship has always come from the publishing business division, even though the book distribution division makes much more money. What's the reason for this strange phenomenon? It's because Bikehack Publishing was never meant to be a money-making company in the first place. EP8 Dark Adaptation. Bikehack Publishing is a trophy of the Bikehack Group. A trophy commemorating what? A trophy commemorating the beginning. The great founder of the Bikehack Group started with a small bookstore and built up the Bikehack Group. And the successors must uphold the founder's ideology for the sake of their own legitimacy. That's why the Bikehack Group stubbornly holds onto the publishing company that only makes losses. Therefore, money is not important. Rather than aggressive business expansion, the ability to manage the industry stably is more important. A trophy's job is not to strive to make money but to sit quietly and shine. This conservative status quo ideology is also the fundamental reason why the reform proposed by the internal company innovators, including Lim Yong-wook in the past, was crushed. Who are they to gamble on the future of the publishing industry while receiving a salary just by staying put? Without this tacit agreement from everyone, Kim Sang-guk, the then head of the Publishing Business Division, and Yang Sung-jun, the head of the Publishing Planning Department, could not have dismantled the well-functioning TF team. And this ideology continued in the Publishing Planning Department even after Yang Sung-jun was sent off to Andromeda, and Kim Sang-guk became the CEO of Baikak Publishing. This was the reason why Woo Ki-tae, the head of the Publishing Planning Department, sneered coldly while reading Dark Adaptation. Teske, how unfortunate. Despite expressing regret, the corners of Woo Ki-tae's mouth curled up in a smirk. It was because that damn Moon In's new work had flopped. It's too dark. Even though the Publishing Management Division, a new player, had entered the playing field of the Publishing Business Division and the Book Distribution Division that divided Baikak Publishing, it didn't change the two-way battle into a three-way battle. The Publishing Management Division is a department that makes books, not a department that sells books. Therefore, it doesn't touch the rice bowl of the Book Distribution Division but puts its spoon in Publishing Business Division's bowl. Hence, the recent internal conflict at Baikak Publishing is none other than a one-on-one deathmatch between the Publishing Business Division and the Publishing Management Division. And the knife that the damned Publishing Management Division is swinging around like a madman is none other than Moon In. That damn Moon In. Phew. Now it should be quiet for a while. During the frenzy of guitar sweeping through Korea and Japan, the core of the Publishing Business Division, the Publishing Planning Department, felt like they were sitting on a bed of nails. No matter how small the sales revenue from Moon In's books was compared to the study materials market, seeing the popularity and influence shake both countries made them naturally tremble. This time, even the excuse that Moon In is just an individual, a speck compared to the entire industry our department handles, didn't work, as the Japanese yen poured in. While all of CEO Kim Sang-guk's attempts to suppress the Publishing Management Division were being blocked by orders from somewhere in the headquarters, the Publishing Planning Department stronghold was almost swept away by the tsunami called Moon In. Fortunately, it turned out that this tsunami was a temporary phenomenon. The newly released work Dark Adaptation, which came out while Guitar was receiving unprecedented attention, met a cold defeat. The reason was clear. Department head Woo Ki-tae grabbed a copy of the novel Dark Adaptation and tapped it on the desk. Do you think such a dark book will work in today's market? That's right. It doesn't meet the needs of the public. Because everyone around him kept hyping him up, he caught the artistic disease. Right? Although it was customary for subordinates to unanimously agree with the department head's opinion, and they all shouted exactly in unison, Woo Ki-tae himself, despite opening the floodgates of mockery, felt uncomfortable with the term artistic disease. Yes, it's a disease. Artistic disease is still a disease. Inside department head Woo Ki-tae, there exists reader Woo Ki-tae, who loves novels. And that Woo Ki-tae was sighing with regret as he witnessed the commercial failure of Dark Adaptation. Either way, if he didn't love books, he wouldn't have gotten into the business of making them. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The world could not accept a person who had killed two people. I was imprisoned for a very long time in the jail I had so desperately wanted. But originally, I wanted to enter prison to pay the price for my sins and thereby receive forgiveness. But now it's different. Sin is an illusion. There is no judgment. There is only torment and other forms of torment. This society defines the sin of killing someone as something specific that can be washed away by spending a specific period surrounded by specific people in a specific building. But sin is not specific. Sin is not something specific, but something that exists in the heart. The desire to torment someone is sin, and no one judges that sin. Judgment, too, is an illusion. The world does not judge sin. It does not judge torment. What the world calls judgment is people who want to pretend to be righteous, people who dislike society becoming noisy, people who have found someone they can torment, tormenting the sinner. And it's a kind of game. Once I believed in sin. Not the silly jokes people talk about, but I believed in a clear sin engraved on the soul of a being. And that belief was crushed like the bluebird crushed under a shoe. Torment. It is like a fish nibbling on its own kind. Like a boy's prank of stomping on a bluebird. Like the malice of pointing fingers at an innocent person. It's the way of nature. Beasts torment others for their own sake, and humans torment others for their own sake. When hungry, they bite. When uncomfortable, they slander. When they want to be great, they trample. And when they feel they've become too bad, they point fingers at those who can be tormented. It's the law of the jungle. There is only darkness. There is only pain. It would have been better if I had not seen anything, but now that I am in the darkness, I can clearly see the darkness. I tried to hang myself several times to escape this cycle of torment, but the guards always pulled me back from death and locked me in the punishment called life. Thus 20 years passed. When wrinkles appeared on my face, I finally came out into the world, but my punishment was not yet over. Only when the moment comes to leave this world will I be able to end my long punishment. On a snowy winter day, as the cold air seeped into my lungs, I thought this as I walked out of the prison. Now I should die. No one will stop me anymore, and I have finally gained the freedom to die. I must escape from this hell where one can only live by tormenting others. With such a mindset, I walked slowly. Then someone grabbed my wrist. It was a woman with a pale face. "Excuse me." The woman wearing a knitted wool hat and mittens looked at me with wide eyes and asked, "Are you the person who killed my aunt?" While other released prisoners were met by their families, it seemed that an avenger had come to greet me. I couldn't help but laugh. Thus, I felt more welcomed than bewildered when I saw Jonathan's daughter. She was the conclusion that had come to me. "Kill me? What? Didn't you come for revenge? What are you talking about? Forget killing, just give me the donation money." At that moment, I felt more bewilderment than welcome. The donation money was the money people had given me. It was coins thrown at me saying they felt relieved that I had avenged the woman who committed suicide due to bullying. Some called me a martyr who alerted society to the social lynching culture rotting the country. Some called me a righteous man who judged the unreasonable educational administration that put too much responsibility on teachers, and some said I was a real man who protected the honor of a lover who had been slandered to death. Some said they pitied me for my tragic family background and upbringing that led to my downfall. Some asked for forgiveness for their participation in the bullying from behind anonymity by giving me this money. And some simply said they felt relieved watching my retaliatory actions and wanted to give me money. Those were the reasons why they gave me money. And it was clear that all these donations were actions for themselves, not for others. It was them enjoying tormenting the girl who died by my hands, and I didn't want to participate in this torment, so I didn't touch that money, let alone hesitate to return it to the owner. "I'll give it all to you, take it." "No, just give me half." She took exactly half of the 82 for 120,641 in the prison account. Then, with a delighted smile, she offered to buy me a meal. I could only be dragged along with a dumbfounded expression. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Whether it was because she met a good friend or a bad one, Kim Bile developed the peculiar hobby of literature in the 21st century. Who in the world, in the 21st century, would painstakingly read stories that don't make any sound or move? Kim Bile got so immersed in this peculiar hobby that she even bought and read books by other authors besides Moon In with her own money. Could be said that Moon In had thoroughly ruined a person. However, as Kim Bile began to learn literature in her own way, she experienced a slightly ironic situation. The more she read works by authors other than Moon In, the more she got to know about the author Moon In. Interestingly, when she only knew Moon In's writings, she didn't know what kind of author Moon In was. But having a point of comparison, she seemed to finally understand what kind of style Moon In had. First of all, Moon In was weak in descriptions. He couldn't write beautifully about nature's beauty, cascading waterfalls, fields full of buckwheat flowers, or any backgrounds with beautiful scenery. His expressions weren't particularly varied either. It felt like a writer whose habits had hardened, using similar terms repeatedly. Overall, his writing didn't feel like that of a young writer, although he was famous for being the youngest. Anyway, and, though it might be a bit much to say, the depictions of family relationships were somewhat awkward, the characters overly calculating or emotional. How to put it? Overall, the literature seemed to lack a bit of humanity. This was the messy impression of amateur reader Kim Bile about Moon In. Gu Hak-jun might have summarized all these evaluations with the phrase, "not lyrical." But amateur reader Kim Bile's perspective was vaguely hitting the mark, possible because she had lived a life practicing for hours to embody a single line of script. Therefore, conversely, Kim Bile could roughly grasp the strengths of the writer Moon In. First of all, he wrote good stories. Particularly, it's hard to describe, but while reading the novel you feel a certain flow, and Moon In seemed to handle that flow with ease. The tension would rises up to your neck and then dissolves into emptiness. It transitions from a peaceful atmosphere to a sudden, chilling presence. That kind of feeling. To Kim Bile, all those flows felt like a meticulously designed machine. To put it in an actor's terms, the novel felt like a pre-produced drama that had been prepared for 2 years. That's the feeling. This too could be summed up by Gu Hak-jun as strong in narrative. In any case, the subtly professional amateur Kim Bile quite enjoyed reading the novel Dark adaptation. She deeply resonated with the topics of sins unpunishable by law, humans who can only live by tormenting others, and the hell created by the ugly and dark human nature. After all, being a celebrity was a job of enduring such torment. However, the only people who could feel entertained by such a novel were the very few who could continue the boring reading to clearly understand a single moment of irony. It's a world where the talent to find charm in dry text has become extremely rare. In a world full of things more interesting than novels, there's no place for such a novel. Kim Bile, being someone who made those things more interesting than novels, understood that fact very well. And as an amateur reader, she couldn't help but feel regret. Understanding why it failed, yet feeling so sorry that it did fail was a paradoxical emotion. Sigh. Kim Bile closed the book, feeling such complex emotions. There was actually one more emotion added to this. As an artist, a reader, and most importantly as a friend of Moon In, Kim Bile had watched how much effort he put into writing this book. He had become so thin, with dark circles reaching down to his cheeks. She didn't know why this particular novel was especially difficult for him, but from what she overheard him whispering with Guyana, there seemed to be a reason. And to think that such a painstakingly written novel was ignored by the public. It even became a reason for people to point fingers, saying Moon In's talent had dried up. Having experienced countless failures with dramas she had acted in with all her might, Kim Bile could genuinely empathize with that pain. And at this moment, there was someone who was thinking similarly to Kim Bile. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. An old man closed a book. He savored the lingering emotions with his eyes closed, then quietly muttered, "What a pity." The old man had many people who would pick up and carefully attend to even his quietest murmurs, so there was an immediate response from beside him. "Could you please repeat that? I just said it while reading a book." The man in the suit, who inquired about the old man's intentions, bowed apologetically as if he were sorry for troubling him by reacting to his monologue and retreated. The old man accepted this attitude naturally and turned his head suddenly. "This author is Moon In Seop, sir, currently a third-year student at Baikak Arts Middle School, and an author affiliated with Baikak Publishing. Recently, he was shortlisted for the Booker International. I know. Arrange a meal with him sometime soon." Understood. The chief secretary fixed the schedule and carefully withdrew from the office. He retreated from the office of the chairman of Baikak Group. Chapter 135. I woke up early in the morning. I had a bad dream. My bangs were drenched with cold sweat. I roughly wiped them off with my forearm, got up, and pulled back the blanket. The blanket was a mess on the floor, but I didn't bother to tidy it up. After all, this was a house I lived in alone. Staggering, I washed my face and brushed my teeth in the bathroom, then made some coffee to wake up my still sleep-deprived body. The world has really improved. With just the press of a button, the water boils. Bubble, bubble. I poured the boiling water into a paper cup and added instant coffee mix. Then, I stirred it with the packet instead of a spoon. Indeed, coffee tastes best with some harmful substances in it. I took the coffee and went out to the balcony. In the old days, I would have brought a cigarette too, but unfortunately, one hand was empty. The spring breeze was still cold, and my body shivered. I had just moved my workspace recently, so the outside scenery still felt a bit unfamiliar. But the slowly rising morning sun was the same everywhere, so I stood there staring blankly at the sky, thinking about the dream I had earlier. At this moment, I took a sip of coffee and let out a sigh. Phew! As is always the case with dreams, the moment you wake up, they become blurry. The only clear thing was the memory that someone was tormenting me in the dream. Reality was the same. When and where doesn't really matter. Being born as someone with no parents is truly a wretched fate, as no matter where I go, I end up being bullied by someone. I've been beaten countless times, cursed at, pointed at, stabbed here and there, and eventually, my heart got torn and scarred so much that I became accustomed to the pain. But even decades later, even after dying once and coming back, those memories from that time still haven't let go of me. So, in the end, the world is a hell of demons tormenting others. And to survive, one must become accustomed to tormenting others or being tormented by others. That was the world I saw, and the reason I wrote the novel Dark Adaptation. After finishing several months of writing, I feel like all the energy has been drained from my body. And as always, I feel both proud and regretful. It's not a complicated thought. I'm proud of the parts one think I wrote well, and regretful of the parts one think I didn't. But outside of the novel, I did feel a bit sorry for department head Lim Yong-wook, whose situation has become a bit difficult because the book isn't selling well. But it was something worth doing, or rather, a story worth writing. I think it was a good decision to take Gu Yuna's advice. I feel like a new kind of literature has started within me. It feels like I've moved away from personal novels that cried out about pain and deficiency. For the first time, it feels like I've directly faced the world through my own eyes. The next question naturally follows. Then, how should one live in such a world? I already feel like writing the next novel. This too could be considered a gift from Gu Yuna. But I don't think I can write it right away. It's not a mental problem, but a physical one. This project was too exhausting. Maybe it's because the writing wasn't about expressing emotions but accepting them. I'm not sure. The path of literature is indeed thin yet deep, and the further I go, the more I realize my inadequacies. Ha! It would be nice to blow away this frustration with some smoke, but if a middle schooler smokes, things could get pretty messed up. Yeah. It was time to play the role of a middle school student again today. I resigned myself to reality and put on my school uniform. It's been a while since I've gone to school. EP8 Dark Adaptation. If you were enrolled in Bikak Arts Middle School's creative writing department, you could be considered a rare species among the highly interested in literature group, even among the top 1%. In fact, the term endangered species might be more appropriate than rare species. So, the students in the creative writing department were keenly aware of how Moonin's new work, Dark Adaptation, was being received and what kind of results it was achieving. This was why, as soon as Moonin arrived at school, he heard these words. "Hey, are you okay?" "About what?" "No, never mind. Hang in there." A sudden wave of consolation washed over Moonin. "Fighting. Don't pay too much attention to what people are saying." Yeah, I really enjoyed reading it. It wasn't that Moonin didn't understand why they were acting this way. After all, Dark Adaptation was receiving quite a problematic reception. But was it to this extent? Moonin wondered, but to others it was indeed to this extent. It's common for dark and tedious novels to be shunned by the public. However, facing harsh criticism from the critics was something particularly unusual. That's exactly what was happening now. The novel Dark Adaptation was being met with harsh criticism from the literary community. Even when the public would say, "This novel isn't that great," the literary world had a beautiful tradition of trying to cover for each other, shouting, we're in this together. But this time, something strange was happening. Why was this happening? The reason was that Moon In was an outsider. Critics are literary critics. They make a living by critiquing literature. And their critiques are, of course, published in literary magazines. And Moon In had a bit of a rocky relationship with the literary magazine industry. He had won quite a few literary awards in the past. About 16 to be precise. Anyway, the veterans of the literary world remembered the grudge they held against the unscrupulous bald guy who barged into the annual spring literary contest and caused a mess. The incident where they almost reconciled recently was also ruined when Moon In stormed out of the meeting, leaving the scene in chaos, causing them to lose face. Of course, Moon In wasn't the main culprit. The one who provoked Moon In was an unrecognized novelist. So, only the true culprit was ruined, while Moon In was left unscathed. That was the fair outcome. But emotions don't always follow logic. The literary magazines, i.e., the award organizers who were humiliated in front of reporters and readers, couldn't help but think, if that bastard had just endured a little longer, and then that bastard's new novel flopped, there couldn't be a better opportunity. The full-on assault began. Not everything dark is artistic. A cheap imitation of No Longer Human 2.0/5. I can't help but think that the young author was under too much pressure. With all the fame from variety shows and TV, he probably felt the burden to produce a masterpiece. Though it wasn't widely known, this unusually harsh criticism also had the subtle hand of Bike Hack Publishing's business division involved. Naturally, this was part of CEO Kim Sang-guk of Bike Hack Publishing's scheme to keep the publishing management division in check. Although the insidious plots within the company were blocked by some strange force coming down from the headquarters strategic planning office, the literary world, which existed outside the company, was still within Kim Sang-guk's reach. Of course, Moon In wasn't aware of any of this, and he didn't particularly care either. This strange and twisted flow of time had already taught him that in literature, there's something more important than sales numbers. However, it seemed that Gu Yuna was a bit concerned. Dark Adaptation is a masterpiece. From behind the kids who were comforting Moon In with various emotions. Sympathy, support, jealousy, schadenfreude. Gu Yuna, with her pitch-black eyes, slid in like a ghost. The kids recoiled in shock, but Gu Yuna firmly grabbed the wrist of the nearest girl. The ugly nature of humans who must torment others to survive. That contradiction. Why are you doing this? Let go of me. Are you unable to feel catharsis from the protagonist's fall and salvation, who suffers from that contradiction while agonizing over the meaning of sin and judgment, and finally accepts the darkness? And you call yourself a literature student. Kai. The poor girl trapped by Gu Yuna screamed, but the creative writing students quickly abandoned the victim, as they were used to doing. Just like survivors in a zombie apocalypse quickly ditch a bitten comrade, the students had become adept at surviving the Gu Yuna apocalypse. Just like how a zombie virus spreads, Gu Yuna locked eyes with the captured victim as if shooting a hypnotic beam, beginning the brainwashing. The stories in the memoir is a metaphors for reality. There's a reason this novel has a framed narrative structure. Every recent issue with bullying is depicted in the story, isn't it? School violence, group bullying, malicious comments, teacher murders, rumors, ostracism, leniency, murder. Okay, I get it, so you're a third-year creative writing student and you don't understand that? Are you a reader? No, you're not. You're a writer. Are you one of those idiots addicted to sensational media, steeped in nonsense and capitalism? And yet you still call yourself a literature student? Do you just skim through books? Gu Yuna's grip wasn't particularly strong. The victim could easily shake her off and run away. But those pitch-black eyes, devoid of any light, seemed to paralyze her. What was especially terrifying was that this girl could talk endlessly when it came to literature. In the end, the poor victim caught in Gu Yuna's merciless clutches could only escape after making a self-critique. Dark Adaptation is a masterpiece. Only then did Gu Yuna release her with a satisfied expression. Of course, to others, she still appeared emotionless. It was a horror show all by itself. But Moon In, having seen Gu Yuna interacting warmly with a friend, could smile with satisfaction. Anyway, today as well, the creative writing department of Baikak Arts Middle School was peaceful. However, Baikak Publishing was a bit less peaceful, and that was because Gu Yuna wasn't there. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Since the return of Lim Yongwook, Kim Sang-guk, the CEO of Baikak Publishing, was living in hell. Lim Yongwook was like a devil, holding Moon In his left hand and Baek Seol in his right. It was obvious to everyone that his goal was to use Moon In's success to make Baek Seol the puppet CEO of Baikak Publishing. And it was precisely because it was so obvious that it was a threat. This made CEO Kim Sang-guk look like someone who was soon to disappear. Power is a matter of perception. When a king falls gravely ill, his power dissipates. Loyalty shifts to the new power holder. The same goes for the power of a CEO. The very existence of Baek Seol, the claimant to the throne, was turning Kim Sang-guk into a half-CEO. They didn't even bother to hide their intention of seizing the CEO position, and from that moment on, Kim Sang-guk's work life became a desperate struggle to maintain his position. He had to persuade the restless board of directors, block the influence of Baek Do-hyun, the head of the strategic planning office at headquarters, and keep Lim Yongwook's publishing management division in check. It was a very, very difficult task. It's absurd to think that a parachuted executive in their late 20s could take over the CEO position, even in a conglomerate. But things are different if that person is a professional who was shortlisted for the Booker International Prize. With that credential alone, one could attract investors and start a publishing company. Meanwhile, the enormous buzz guitar stirred up in Japan. All of it credited to Baek Seol through Lim Yongwook's political maneuvering, made Kim Sang-guk feel as though the heavens had abandoned him. And now, he felt like the heavens were smiling upon him. That's it. You bastards. But Kim Sang-guk wasn't careless enough to say such thoughts out loud. Instead, he calmly advised the head of the publishing business division who was reporting to him. A business model that relies on individual stardom is inherently risky. It seems there are quite a few people within the company who don't understand that. So, in this quarter, let's focus on government-related educational publishing. Kim Sang-guk presented a specific vision to the excited head of the publishing business division and gracefully brushed off the mockery of the head of the book distribution division, who feigned politeness while deriding him. Even when he was left alone, he didn't let his joy show and instead began working on the next plan. Moon In. Who would have thought that kid would turn out to be such a headache? The real cause of the reckless rampage by that madman Lim Yongwook was none other than that young brat. The publishing management division still hadn't brought in results through any authors other than Moon In. Only Moon In's achievements served as the department's weapon. But that too was only a matter of time. Starting with Gu Yubin, a considerable number of authors had been recruited by the division, and once they started appearing in the media and generating real results, the game would be over. That would mean that Lim Yongwook's approach was correct, and it would prove that Kim Sang-guk, who had ousted Lim Yongwook, was wrong. This isn't just about office politics. It's an issue tied to the principles of a publisher. Whose ideas will save this industry from crisis? It's a battle of beliefs. Thus, Kim Sang-guk's victory plan depended on bringing down Moon In and dismantling the publishing management division before things reached a conclusion. Fortunately, Moon In showed a weakness. Using this, Kim Sang-guk began to implement his next plan. How much time had passed as he was deep in thought? Woo Ki-tae, the department head of Publishing Planning Department, rushed into the CEO's office.
CEO-님.
What's the matter? You didn't even knock. The urgent words burst from Woo Ki-tae's mouth. Once again, Kim Sang-guk felt as though the heavens had abandoned him. The chairman had summoned Moon In. Chapter 136. The current chairman of Baikak Group was the second son, who usurped the throne while his elder brother was imprisoned due to political issues. The media likened this situation to the royal family's historical precedent, calling it the Prince's Revolt or the Brothers' War. And within that context, the chairman was naturally referred to as the second son. Moon In-seop was also familiar with the term second son. The second son. But the second son he met in person looked incredibly old. Nice to meet you. You must be Moon In. Hello, Chairman Nim. An old man who looked as if he could collapse at any moment. A man who wore a seemingly benevolent smile, yet was the same man who had driven his elder brother into a fate worse than death, greeted Moon In Siap. EP8 Dark Adaptation. The founder started the business with a bookstore. It took a long and arduous process for Moon In Siap to meet the chairman. Authority is born from ceremony, after all. People in black suits visited Baek Seol and Lim Yongwook, informing them of the schedule. They fussed over Moon In Siap, preparing him for the occasion. Moon In Siap, dressed in new clothes and freshly instructed in proper etiquette, was once again handed over to the people in black suits. They escorted him by limousine to a high-end Korean restaurant in Seoul. The staff from the chairman's office inspected Moon In Siap to ensure he wasn't carrying any weapons, leaving him with an uneasy feeling as he was guided to the deepest part of a Grand Hanok restaurant. There he met the old man. Not middle-aged, but old. The man commonly referred to as the second son was clearly someone who would more fittingly be called grandfather. This grandfather began talking about his own grandfather. My grandfather cherished books very much. The chairman didn't bother mentioning that the founder's fondness for books stemmed from his inferiority complex as an uneducated man. Nor did he reveal that as the founder's second grandson, he had always strived to surpass his elder brother and had studied literature desperately, pretending to know more than he did, just to please his grandfather. The boy in front of him wasn't important enough to share such stories with, so the chairman simply polished the story. Thanks to that, I also developed a deep interest in literature. After all, how could a company dealing in culture neglect books? In reality, they were neglecting them. The publishing business had already failed. Bikehack Group's next-generation industries were construction and finance. The younger generation, who didn't place importance on tradition, had this outlook. The most innovative and intelligent young minds at Bikehack Group decided that their future lay in abandoning innovation and focusing on exactly the kinds of businesses a privileged conglomerate would typically pursue. That was their idea of innovation, and the chairman probably wouldn't live to see that innovation. That innovation would only begin once he was buried in the ground. The second son had invested so much time and life into dethroning his elder brother that by the time he finally achieved his life's goal, only a handful of time remained for him as an old man. Now, the only task left for the old man was to firmly secure the position he would pass down to the next generation and to continue his hobby of reading, which had become a habit. That was why the chairman had called for Moon In Siap. He had recently read an interesting novel and simply wanted to meet its author. It was, in a way, an extension of his hobby. So, I have one question for you. Of course, he had heard that Baek Do-hyun, who would likely be the first to lose his head once the generation changed, was desperately trying to secure allies by placing his nephew as the head of Bikehack Publishing. The chairman also wanted to confirm whether Moon In Siap was a fake idol, fabricated from the beginning for this purpose. It wasn't a complicated matter. If Moon In Siap turned out to be a nobody, then Baek Do-hyun's head would be the one to roll. This question carried that weight. How on earth did you write such a novel? The chairman personally poured green tea into Moon In Siap's porcelain cup as he asked. Anyone associated with Bikehack Group or anyone at all would likely be tense in such a situation. But Moon In Siap wasn't nervous. Moon In Siap's scale was different from others, thanks to the different timeline of his life. So he blurted out the thoughts he had while having his morning coffee. Life was suffering. It was a heavy statement to hear from a middle schooler. Though he didn't show it, the chairman was slightly surprised. I was contemplating what kind of novel to write, and a friend suggested that I write about the world. So, when I thought about the world as I saw it, it seemed full of suffering. Moon In Siap took a sip of green tea. The chairman began to wonder if this kid was just spouting the typical angsty sentiments of adolescence, or if he really possessed a profound literary worldview. And gradually, his confusion leaned toward the latter. So, I wondered why the world was so full of suffering, and the answer was obvious. It's because people torment one another. I used to think I was bullied because I was an orphan without parents. But after observing how the world operates, I realized it wasn't necessarily that. People torment others for the most trivial reasons. There's no distinction between oneself and others in this. People bully and are bullied. It's as if the roles of perpetrator and victim are internalized within us. The chairman, who had been quietly smiling, seemingly pleased either by the scent of the green tea or by Moon Insiap's answer, asked, "This novel could have easily been titled Theory of Evil, couldn't it?" "Ah, that's right. The original title was Theory of Evil." "Really? Then why did the title change to Dark Adaptation?" Unintentionally, the chairman had guessed the correct answer, and he felt a subtle joy, as if he had gently and naturally revealed his own literary insight. But it was a lie. The title had always been Dark Adaptation. The mention of Theory of Evil was just Moon Insiap flattering the old man to keep him in good spirits. Anyway, Moon Insiap was at fault for not having shed the habit of buttering up Gu Hak Jun. In any case, Moon Insiap explained why the novel's title was Dark Adaptation and not Theory of Evil. The title Theory of Evil merely describes the phenomenon that humans are born evil. That's true. I thought a little further. How should one live in a world so full of suffering? The chairman found himself waiting for every word that came out of Moon Insiap's mouth. It wasn't a bad feeling. The words of the young genius continued. One must adapt. The chairman's smile deepened. One must become accustomed to tormenting others and being tormented. Instead of delving too deeply into sin and darkness, one must become used to living within it. Moon Insiap sipped his green tea with a self-mocking smile. For some reason, the chairman felt like he understood the reason behind that smile. Since those thoughts were included in the novel, it is Dark Adaptation, not Theory of Evil. I see. By the end of this interview with the author, the chairman felt as if he had finally completed his review of the book. This is a novel that affirms twisted people, isn't it? That could be one interpretation. And it's also a novel that sympathizes with twisted people. That could be another interpretation. Yes, I see. It wasn't exactly the right thing to say in front of the author, but the chairman felt that this was a novel that only twisted people would appreciate. Perhaps that was why he was drawn to it, so the chairman thought. Yes, he even thought betraying his brother was something he had to do to survive. At any rate, the second son felt that, for an author who acknowledged this twisted and ugly human nature, he could at least treat him to a meal. Well, the food is here. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. I will. Not long after that, the CEO of Bikak Publishing changed. ******. I couldn't accept it, because she was no longer the woman who wore a knitted hat and mittens. She was a woman who liked to gift knitted hats to others. She was a woman who, every time I used the word mittens, would promptly correct me to say hand-warmer gloves. She, the daughter of Jonathan, a pitiful woman who lost 2 relatives by my hand, was also not on good terms with her father. Jonathan became a different person after losing his wealth and fortune, and he abused her. In the end, she fled from him. And at the end of her wandering, she learned that there was money that should not have been given to this wretched murderer, and she came to find me. But she was someone who knew how to treat people like human beings, so every time I tried to escape into death, she stopped me. She was my warden, my counselor, the shackle that kept me from escaping this hellish world, and my only reason. She told me that it was okay to live. I was forgiven by her. I was absolved of the sin of stoning her 2 relatives to death. Of course, I know that sin and judgment are illusions. I know she doesn't have the right to forgive me, but that was the salvation that came to me. She was the 3rd bluebird that came to me like a miracle. No, that woman is a fraud. Shut up. I have no daughter, you fool. Even after all this, the pain of white, more cruel than red, visited me again. But I can no longer let the world take the bluebird away from me. I realized that hoping for light is a form of greed. So I just wish to continue living, even in this darkness. Even if she is a fraud who deceived me for money, even if the salvation and forgiveness she granted me were all lies. To survive, I need even such things. So I stoned Jonathan to death. Now the truth is forever shrouded in darkness. His words could have been true, or they could have been lies. But I intend to submit to that darkness and surrender myself to it. To escape from this cycle of torment, I must blind myself as if nothing ever happened. To live, I must accept the darkness. I must become accustomed to tormenting others and being tormented. Like a fish in a tank that eats its own kind. Like a child who crushed a bluebird. And like this wretched beast that stoned 3 siblings to death. The handwritten note ended there. I looked up at the woman who had hanged herself. A special kind of trash I had to dispose of. But to someone it would mean something slightly different. Is this woman the man's 3rd bluebird? It seems she couldn't overcome her guilt after reading this note. If that's the case, then the man failed to protect even his last bluebird and ended up killing her with his own hands. What a pitiful outcome. The man accepted the darkness, but it seems the woman could not. She couldn't adapt to the darkness. But as I see it, this so-called darkness is truly insignificant. Could there be anyone in this world who is less shameless? Compassion is a limited emotion. In this vast world, one cannot care for the circumstances of every other person. So, if everyone would just live according to their own circumstances, why does this note complicate such a simple truth in such an intricate and bizarre way? Besides, there's no guarantee that this diary is even true. Perhaps this woman was an unfortunate novelist who hanged herself in frustration while writing a depressing novel. Like the man who killed 3 bluebirds and 3 siblings, I decided to lightly toss the truth into the darkness. You shouldn't look too closely into the darkness. Because when your eyes become accustomed to the darkness, you finally see what's inside it. Recalling that simple truth, I decided to close my eyes and move on. Then, I carefully lowered the special trash hanging from the rope and began cleaning up. Just like sweeping dust under a carpet where no one can see it, I neatly erased this uncomfortable and foul-smelling existence from the world. Some might call me a cold-hearted person, but there are always people far more pitiable than this. It's something you frequently encounter in this line of work. I guess I'm more of a crow than a bluebird. Chapter 137. There exists an empire. The name of that empire is Baikak. Immediately following the death of the aged emperor, the second prince accepted a family of illegitimate children into the main house to align them with his cause in order to overthrow the crown prince. The rebellion was successful, and the family of illegitimate children became a noble family. However, the second prince who usurped the throne is also an old man, having suffered 1 stroke and undergone 2 cancer surgeries in his younger years. It is certain that a generational shift will occur soon. At this moment, whom will the blade of the newly enthroned young emperor pierce first? If the CEO of Baikak Securities takes the chairman's seat, we will be the first to be eliminated. Do you think that young master even sees us as human beings? Damn it! The correct answer is the family of illegitimate children who dared to mingle into the main house despite their lowly bloodline. Baek Do-hyun, the de facto head of that family of illegitimate children, the team leader of the HR support team in the strategic planning office at the headquarters, and Baek Seol's uncle, answered correctly. In fact, everyone already knows the answer. The eldest son of the current chairman who oversees Baikak Financial Holdings has already set himself against Baek Do-hyun. If that legitimate heir from the main house succeeds to the chairman's position, there will be no place left for Baek Do-hyun and the collateral branches in an instant. Of course, the history between the Baikak Group's owner family and Baek Do-hyun's collateral family is so complex that it cannot simply be explained by the terms mainstream and tributary. The founder of Baikak Group was not a Republic of Korea person but a late Joseon person, and as was common among wealthy men of that era, he did not have just one wife. Even the second chairman, his son, as a member of the 20th century upper class, naturally had a local concubine in addition to his lawful wife, and the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate became blurred within the tangled bloodlines. Thus, the family of the founder's illegitimate child is closer to the mainstream than one might think. After all, even CEO Baek Do-hyun regards the founder of Baikak Group as his paternal grandfather. If the political situation at the end of the 20th century had played out slightly differently, the positions of the current owner family and Baek Do-hyun's family might have been reversed. Baek Do-hyun's family had already become a quasi-chaebol with shares in the headquarters and massive businesses from that time. So every time those who haven't even experienced those times now try to oust Baek Do-hyun and his family from Baekak Group by chattering about illegitimacy, it makes his blood boil. These bastards! Please calm down, Seo Nim. At the loyal advice of his right-hand man, Managing Director Kim Myung-woon, Baek Do-hyun subdued his anger. Then, he brought the cigarette that had been wedged between his index and middle fingers to his mouth and took a deep drag. As the murky smoke filled his lungs, calmness returned to his mind. Yes, in the end, it's all about money. Baek Do-hyun's stance, that it is absurd to cast him aside so ruthlessly despite his cooperation in the coup, is nothing more than a hollow outcry. Similarly, the fourth-generation management's position that it is shameful for rootless relatives, who were driven out long ago, to exploit the group amid the chaos is also nothing more than a hollow outcry. The only truth, it's about who in this cursed Baek family can get their hands on more gold. The civil war to obtain the blood-stained gold has already passed down 4 generations. As evidenced by the fate of the eldest son who was ousted by his younger brother and ended up imprisoned just a few years ago, for those who lose the civil war, a despair worse than death awaits. Therefore, for his own sake, for his family's sake, and for the sake of his clan, he must win. For that purpose, he can even place a niece who is like his own daughter on the chessboard. Baek Do-hyun dissipated the illusion of a young Baek Seol, who used to toddle around cheerfully calling for her Uncle Do-hyun. In the cigarette smoke. Did the chairman approve it? Managing Director Kim Myung-woon loyally reported. Yes, the confirmation came from the secretary's office. It seems he gave some instructions right after having a meal with Author Moon. Damn. That kid really pulled off something big. The always courteous and impeccably dressed businessman was nowhere to be found. There was only a schemer with bloodshot eyes, desperately smoking in front of the one person he could trust, barely calming his anxiety. Baek Do-hyun spoke. Replace him. Yes, sir. Sighed EP, resignation. Unfortunately, the health of the chairman of Baekak Group is not good. The second son, who dedicated his entire life to ousting his older brother and taking over the chairman's office, has truly given up his entire life, to the point that he has little time left. Of course, he's not as old as one might think. If he were someone else, he could still be energetically active in society. However, he experienced 1 stroke and underwent 2 cancer surgeries in his youth, and although he was declared fully recovered, no one trusts in his robustness. He could collapse at any moment, in any way. Everyone knows this fact. Even he knows it. The chairman of Baekak Group hums softly as he precariously walks through the backyard. His daily routine begins with a light morning walk, followed by receiving reports on tasks mostly delegated to the executives, and then he is plagued by a sense of self-reproach upon hearing updates about his older brother, who has now attempted suicide for the 5th time in prison. Aside from occasionally immersing himself in literature, which he learned to flatter the founder, or pruning bonsai, which he learned to show off to his subordinates, his life had no particular joys. In other words, he would spend quite a bit of time on those 2 activities. They're growing well. The chairman nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the bonsai neatly lined up in the yard. Just as the literature he forcefully learned to flatter the founder eventually became his hobby, the bonsai he forcefully pruned with the pretense of authority, despite being the second son, eventually became his hobby as well. Especially when he trimmed the bonsai with small garden scissors, it seemed to deepen his thoughts. Bonsai, small trees planted in pots. There's nothing about the dignity of nature or the greatness of growth in them. Only beauty matters. New buds are mercilessly cut off to create a beautiful tree shape. But the definition of that beauty varies from person to person. The beauty the chairman pursued in bonsai was balance and stability. It wasn't the kind of beauty you'd expect from a person who wrecked the group's balance and stability by crushing his older brother. His management philosophy resembled this as well. Simply put, Since he was going to die soon anyway, he wanted to stabilize the group as much as possible for the next generation. This was also the reason he met Moon In. If Moon In, who is at the core of whatever Baek Do-hyun is plotting with Baikak Publishing, turns out to be a fake genius, how embarrassing would that be? The child who writes good novels had already started to gain recognition not only in Korea but also in Japan and the English-speaking world. If it turned out to be a scam by Baikak Group, it would be an international disgrace. So, if it's a flawed leaf, the bonsai owner must cut it off. But fortunately, that leaf was not a fake. Though it was a young new shoot, it was a beautifully vibrant green leaf. So there was no need to trim it. Baek Do-hyun, whether you make it porridge or rice, just give it some water. I won't touch it. That was the simple intention the chairman conveyed through the secretary's office. But a snowball rolled from above always becomes an avalanche at the foot of the mountain. That is the cruel law of nature. This time was no exception. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The apocalyptic crisis that struck Baikak Entertainment is still being talked about across all its subsidiaries. That day when men in dark suits kidnapped, confined, and brainwashed employees. You come here. Why are you doing this? If Baikak Entertainment were to be broken into several labels, you'd join them, wouldn't you? Emmy? Say yes right now. Baikak Entertainment must be split up. This unprecedented apocalyptic incident came to an end when Baek Sung-won, the CEO of Baikak Entertainment, single-handedly went to the chairman and sold off all his shares. However, the terror of that day continues to be passed down from generation to generation. And now that terror has struck Baikak Publishing. Men in black suits, arriving in a black Equus, appeared at Baikak Publishing. What the hell? Who are you? Who are you to be rummaging through someone else's office like this? We're from headquarters. On that day, the employees of Baikak Publishing felt a terror slightly greater than encountering a monster devouring corpses in the office. After all, they couldn't just smash the heads of these men in suits with a fire extinguisher. Therefore, it could be said to be slightly scarier than a zombie apocalypse, a headquarters apocalypse. Black suits, Equus, headquarters. My head. I'm sorry. I'll never take mixed coffee from the pantry home again. Especially those employees who were forcibly transferred from Baikak Entertainment to Baikak Publishing expressed collective trauma. These unfortunate souls, who had to face the men in black suits from headquarters not just once but for the second time, were mostly concentrated in the publishing management department. Manager Kim Ji-ryung was, of course, among them. What is happening? On the first day of his promotion, the company was getting wrecked. He had finally escaped the rank of Deputy Manager Kim and become Manager Kim, taking charge of a team within the department. But when he arrived at work, the company was being destroyed in real time. Felt like the sky was falling. Touch those men in black suits. Deputy Manager Kim, quickly grasped the situation. The most essential quality of an excellent trader is the ability to read the situation. Manager Kim Ji-ryung immediately recognized the men in black suits as people sent from headquarters. Wait a minute? But then he thought about it. What reason would there be for the HR Innovation Office from the Organizational Innovation Department at headquarters to come down at this time? From past experience, those bastards with weird names and no roots are hunting dogs used by the Strategic Planning Office. And the headquarters Strategic Planning Office is closely aligned with the director Baek Seol. Could it be? Reaching this conclusion, Manager Kim Ji-ryung quickly rolled his eyes to check the expression of department head Lim Yong-wook. Look at his face. Check his expression. However, department head Lim Yong-wook was not present in the office. He had vacated his seat in this critical moment. But Manager Kim Ji-ryung didn't take this as a bad sign. Quickly, his tongue slipped out to lick his lips. It seemed that betraying department head Yang Sung-jun and siding with Lim Yong-wook had been the right move after all. Isn't office life all about aligning yourself with the right people? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Knock, knock, knock. As if this knock was the last courtesy, the invading force in black suits crossed the threshold into the CEO's office without the owner's permission. When they invaded the CEO's office at Bikak Entertainment, Baek Sung-won had snapped back at the leader of the invaders, Managing Director Kim Myung-woon, with sharp informal speech. Managing Director Kim Myung-woon, head of the HR Innovation Office, had smiled amiably and bowed his head to Baek Sung-won. But that was only because Baek Sung-won was undeniably a member of the Baek family and the de facto founder of Bikak Entertainment, a powerful local lord. In contrast, Kim Sang-guk, the CEO of Bikak Publishing, was just a salaried employee, and thus Managing Director Kim Myung-woon's attitude was rudely indicative of reminding him of his place.
CEO Kim Sang-guk.
You have been accused of breach of trust, so please come to headquarters for a written inquiry. Managing Director Kim Myung-woon tossed a stack of papers onto the CEO's desk with a casual flick of his hand and then left, taking his group of subordinates with him. Until the last person left, CEO Kim Sang-guk neither said a word nor made any move. After the door closed and some time had passed, Kim Sang-guk finally reached out with trembling hands to pick up the stack of papers. Breach of trust. When had he ever betrayed the company's orders? Not once had he ever turned his back on the company. Whether it was diverting public library support funds into a slush fund for the owner's family, awarding an undeserved literary prize to the child of a prominent politician, smoothly managing political funds at politicians' book launch events, manipulating the sales records of a particular professor's papers, deliberately planning trend analysis reports to maintain Bikak's cultural dominance, or winning the battle for selecting broadcasting textbook publishers by any means necessary. All of these were tasks he had done for the company. He had never betrayed the company, not even once. And yet, breach of trust? Wasn't that a laughable accusation? Ha, ha ha. Kim Sang-guk let out a hollow laugh as he unfolded the stack of papers that Managing Director Kim Myung-woon had tossed at him like one would throw a bone to a dog. But when he grasped the contents, Kim Sang-guk's laughter stopped abruptly. Ha! The grounds for Kim Sang-guk's dismissal were cited as breach of trust, the crime of abandoning the duties entrusted to him by the company. And the specific example given was the act of overthrowing the Publishing Management Task Force team at Bikak Publishing from behind the scenes. That incident, the very one where Lim Yong-wook was left stranded in Bikak Entertainment's underground parking lot. Kim Sang-guk let out a bitter laugh. Was cleaning up the troublesome elements that everyone in the company found distasteful now considered a crime? Does it make sense to dispose of someone who had been loyal for decades over something like this? Is it fair to cut off a salaried employee's head over political matters from above, rather than legitimate performance competition? If that's the case, what about my life? Who will compensate for the decades I spent wallowing in the mud for this company? Ha! But these questions all turned into hollow cries. It was obvious who had orchestrated things to put these accusations down on paper at this critical moment. You won. Lim Yong-wook. On that day, an old and shabby loser disappeared from Bikak Publishing. But instead of reporting on the resignation of a former businessman, the journalists of Bikak Media Group only covered the debut of the young, beautiful CEO from the Chaebol family who had gained international fame. Chapter 138. Being fired doesn't just mean losing your job. It carries a meaning far beyond no paycheck starting next month. Getting fired means that all the long efforts, loyalty, joys and sorrows, time, and human relationships one has devoted to the company have turned into mere bubbles. A financial crisis can break a person, but a mental crisis can render them unable to rise again. Lim Yong-wook knew many people who were unable to rise again. After the disbandment of the Publishing Management Task Force, Lim Yong-wook and his colleagues were thrown out of their nest at Bikak Publishing and cast into the concrete urban jungle. The cruel law of the jungle shows no mercy. Financial difficulties, divorce, serious illness, depression, difficulty finding jobs, jumping off the Han River Bridge. Of course, not everyone met an unfortunate fate, but some did. That is the cruel law of nature. Lim Yong-wook suddenly recalled attending the funeral of a colleague, 6 years his junior, dressed in a black suit and black tie. It was around the time his hair started thinning noticeably, so he looked quite disheveled. But the former colleagues he met at the funeral shared soju with him willingly, forcing bitter smiles without any sign of discomfort. Yeah, that's how it was back then. What was I thinking at that time? Regret that if I had done just a little better, I could have prevented the team's disbandment? Guilt over the young colleague's death? A desire for revenge, thinking I must avenge this grudge? Or maybe a compulsive fear that I must not end up like that? Ha! I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. It's all so long ago. Emotions are like volatile substances. The stronger they are, the faster they evaporate. The self-loathing when accepting the failure of the task force, the shock of discovering a madman's appearance in the mirror, the grudge that had piled up over 2 years spent in the underground parking lot, they've all become hazy now. A fog of emotions clouds my vision. The only clear thing is that I survived another day in this jungle. That's all. Improving our global market position in company management, and actively linking with affiliates within the group to diversify the one-source multi-use model. Watching Baek Seol, the new CEO, stumbling through her inaugural speech, Lim Yong-wook thought to himself, P9 sound. The political structure of chaebol corporations is closer to feudalism than capitalism. This medieval, in other words. Therefore, if one has the right bloodline and support base, they can sit on the throne even at a young age. But wearing a crown and ruling a nation are entirely different matters. When a young person with not a single wrinkle on their face becomes king, ignoring all seniority, the ministers, while bowing down, can't help but think, this guy is really going too far. Because there's no particular reason for me, who seems much more capable than that young brat, to serve him. This is why revolts happen when the king is young. What's needed at this time is precisely achievements. And the reason newly enthroned rulers often go to war and throw tantrums is all a kind of achievement building. Even if it's trivial, the achievement isn't to glorify the ruler. It's for the ministers. Once the king does something, the ministers can think, all right, that's enough for me to bow down. And thus their pride wouldn't be hurt. Then, they don't have to go through the tiring and difficult process of revolting, and the king can wear the crown and leisurely eat and play, so it's a win-win for everyone. In Baek Seol's case, being nominated for the Booker International served as that reason. Seo Baek Do-hyun, who had lived his whole life in power struggles, understood this precisely. Oh, my dear daughter, congratulations. Thank you, Seo Nim. Baek Do-hyun gently patted his niece's shoulder. The feel of the luxurious suit against his palm was almost too extravagant for Baek Seol to be wearing. However, Baek Do-hyun insisted on forcing Baek Seol into such attire. He wanted his subordinates to look at Baek Seol, wearing clothes they couldn't afford even with their annual salary, and resign themselves to the thought, yes, she's from a different world. Power, after all, stems from that resignation. But for smooth governance, it's essential to also consider the pride of the subordinates. In this regard, Baek Seol was the perfect candidate. If an ordinary chaebol kid from a conglomerate family becomes the CEO, everyone would bow their heads but harbor boiling resentment inside. However, if they were to bow to someone who was at least nominated for the world's most prestigious literary award, they might think it's somewhat acceptable. The paranoid attitude Baek Do-hyun displayed in front of managing director Kim Myung-woon was nowhere to be seen as he transformed into the polite and immaculate executive of a conglomerate family. He gently guided Baek Seol and introduced her to the VIPs attending the inauguration ceremony. Among those dignitaries, Baek Sung-won, CEO of Bikehack Entertainment, was there, flashing a gum-revealing smile as he extended his hand to Baek Seol for a handshake. Baek Seol, feeling overwhelmed, returned the handshake with a forced smile. Lim Yong-wook watched the scene from a distance, arms crossed, deep in thought. At that moment, someone approached Lim Yong-wook from behind. Department head Lim. It was Kim Myung-woon, the right-hand man of CEO Baek Do-hyun, the skilled surgeon who led the major restructuring of Bikehack Publishing, and the head of organizational innovation at Bikehack Group's headquarters. Ah, Managing Director. You've worked hard this time. Managing Director Kim Myung-woon smiled kindly, a smile that didn't match his reputation as a cold-hearted hatchet man. Since Kim Sang-guk always wore a similar smile, Lim Yong-wook was cautious of that grin. Kim Myung-woon, who quickly saw through him, laughed heartily. "Why are you so stiff? It seems we'll be getting along quite well from now on." "Haha. How could I possibly dare to, with the managing director? We're all serving the same house now, aren't we? I serve CEO Baek and so do you." It wasn't just wordplay. Baek Seol and Baek Do-hyun were now tied together as part of the Bike Hack Group's collateral faction. When the hardliners of the direct line regain power, the collateral faction will be ruthlessly swept away again.
At Kim Myung-woon's ominous hint, Lim Yang-wook gulped nervously.
"I will do my utmost to assist. I see you quickly understand what I'm saying, and I like that." Managing Director Kim Myung-woon left Lim Yong-wook with a heavy smile and walked away. "I'm returning to the headquarters now, but let's have meals together often from now on." "Yes, Managing Director." Left alone, Lim Yong-wook let out a long sigh. He now fully realized that he had stepped into a battlefield from which there was no escape. A battlefield of terrifying monsters who could replace someone like Kim Sang-guk as easily as swapping out a part. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Baek Seol's uncle, CEO Baek Do-hyun, had a right-hand man, a loyal confidant who had been by his side for many years. Managing Director Kim Myung-woon. Kim Myung-woon was a typical South Korean elite, armed with the usual credentials. A degree in business administration from Seoul National University, an MBA from Harvard, and a background in MBA on Wall Street. Commonplace qualifications that made him a dime-a-dozen talent. But if he had one unique talent, it was his medical skill. Kim Myung-woon was a specialized surgeon, particularly adept at corporate surgery. Super Doctor Managing Director Kim Myung-woon successfully led the major restructuring of Bike Hack Publishing. Everyone shuddered in fear at his miraculous precision, as he meticulously excised even the CEO with his expert surgical skills. The vacant CEO office was then filled by Baek Seol, the Booker International Prize nominee. However, everyone knew she was merely a political puppet of CEO Baek Do-hyun. And in reality, Baek Seol lacked the business skills to perform the duties of a CEO. Thus, Super Dr. Kim Myung-woon prescribed a sharp solution. He promoted the head of the book distribution division to COO. The head of the book distribution division, who had formed the Kim Sang-guk is a Bastard Club with Lim Yong-wook, smiled brightly as he donned his new title and pledged loyalty to Baek Do-hyun and Baek Seol. With this, Baek Seol now had a reliable executor. The head of the book distribution division was happy with his promotion, and Bike Hack Publishing could continue its usual operations, siphoning off public library support budgets, copying the sales figures of Polyprofessor's papers, managing funds for politicians' book launches, manipulating trend analysis reports, and lobbying for textbook publishing contracts, so it was a win-win situation for everyone. However, as is always the case in power struggles, someone inevitably ends up bleeding. The Publishing Business Division, one of the two pillars of Bike Hack Publishing, suffered a severe blow. Just the fact that CEO Kim Sang-guk and the head of the Publishing Business Division were ousted together was already a fatal wound. The news that the head of the Book Distribution Division had been promoted to COO was the final nail in the coffin. It meant the collapse of the bureaucratic cartel that linked Head of Publishing Planning Division, Head of Publishing Business Division, CEO of Bike Hack Publishing. Previously, the head of the Publishing Business Division had tacitly held the dual role of COO. But now the situation had changed. The dominance that the Publishing Business Division held within Bike Hack Publishing had completely crumbled. As Bike Hack Publishing's inner circle collapsed, the head of the Publishing Planning Division, Woo Ki-tae, trembled as he sought out Lim Yong-wook, while all the employees anxiously focused on the final personnel decision. Who would take the vacant position of head of the Publishing Business Division, the last survivor of Kim Sang-guk's faction, head of Publishing Planning Division Woo Ki-tae? Or the strongest returnee ever, Lim Yong-wook, head of publishing management? You should take it, Sunbae. Thank you, Yong-wook. Fortunately, thanks to Lim Yong-wook's generous concession, the Publishing Planning Division narrowly avoided the blade of purges, or rather, the scalpel of surgery. However, Bikehack Publishing before and after the surgery had become a completely different entity, thanks to the divine hands of Dr. Kim Myung-woon, who could be compared to the legendary Chinese physician Hua Tuo. Kim Myung-woon didn't just cut people out of Bikehack Publishing. He placed the right talents in the right places. New titles were created: the DT Promotion Team, the Content Business Division, the Innovation Management Office, the OSMU Management Team, and so on. Talents from all over Bikehack Group, loyal to CEO Baek Do-hyun, parachuted in like a special forces unit. And they began their terraforming work. In the blink of an eye, a subsidiary of the group was absorbed into CEO Baek Do-hyun's sphere of influence. The crown prince of Bikehack Financial Holdings fumed with rage, frothing at the mouth, but he had 3 younger siblings. Like their father, these younger siblings were eager to bring down their older brother or older sister. As long as these younger siblings, supported by Baek Do-hyun and many other ambitious individuals, were holding him back, the crown prince couldn't move as he pleased. And so, the internal strife at Bikehack Publishing quietly came to an end. In the midst of this power struggle, Lim Yong-wook quietly maneuvered, sometimes deeply involved, but in the end, he remained in his position as head of the publishing management department. However, power is an invisible thing. Although Lim Yong-wook's official title remained as head of the publishing management department, his authority had risen to an incomparable level. After all, wasn't he the kingmaker who had placed his lord in the CEO position? Thus, the once crippled figure who had been sealed in the underground parking lot finally regained more power than he had ever had in his prime. And the first thing Lim Yong-wook, the strongest returnee, did with his newfound power was, we need to expand into the comprehensive agency business. It was the business expansion he had dreamed of. It's not enough to just put authors on TV like celebrities. We need to build a system that can diversify the literary content business, from publishing, translation, media appearances to media mix. Waiting for proposals to come in isn't enough. We need to actively create an environment where we can regenerate content. At 26 years old, as a new employee, Lim Yong-wook had resolved to become the hero who would change the industry. At 36, after being demoted, Lim Yong-wook thought the industry and everything else was bad. But now, Lim Yong-wook was taking the first step to change the industry. It's a late start, but at the same time, it's a significant leap forward. We can't do it alone. But with Bikehack's strength, it's possible. A leap that can end the long dark age of the publishing industry and elevate the status of Korean literature on the global stage. And when I presented it like that, the board burst into applause. Clap, clap, clap. So I seized the momentum and said, we can't do this on our own. We need to join forces. So instead of whining for help, we need to launch a business together as partners. And that's Bikehack Entertainment? Exactly. If Bikehack Publishing and Bikehack Entertainment join forces, we can take over the world. The energy of the universe is surrounding us. When I said that, everyone started clapping and cheering. Thus, a subsidiary jointly funded by Bikehack Publishing and Bikehack Entertainment, BH Agency, was born. Of course, this company exists only on paper. In reality, it's just the publishing management division moving to the Bikehack Entertainment building to collaborate more actively. After hearing all of Lim Yong-wook's explanations, Moon-in said, so, that's the reason for moving back to the Bikehack Entertainment building? That's right. Then you could have just told me that. Why give such a long-winded explanation? A vein popped on Lim Yong-wook's smooth scalp. Hey, after I went to all the trouble of explaining it to you, in the end, it's just back to Bikehack Entertainment. Isn't this basically the same as the old publishing management task force? No, it's not. It's different. Ah, well, if you say so. Leaving the fuming Lim Yong-wook behind, Moon-in packed his belongings into a box and got out of the van. The Bikehack Entertainment building, which he hadn't seen in a long time, was still boldly cutting through the clear sky. This was on a moving day. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Uff. The massage chair behind him was precisely kneading his stiff muscles. The gentle massage from a machine worth tens of millions of won made him let out an odd sound. This is nice. Thanks to once having toured all of Bikehack Entertainment's amenities courtesy of Kim Bile, he memorized all sorts of places, like the in-house cafe, the aromatherapy rooms, and more. But the massage chair was still the best. The moment he returned to Bikehack Entertainment, it was the first thing he sought out. It's a massage chair worth tens of millions of won, but the staff felt too self-conscious to use it, and the celebrities were too busy enjoying better aromatherapy treatments to bother with it, making this chair a hidden gem. As expected, the facilities at Bikehack Entertainment are far better than those at Bikehack Publishing. He hadn't returned by choice, but it seemed like a good decision nonetheless. He'd heard that Lim Yong-wook's department had become a bridge between Bikehack Publishing and Bikehack Entertainment. Since Bikehack Publishing couldn't always come running to Bikehack Entertainment like Doraemon every time, they decided to go all in and launch a joint business venture with Bikehack Entertainment. It reminded him of the early days of the Publishing Management Task Force, but the scale and capital now were said to be incomparable to before. Of course, this wasn't something he could really feel firsthand. The most tangible change for him was that, just like before, he could now freely visit Bikehack Entertainment and use the massage chair, which said it all. After finishing a full 35-minute massage chair session, he walked out to the lobby. The lobby was still bustling and dazzling as ever, as he considered buying a strawberry yogurt smoothie at the cafe while people watching for a bit, when, "Excuse me," someone grabbed his shoulder. "Are you by any chance Author Moon in?" "Ah, yes." A man suddenly bowed to him at a 75-degree angle. Startled, Moon In quickly bowed his head in return. "Hello. I'm team leader Kim Sung-gun from Management Team 2, in charge of actress Kim Bile." "Yes, hello? Could we possibly talk for a moment?" With a dubious look, Moon In nodded, and shortly after, his eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 139. Kim Bile doesn't have many friends. Considering she's the nation's little sister, from 10 years ago, a veteran child actor, and holds the title of the Ice Queen of the theater and film department, it might seem strange that she doesn't have friends, but reaching the pinnacle is inherently a lonely journey. At least that's what she says. But from my perspective, the reason Kim Bile doesn't have friends is because she's in a different age group. Physically, she might be the same age as her peers, but mentally, she's much older. After all, isn't she someone who entered society 10 years ago? Kim Bile stood in front of cameras at an age when her peers were running around giggling and chattering nonsense with sauce smeared on their faces at tteokbokki shops. And she wasn't smiling because she was having fun, but because that's how she would look the prettiest on camera. She wasn't saying what she wanted to say, but rather what wouldn't get her in trouble. How could a kid who lived in a world where she'd get scolded for not using the proper honorific, Sunbinim, possibly blend in with kids gossiping about how Bae Sung-won is so freaking handsome? She became too mature too early to hang out with kids her own age. In a way, you could say she's similar to me, someone whose body has shrunk, but whose mind has remained the same. But unlike me, who actually possessed a real resident registration card and was a true adult, Kim Bile is a pseudo-adult. It means she still has some childish aspects. For instance, she blabs everything down to the last detail to her few friends, things she should or shouldn't talk about. It's a sign she hasn't tasted the bitterness of life yet. And I happen to be one of those few, perhaps even her only friend. That's why I knew a little bit about Kim Bile's manager, team leader Kim Sung-gun. "Hello, team leader. I've heard a lot about you from Kim Sun-bae." "Oh, really? Bile has been talking about me?" "Yes. She always says how she trusts and relies on you." I casually brushed off the greeting from team leader Kim, who acts like a jerk to her but sucks up to her mom. Team leader Kim, who wants to ask the CEO for a replacement as soon as she gets a few hits under her belt, showed an unusually submissive attitude towards me. Suspicious of this, I asked about the intentions of team leader Kim, who is really annoying for eating snacks next to someone on a diet. "So what exactly brings you here? Before we talk, please follow me over here for a moment." I followed the dubious team leader Kim into some office. And inside that office, a strange group of people was gathered. "Hey, Author Moon. Long time no see." "So?" CEO Baek Sung-won, Kim Bile's mother, and
Geu igrekuna.
what kind of combination is this? P9 sound. Death. The end of everything. But is it truly the end of everything? From a cognitive perspective, death is the end of everything. The world only exists through the observation of the self, and the absence of the observer means the extinction of phenomena. But humans can infer others, contexts, and the world. If someone continues my will after I die, it might be not an end, but a beginning. Whether or not it's true doesn't matter, because that alone can be the dying person's final hope. Vice Priest Nim. My final words should be for the world. Peace. Peace for these poor people. And now, today's living point. At the moment of death, do not close your eyes and throw your head back. Doing so could get you branded as overacting, leading to be ridiculed for decades. Now we live in an era where even dying beautifully is important. So, with a wistful gaze, look into the void, show a faint smile, then slowly relax your facial muscles, transition into a wistful expression, and let your head drop limply at the perfect angle for a face shot. Since she had already mastered tearful acting, tears trickled down her cheek at the exact moment her head fell. However, at this point, you must not close your eyes. It's more dramatic if you die with your eyes open, letting the other person close them for you. As expected, even though the open-eyed death was an ad-lib, the other person played along perfectly. Ah! Ah! Trembling hands swept across her face. They didn't actually close her eyes, but she closed them on cue. Even with her eyes closed, just by listening to the voice, she could feel her partner's performance. As expected, it was a well-executed wail. Wah! Perfect. It should be about time now. Okay. Cut. At the PD's okay sign, the co-actor stopped sobbing, and Kim Bile abruptly opened her eyes, ending her corpse performance. Tui. As soon as the scene was over, Kim Bile spat out the fake blood that had been in her mouth. They could have at least made it taste better. It's unbearably sour. Fake blood tastes best when it's made from corn syrup. While Kim Bile was lost in these trivial thoughts, the co-actor, who had just witnessed her tragic death, extended a hand and helped her up. Wow, Bile, your acting has improved a lot? Haha, thank you. I learned a lot working on this project. Even considering Kim Bile's child actor career, the person in front of her was someone she could call a senior in every sense of the word. Even though she should feel proud when such a veteran pats her on the shoulder and praises her, Kim Bile didn't feel particularly happy, because she knew all too well what this person was doing behind the scenes. Even if it doesn't appear on TV, people in the same industry all know about it. They can't not know. But the other person knew that too, and so if Kim Bile showed even a hint of discomfort, it would be noticed immediately. So Kim Bile had no choice but to continue acting. No, not at all. I'm the one who learned a lot. Thank you. Haha. Come on, you're embarrassing me. Just because the PD shouted cut doesn't mean the acting is over. It's only when you leave the set that the acting truly ends. Kim Bile exchanged farewells with the people around her, maintaining the persona of an S-tier talent who is humble, kind, gentle, diligent, and so pleasant to work with that you'd want to cast her in the next project too. At the same time, she had to be careful not to seem fake, because if she did, people would talk behind her back. Balancing the tempo was the tricky part. But having experienced the dark days once before, Kim Bile steadfastly carried out that difficult day-to-day acting. She didn't get called a veteran for nothing. Hey, actor Kim, you worked hard.
No.
I'm the one who's truly grateful. Oh my, you worked hard, our Bile. Writer Nim. Bile, let's meet again in the next project. Yes, Uni. I'll see you next time for sure. There were still a few more shooting schedules left before the drama Rosarium would wrap up, but Kim Bile's shooting ended today. After all, her character had just died. Death is the end of everything. That includes the end of filming for her. But Kim Bile knew very well that the schedule truly ends only when she's properly said goodbye to the people on set. So she dragged her tired body around to bid her farewells. However, The manager who was supposed to be taking care of her wasn't anywhere to be seen. Where did team leader Kim go this time? If he's late because he's off smoking somewhere again, this time she won't let it slide. He wasn't like this when they first met, but since becoming a team leader, he's gotten a bit arrogant. Well, if that's the case, Kim Bile will have to become arrogant too. She'll have to turn into a gangster. Fortunately, the catastrophe of pure child actor Kim Bile turning dark and losing her manners didn't happen. Her manager, team leader Kim, appeared on set with a group of people in tow. Among them, Kim Bile even spotted CEO Baek Sung-won, dressed in a white suit and sunglasses. While Kim Bile was wondering what was going on, everyone on the set was looking at her with strange expressions. Especially the PD and the writer, they were on the verge of bursting into laughter. Their cheeks were puffed out. As Kim Bile looked around in confusion, Moon-in finally caught her eye. "What are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Gu Yuna standing beside him, and next to her was her mom. What is this? What kind of combination is this? The answer naturally revealed itself as a cake with lit candles appeared out of nowhere. "Happy birthday, Dash." Heeing
Kim Byul
burst into tears before the first syllable of happy birthday was even finished. "Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Kim Bile grumbled, her eyes swollen from crying. However, she couldn't hide the slight smile twitching at the corners of her mouth. In the waiting room on set, Kim Bile clung to Gu Yuna like a beloved stuffed toy, making quite a pathetic sight in various ways. Seriously, how childish. How old am I that you're still doing things like this for me? Yes. Don't you guys have anything better to do? Shouldn't you be at school? What are you doing here? Yes. Kim Bile, with her lips pursed, didn't stop grumbling until the very end. It was especially annoying how she pretended not to like it while clearly unable to suppress her smile. I wanted to flick her duck-like pout with a pen, but I decided to hold back just this once. Because today was a good day. It was both Kim Bile's birthday, the day she wrapped up her role in the drama, and the 10th anniversary of her contract with Bikehack Entertainment. Of course, if you count from her debut date, it's a bit more than 10 years, but her contract with Bikehack Entertainment was separate. Now, Kim Bile was no longer an actress who had been under contract with Bikehack Entertainment for almost 10 years. She was an actress who had been with them for exactly 10 years. So, Baek Sung-won, the man who might be distant with his family but is warm to his actors, planned this surprise event to commemorate the occasion. As for me, I had received a birthday celebration from her not too long ago, so this was my way of reciprocating, or perhaps even getting back at her, by making Kim Bile cry once. Fortunately, it seemed Kim Bile liked the surprise. Suddenly, Kim Bile tightened her grip on Gu Yuna, who she had been hugging. Gu Yuna silently screamed and struggled to break free, but there was no way she could overcome Kim Bile's strength, which could even handle horseback gun action on the vast plains of Manchuria. Kim Bile couldn't see Gu Yuna's expression, so she simply basked in the warmth, smiling gently. Hugging Yuna again after so long feels so recharging, right? Yuna looks like she's dying of happiness right now. You guys are going to Bikehack Arts High School next year, right? I guess we'll be able to see each other at school again then. Though Gu Yuna finally managed to escape from Kim Bile's embrace like a cat drenched by a shower hose, Kim Bile kept chatting cheerfully, talking about how she was looking forward to next year with a big smile. As I watched that innocent smile, I briefly had another thought. The adult world is ruthless. The world of capitalism is even colder. None of those adults moved just to celebrate a child's birthday. Just a moment ago, CEO Baek Sung-won and Kim Bile's mother had arrived with a camera crew in tow. It was a team owned by Bikehack Entertainment. That team was planning to commit the cruel and terrible act of turning Kim Bile's birthday celebration reaction into a company YouTube variety show. What a terrifying idea to eternally preserve a girl's tears just for views. It was a monstrous idea that only demons obsessed with ratings would think of. And yet, even this was just a step in a much more wicked scheme. In the context of the entertainment industry's logic, such a YouTube variety show was actually a form of promotion. In other words, It was a benefit provided by the company to the actress, because it would increase her recognition. So, why was Bikehack Entertainment trying to boost Kim Bile's recognition? The answer was simple. It was because word had spread that So Tae-woong, a maestro of Korean cinema and the recipient of the Berlin Golden Bear, was preparing a new film, and the lead role in that film was for a teenager. As soon as the rumor spread, entertainment agencies with child actors all turned their eyes, and Bikehack Entertainment was no exception. And Kim Bile was the strongest card Bikehack Entertainment held among their teenage child actors. So, Bikehack Entertainment was essentially bulking up the actor who would participate in the casting competition on behalf of the company. The timing was perfect. The filming for the drama Rosarium had wrapped up at just the right time, and thanks to the show's success, Kim Bile's recognition had also increased. If the company gave her a push right now, the chances wouldn't be low at all. Bikehack Entertainment was probably already seeing visions of the future. A future where they ride the wave of director So Tae-woong's new film, which would take the world by storm and rake in piles of money. But the reason my thoughts were complicated wasn't just because Kim Bile's birthday party was planned with such impure intentions. To explain further, I would need to go back a bit in time. Not too long ago. That is, before I was invited to Kim Bile's surprise birthday party operation. I was just lazing around at home, having roughly finished writing the novel Dark adaptation. How did you manage to find me when I've just moved my office? Haha, I have my ways. Director So Tae-woong had come to see me. Chapter 140. So Tae-woong. There aren't many people who don't know the name of the film director who won the Golden Bear at the Berlin Film Festival. But to me, he wasn't just K So Tae-woong. He was S So Tae-woong. TL. K stands for Korean. S for Stalker So Tae-woong. If I were to list the grotesque instances that tarnished his image in my mind, it would go as follows. Are you there? No, I'm not. Relentlessly following me even after I moved my office to Bikehack Publishing and insisting on setting up a meeting. This is quite a coincidence. I don't think so. Running into me at a book signing event as if by chance. I happen to have one meal ticket left, perhaps. I'm not very good at eating, asking me out on a date, and so on and so forth. Even without mentioning the time he followed me to a variety show when he wanted to turn Red Hunter into a film, that says it all. Why would a successful film director bother chasing after me? The answer is simple. He's chasing after the original work. So Tae-woong is like a wolf drooling over my novels as if they were his prey. Even if he looks decent on the outside, I could bet Lim Yong-wook's hair that inside. He's licking his lips, drooling in anticipation. So, the reason he came looking for me was obvious. To get his hands on my novel. And it was also obvious how he found me. To me, he's So Tae-woong. But to others, he's the great K So Tae-woong. He must have just walked into Bikehack Publishing and asked outright. Lim Yong-wook probably sold me out without hesitation. Please, come in. Thank you. So instead of turning him away at the door, I decided to let him in. The place looks quite barren. Don't worry, I do have coffee for guests. Seeing the state of your place, I'm worried as an adult. As a rule, the outcome of a war depends on terrain and feng shui. My plan was to lure the enemy into my home ground and defeat him. After all, the conversation would likely be predictable. He'd probably suggest turning one of my novels into an outstanding film. But what's in it for me? At best, I'd make some money, sell more books, appear in the news, gain more fans, and perhaps Bikehack Publishing and Bikehack Entertainment stock prices would go up a bit. But it doesn't help my literature. So even as I handed him a cup of coffee, I was determined to firmly reject him. But today, the conversation took a different turn. A movie script? That's right. P9 sound. Sure enough. The reason So Tae-woong suddenly raided my studio after hovering around me all this time was because of that damn guitar. I saw the guitar. The drama? The anime? Both. So Tae-woong sipped the coffee I had made with a gloomy expression, and in a melancholic voice, he subtly inquired about my thoughts. By any chance, Were you dissatisfied with something in the movie Red Hunter? Cup. I nearly choked on the coffee. Is he asking, why are those bastards allowed to do it and I'm not? I waved my hand in denial. No, it's just that. Just that. The drama was something the company handled, so I had no choice. And the movie. I couldn't bring myself to say, Beck Seol messed up the Korea-US-Japan publishing contract, so the rights were sold to Japan instead, even if it killed me. It was also due to circumstances beyond my control involving higher-ups. I see. Higher-ups, huh? So Tae-woong looked at me as if I were a poor boy pushed around by higher-ups. It pricked my conscience a little. But after all, Beck Seol was indeed a higher-up, so I wasn't lying. Anyway, since the misunderstanding was cleared up, we engaged in a more light-hearted conversation after that. Oh, really? That junior chugged down whiskey and said, Sun Bi Nim, this isn't my achievement. And dash. So Tae-woong's initial reason for seeking me out was because of the director who made the movie, Cause of Death. When I mentioned knowing director So Tae-woong, director Matsumoto was so surprised. Ah, that friend. He makes good movies. The conversation turned briefly to how Kenji Matsumoto, the director of the anime film Guitar, who was apparently a huge fan of So Tae-woong. Such conversations went on for a while. Then came the main point. It was something far beyond what I had expected. How about participating in the writing of the movie script? Me? It was such a sudden proposal. I had never written anything other than novels in my life. I haven't even written poetry. But I don't know how to write a screenplay. The format and style aren't important. The key is storytelling. And the author Moon I know is a storyteller whose work stands out even among professionals. But still, if we go into production, you'll probably become a co-writer with me. I'm well aware that you're new to film production, and I'll help you as much as I can with that part. I trailed off without giving a clear answer. Instead of just taking my novel as source material, he was asking me to co-write the movie script together. It was so unexpected, overwhelming, and it was an exciting proposition. Director So Tae-woong picked up on my feelings. I read Dark Adaptation. It's different from your previous novels. Did you change your writing style? How did you know? Geniuses recognize geniuses, after all. I would later find out that So Tae-woong had consulted Gu Hak-jun for literary advice on Dark Adaptation. Therefore, when I heard those words, I was astounded by So Tae-woong's genius. Is this Korea's top film director? If author Moon is looking for a literary change, a literary challenge, let's be a little more courageous. A movie script. What do you think? It was a proposal too powerful to refuse. So Tae-woong. Film director. Genius. Korea's best. Winner of the Berlin Golden Bear. People attach these titles to him. But the title that resonates most deeply with So Tae-woong himself is different. It's in his 50s. So Tae-woong doesn't see himself as a genius director or Korea's best director. He sees himself as a director in his 50s. At least, that's how he thought of himself. He had lived half a century. The days he had lived now outnumbered the days he had left to live. He had grown that much older. He can no longer drink like a fish as he once did. He gets out of breath after climbing just a few stairs. And his back and knees hurt as if they're being pricked by needles. His body had worn out. That includes his brain. These days, a phrase that constantly circled in So Tae-woong's mind was, not as good as before. Brilliant ideas no longer come to him. Even when others praise a script, his heart doesn't race like it used to. So Tae-woong had come to realize that creativity isn't an infinite resource. Too was consumable. So, what is someone who has exhausted all their creativity or genius? A husk? Leftovers? Whatever he was, he couldn't let himself wither away here. There were still so many films he wanted to make. But there was no denying the limitations of his aging brain, especially when it came to understanding the trends of the younger generation. So Tae-woong couldn't find any enjoyment in the culture that young people these days found fun, which, in truth, was only natural. That's just the way of things. But to stay ahead in the turbulent currents of culture, one has to catch up with, or better yet, run ahead of trends to lead them. And so Tae-woong was someone who wanted to make films, even if it meant going against the natural order. In the end, he resorted to a kind of dark magic. So Tae-woong acquired a substitute brain to assist his aging one. A brain that was young, fresh, and flexible. And that brain's name, of course, was Moon-in. However, as So Tae-woong continued working, he realized that this brain wasn't as young as he initially thought. Don't you have any flashes of inspiration? If I did, I would have already written it into a novel. Oh no! Is it defective? Moon-in wasn't the type of writer So Tae-woong had expected. He wasn't an author who wrote impulsively, as if a pianist inspired by a muse was hammering out music in a frenzy. Moon-in wrote in a more structured way than he had imagined. The antagonist is reaching the same conclusion as the protagonist. Is this intentional? Yes, it's more tragic that way. Then maybe we could present the two characters as two different signifiers of the same signified. It was as if a middle school student was writing like a university graduate, and, surprisingly, he and So Tae-woong could actually communicate. At that moment, So Tae-woong truly felt the genius of Moon-in. Is this what it felt like? The emotions felt by the veteran literary figures who were so enthusiastic about Moon-in. Of course, even Park Chang-woon never went so far as to stalk Moon-in, but in any case, So Tae-woong began to understand why prominent novelists would set aside their pride and cling to Moon-in. Thus, the screenplay work proceeded smoothly. But while a novel is complete with just the text, a film is not. A film isn't finished just because the story is complete. In that aspect, So Tae-woong decided to impart some wisdom to Moon-in. So, shall we go and secure some funding? Huh? We haven't even finished the first act of the screenplay yet. That's usually just decoration. Instead of donning a sharp suit, So Tae-woong put on a wrinkled jacket and jeans that gave off a gritty, on-the-ground vibe. It was a style that screamed film director just from the clothes alone. Why don't you come along and take a look? I swallowed nervously and, feeling tense, knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yes, come in. I cautiously opened the door and stepped inside, finding Baek Seol sitting in a high-back executive chair, looking sophisticated. The nameplate on the desk read, CEO of Bikehack Publishing, Baek Seol. The aura from that sacred nameplate seemed to radiate brilliance, making it difficult to keep my eyes open. I couldn't dare to look directly at the face of CEO Baek Seol, who seemed to be glowing with a halo, so I bowed my head low. This lowly servant greets you, Seonim. Kai-ah-dash. Baek Seol let out a dolphin-like scream of shock. It was fun today, too. I told you not to do that, seriously. So, how's the CEO role fitting you? It's hell. Certainly seemed that way. Baek Seol had deep dark circles under her eyes. I knew very well how she had become the CEO because I had heard the same repertoire every time I met Baek Seol recently. In fact, I could recite it by heart. As expected, Baek Seol started with the lamentation. How did I end up becoming the CEO? And then followed it up with a resolution that could be summed up as, but I'll work hard from now on. Honestly, it seemed like a figurehead position, so there didn't appear to be a need to work so hard. But since she was determined, I nodded and agreed. But that wasn't what was important now. I steeled myself and presented a bold proposal to the newly appointed CEO, who was already stressed out. So, what brings you to the CEO's office? Is Manager Lim bothering you? Should I give him a scolding? Actually, I have a great investment opportunity. It worked. I'll invest. Thank you. I promise you won't be disappointed. Screenplay? Non-existent. Staff? None. Casting? Write the story first. That was exactly the current state of things. But it was strange. Even with the film production in this pathetic state, investment money was pouring in. I watched Baek Seol shake hands with So Tae-woong with a bright smile and couldn't help but ask cautiously, Sru, are you sure about this? It's fine. It's totally fine. This is director So Tae-woong we're talking about. But won't the COO or the board give you a hard time? What are you talking about? I need to take credit for this before those folks even hear about it. Oh, what am I saying in front of you, Author Moon? For a moment, the once innocent Baek Seol seemed to say something strange, but I decided to chalk it up to my imagination. In any case, Baek Seol wasn't the only one who opened her wallet for this bold investment request, with the screenplay, casting, and staff all still undecided. In reality, it was less of an investment proposal and more of a demand to hand over the money, but the funds poured in at an alarming rate. Felt like common sense was being shattered. The standard process of film production, as far as someone who's only dipped a toe in the entertainment industry, know, is as follows: script planning, recruiting investors, hiring staff,
Production và editing.
screening, flooding the comment sections with fake reviews by hiring comment part-timers. This is the standard route, I know, but So Tae-woong was raising money even before the script was finished. And yet, investors were handing over their money. It was almost as if the worn-out, crumpled gray jacket So Tae-woong was wearing had some kind of brainwashing device attached to it, hypnotizing the capitalists. So Tae-woong's response to my doubts was extremely straightforward. So Tae-woong, Moon In. Oh. If someone hears those two names and doesn't open their wallet, can they really call themselves an investor? So Tae-woong continued speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And as for the staff, they'll come together as soon as I call. The movie will get made. Movie production, it's not a big deal. Suddenly, it felt like there was a halo shining behind director So Tae-woong. If I had known I would meet Kim Bile at the casting audition soon after, I wouldn't have seen the halo.